You using
I'm
OBS?
not saying definitely
We
do
good,
that.
we good. Now just if it would let me click go public, that would be nice too. There we go. And now we're live and public. Woohoo! Hello.
Yay, hello.
YouTube was very fast just now.
Wow.
YouTube tends to be.
We're doing all kinds of shenanigans because we just can't get enough of talking about movies and do streams. Here's another one with people do.
Except this time we don't have to talk about Rings of Power. Isn't that
Yes.
nice?
Isn't that
That's
nice? Isn't that awesome?
We have to talk about Earth, Wind, and Fire.
We
have to talk
band?
about September. Yes, we have to talk about September. The reason we have to talk about
I couldn't
this.
sing right there. My throat.
No, that was good. That wasn't as good as my Stone singing, but it was pretty good.
Oh,
No, Now you might be asking, why do we? I thought we were here to talk about Joker. Why are we talking about Earth, Wind, and Fire?
that's a good question.
Specifically, the song September. And I'm going to tell you why. Because this is a big fucking pet peeve of mine. And someone needs to say something.
No.
I have been busy correcting people. Because what do people do? When do people post the meme? When do people post a link to that video? Of course, you posted on the 21st of September. But what? But what? No, that's one-dimensional thinking. That's tier 1. Your tier 1 engagement with the song. All right? Why would you post it on the 21st of September? Why would you post that song on that day like everyone was doing yesterday? Because they're fools. Because they're fools, that's why. Everyone's a fool. You've been played for fools because you are one.
Like a
What are the
damn
lyrics?
fiddle.
What are the It's the first lyrics of the song. What are the lyrics?
Honestly, I don't even know.
Jesus Christ. Oh my god.
I don't listen to that band.
Alright.
I'm sorry.
Do you remember the 21st night of September? So what does everyone do? Everyone posted on the 21st of September. What are you doing?
When it should-
No,
yeah,
the lyrics
you're
are,
right,
do
it
you,
should be
do
any
you
day.
remember the 21st night of September? You posted on
Oh, yeah,
at
that's pretty
least the
good.
22nd of September. If you really want to be amazing, you can post on the 23rd of September because a lot of people would just say, they wouldn't say the 21st of September on the 22nd of September. They'd say, you remember last night.
Yes, I agree.
And now I correct everybody who thinks they're correcting me. Everyone's like, "Oh, Rags, you're a day late. Ha ha, you on Internet Explorer. Ha ha ha." No, you fool. I'm discovering all these fake fans. I'm
my
finding
God.
all the fake fans who are like, "Oh, you posted it a day late, Rags. What's the hell? You see, I thought you were smart. I am.
Smarter
I'm on
than
level 2. I'm
all
on
of
tier
you.
2 engagement.
Damn.
Man, you're big mad, aren't you?
You're all No, I'm fine.
One cannot remember a date which has not occurred.
I am so happy that we get to talk about. I just want to get that out of my system. Not that I needed to, because I'm not mad or anything. I just wanted to spread the word. I wanted to spread the word, the good news. wanted to spread the good news, the
Yeah.
gospel of how to correctly use memes in your daily life. You can be. Are you going to be a tier 1 engager, or are you going to be a tier 2 engager? Be a tier 2 engager and
Yeah.
let everyone know that you're really cool and awesome.
Think before you meme.
Think
And add
before
more-
you meme.
There you go.
And add
Don't
more
meme
Motown.
irresponsibly.
Add more Motown to your playlist too. That is good music.
True.
Sure, do that too.
Motown, less town.
All right. Hey, chat, what's going on? We're here with more stuff. People have been saying more John Tent. That's always good.
John Tent, nice.
Yeah,
Can't get enough John Tent.
that's.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah. Hi. Hey, what's up?
Hi, everyone.
Yeah, we're talking about the movies again, but yeah, we talk about something good. Oh, isn't that nice? Sometimes you forget how good things are because you watch all the shit stuff, and then you get sad.
Sometimes you do, yeah.
And then like, you know what?
There was,
The
in a
second-
very real
yes.
alternate reality, we could be watching simultaneously Rings of Power and Agatha.
Yeah,
That could have happened. That could have happened.
I had
what,
it.
what are you saying that? I mean, you're probably gonna have to watch it at some point. Max.
No, we won't have to do that.
I've suffered through the first 2 episodes. You'll have to as well.
Why?
Wait, did they do a double release again?
They did. Yeah.
Can they just do normal releases again with like 1 episode per week?
No,
Is
you
it because
need
the 2
3
episodes are
per hour.
particularly like thematically
I think
related,
it's because
or
the timing. Because as I also understand it, the finale is going to be 2 episodes. Because if it wasn't, then the last episode would come out after Halloween.
Hmm.
So
Oh,
I
we
wonder if
can't
it's
have
just
that.
the timing was actually just like off, and so they had to release multiple episodes to make sure that it. And plus, it means that the conversation about the show is condensed in a sense, right? It doesn't last for as long, which might be what they want.
That's
'Cause,
interesting. They wouldn't want people to talk about it as
well,
long.
kind of like Echo getting dropped all at once, right? Like, it's kind of like,
Jesus, yeah.
you kind of want this over and done with, huh?
It's interesting because the Arcane season 1 they did like a 3-episode release, right?
Oh yeah, but the thing is with
The thing-
Arcane is that that's abnormal for Netflix.
Yeah.
Netflix usually does it all at once, so the Arcane gets split into 3 parts is indicative of high confidence by comparison.
And they also have like the, it's like basically like a
Act.
story by itself, the 3 episodes, and just
Yeah,
ties
it's
up
like
nicely.
3
It's like,
distinct
oh, that was
acts.
good. While in
Yeah,
Rings of
acts,
Power,
exactly.
Rings of Power,
makes-
he has 3 episodes.
Well, that was the
That's
first
it.
act of Rings of Power. That was 3 episodes were
That
like
doesn't make sense
thematically
though,
and stuff.
Rag, because if it was a 3-act story, then it should have been 2-4-2 seems more normal for a 3-act structure, or 3-3-3, not 3-2-3 or 3-3-2. That's odd.
Hmm.
Rings of
Doesn't
Power
make
is
sense.
breaking the mold on storytelling.
Ah, I see.
Breaking
Yeah.
our brains. Is
They
what
don't
it
follow
does.
the rules; they make the rules.
Like, there's such a lack of discipline in modern television, like episodic structure.
Mhm.
That was alarmingly apparent with some of Disney's content, where it's just like you'd have a 40-minute episode and then like a 20-minute one. It's just like, oh, this is
Crazy.
sloppy.
It's actually crazy. I think there's an extent to which the fact that TV shows used to have to, like, no matter what network they were on, no matter how, like, what kind of quality bar they were pursuing, it's like, well, Breaking Bad, the average episode is going to be like 45 minutes because that's what they had to do. Whereas now, with, like, on streaming services, you can have episodes that run for like an hour, or alternatively on Disney Plus, run for like 25 minutes, which should be a good thing in principle, that there
Yeah.
is no limit, there is no like strict timer on how long an episode needs to be, but in some sense I feel like it's enabled some bad writing discipline, like you said, John, of just like not meaningfully and correctly taking advantage of the episodic format.
Also shows you
Yeah,
how
and
shit
stretching out
those
time.
writers seem to be these days. Because like, oh, the 25 minutes, like that should be to the brink full with content. Then you have like nothing going on, or they have like all these establishing shots. Or was it with Ahsoka where they just say a sentence of like 4 words, and then
don't
it's like
remind
2
me.
seconds of pause, and then the next sentence like
2
Jesus
seconds
Christ.
pause. Wow, we're brisk today.
Yeah, we go. Yeah, we
2
had
seconds was a short one.
have a lot to
2
say.
seconds was honestly short. It was
That's-
actually short. It was more often like 6 or 7 seconds.
Yeah.
I'm not joking.
But
That
you
was a-
you
that
get
was
like
a
the
painful
feelings like,
show.
oh wow, you didn't have anything to say this episode, and all the other episodes you just had to fill the time, even
But
though you don't.
They
really
might not have
that
anything to
much time.
say, but they've got an hour to not say it, so
Yeah.
they
Yeah.
can waste your time.
It's
Nice condensed. I mean, you'd think about episodes weren't like Star Trek episodes. I mean, they were. I mean, especially a lot of that stuff that was meant for TV. Those episodes were, such a
45
length. They're
minutes
40,
usually, right?
40 minutes or 45 minutes
45
because
minutes.
commercials and everything, and they would have to make. I mean, how many per season? Like 20
like
plus.
22.
Mhm.
Yeah, 22,
Generally
23.
22
Or-
to 24, usually, like that range.
Yeah.
yeah. That's some really good episodes in there. They put a lot of stuff in those 20, 25-ish minutes. Not all of them are bangers, but a lot of them are really good and decent. There's also a bunch of poopy ones, of course. Most
It's
important.
also less pressure when you want to try something unique and interesting. Like, 'cause
Yeah.
it's not like, okay, well, we're committing 70% of our whole season to this one quirky episode because we have 2 episodes in the whole, or like whatever it would end up being. Obviously, that's bad math.
No.
But you know what I mean? Like, if you had a bit of a weird episode that didn't really land but had some interesting concepts in a 22 episode season, it's not a big deal as if you have one that's 8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Most important question:
What-
John Wick 4 or Joker? Probably John Wick 4, of course. John Wick 4 is really good and not
For what?
bad
By
at all.
what metric?
God,
People shot in the head?
Oh, John Wick wins that one.
no, Joker, of course. God, Joker was
Although,
man.
if we're measuring those headshots in narrative weight, I think Joker does win still.
Oh yeah.
Wins. Yeah, it's not even. Yeah,
It's,
of course it wins.
God, yeah. Yeah, I don't really have any big preamble. We can just. I don't think we can save the blurbs. I don't think anyone here dislikes this movie in any way of shape or form.
I
What
guess
is-
I'd be interested in wondering if there's anybody here who doesn't think that it's great to excellent in quality.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
up in
who are
great
we
to
bullying?
excellent. I think I'm actually firmly in excellent. I think this is a really, really good movie. But
Yeah.
Superb, absolutely, 100%. I am kind of reminded as well. I don't. What was the kind of the format of? Was this like a free form discussion, or was this scene by scene, or
I
what,
mean, we
what were you
can
thinking for this?
we can go loosely scene by scene, but can just jump around as we like. So not like the whole non-spoilery thing we like to do normally, because I think most people know this movie anyway pretty well. So we can go to
I would-
spoilery bits here and there. Of
I would
course.
say before we start getting into the movie itself, I
Mhm.
would like to remind those who maybe have forgotten or for some reason somehow weren't aware of the very strange cultural
Yes.
discussion that
Good
took
idea.
place around this movie when it came out, about how it popularized the term incel,
That's
about
right,
how
yeah.
people were talking about how it was white male rage, it would lead to shootings and killings. This movie was like it was one of those movies that got turned into some sort of a cultural like stratagem of sorts. It was a very bizarre this side versus that side cultural kind of, I don't know what to call it. It was subsumed in the culture war, not by its own decision, because that's just kind of how the internet is.
Yeah.
And that took up a huge element of its general critique and discussion. And I think it's why, as many of one of our most famous, or one of our very most famous Every Frame of Pause episodes was responding to someone who very clearly looked at the Joker not for what it was necessarily, but instead what it was in
Cultural
terms of its
role.
position
Yeah.
in the culture war and what they maybe have to have said about it, considering what side they were on. This movie rotted people's brains.
Yeah, it's people did not understand that you can like this movie and not think that Arthur is a great human
Arthur's
being.
100% morally correct.
Because the whole thing was like, oh, if you like this movie, you're like you're glorifying this male rage or killing people and stuff. It's like, no. We're looking at the movie as it's a movie. I'm not gonna go out and kill people because they, I don't know, stole my sign or whatever.
Yeah, I don't need a movie to get me to go out killing. I can do that on my own,
Yeah, no.
right? I'm not what we call a weak man. I'm not a sheep. I'm not a follower.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the movie tapped into like a anti-establishment sentiment that was real, and the Joker character has joined this group of, you have characters like this and Patrick Bateman and fucking the guy from Drive
Tyler
and
Durden.
Taxi Driver, Tyler Durden, yeah,
Mhm.
where it's like they all
This movie's
become
better
a
than Taxi
symbol
Driver,
of
though.
like repressed rage and like severely antisocial behavior,
Mhm.
and
Whoops.
it's like the literally me meme. It's like it's such a weird
Yeah.
thing, and that collection of movies is like they are kind of famed for being misinterpreted by a substantial amount of people. Like they take the wrong message from it.
Yeah.
Like they think Fight Club is advocating what Tyler Durden does, and like it's just like this feeling that violence is okay, justified, and they're not taking the right things from the movie. Scarface is another one. People worship
Yeah.
Tony Montana.
Mhm.
Everyone
And
forgets
it's-
the ending of Scarface.
Right, yeah. It's like you're not taking the whole story into account, Falling Down, that's another one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched
Good movie.
I watched a number of movies because so many people said this that the Joker was just a copy of them.
Mm-hmm. I remember
We
that,
watched. People said more than anything else it was a copy of Taxi Driver, which is a bizarre thing to say because it's essentially nothing like Taxi Driver.
It really isn't.
We watched Taxi Driver. We watched King of Comedy, which is the closest comparison, I think. We watched Falling Down. We watched a fourth movie. I can't remember the name of it. But we watched the like 4 or so movies that people kept saying this movie was just a copy of. It was just a worse version of those movies, even though it's better than all of them. And I really enjoyed King of Comedy the most in terms of the movies I had to watch because Joker was apparently
You
a
do
clone
realize,
of it.
Braxton, you can't just casually say that Joker is like you
Better than
you
Taxi
have to-
Driver? Oh, easily though. What do you mean?
Well, I'm saying like you should expect that people will be baffled and that they would want you to explain why you feel that way. Like,
Oh, I think that there
it's
is.
not something you just throw out and then be
No,
like,
I'm just gonna throw it out. This isn't my podcast. I
Chaos
can
is
just
the
say things
ladder.
like that.
Oh my
Yeah.
God.
I could just say that on other people's podcasts, and they'll just have to deal with it. Their heads are still reeling from the Earth, Wind, and Fire thing. So while they're
Regs is an
stunned,
agent of
I'll.
chaos.
I am an agent of chaos.
just
I'm
kick him while
embracing
it-
Joker.
while
I'm
it
embracing
down.
Joker as a character. Joker is my hero.
No,
Just
no.
like the movie wanted me to. That's what the movie wanted me to think, that Joker is a really cool guy and
He's
we
really
should
cool.
idolize him. Of
Suppose,
course.
you guys have been having the conversation about the meta of like the sort of the cultural landscape. I suppose something I was fascinated by with Joker is it felt like a lot of people didn't want to allow that a comic book movie could be held in particularly high regard. Like,
Yeah.
the Joker could be, and that Todd Phillips as a director
Mhm.
wasn't allowed to be treated like a real
Yeah.
filmmaker because he made comedy movies.
Yeah.
Made The
definitely
Hangover, therefore bad.
That there was almost like a level of like, wow, guys, we are getting like really into the whole like figuring out like very precisely whether or not like stuff like, oh wow, there was a camera that was recording like for him to do his stand up so that it could get put on the late night talk show, and it's like, man, holy shit, you guys are getting like really into the fucking details to have a conversation about this one, but yet when it comes to other films, we're not gonna actually be consistent in terms of trying to be like, well, wait, does that make sense? Does that make sense? Does that
It's
make
just a
sense? But
movie,
when it was
Fringy. It's just a
Joker-
movie.
Well, the thing is that it's an observation that can be made. Obviously, you can make arguments for why even the things that people would point to as like stretches or plot holes either aren't or aren't super consequential. But it was just fascinating that it was like the critical eye got like amped up dramatically on
Yeah.
Joker, which wouldn't
Mhm.
necessarily be
Unfairly.
a problem if people weren't inconsistent
work-
on
Yeah.
on being hypercritical and observant about the films and how they're constructed and the influences that they have and what kind of impact that would have on, you know, their perceived quality. In a certain sense, it's a little bit odd to say that Joker is a little bit underrated because you'd be like, what are you talking about? It's like super culturally significant. As you can always tell with films by their meme value, that's a very
Yeah.
that's a pretty reliable indicator of how impactful a film was and how much people
Unironically,
think about
yeah.
it. And it really is.
It's-
a lot
it
of-
is
a lot
not
of
a
the
bad
films that
metric.
don't have an impact
Yeah.
will just sort of come in. How many people make memes for like Eternals? Nobody makes memes about it other than nobody
Eternals
watched
is a
it.
very poorly named film in a meta sense.
Yeah, that's true. Meanwhile, of course, like
The
Joker's
eternal
got
question:
tons
what
of
happened
memes.
to that Titan? That's my
That's right. But Celestial. get it
Celestial.
right.
I always
The-
keep to call them Titan for some
Aren't
reason. I don't know.
Aren't we to be learning that in the next Captain America
That's
film?
what I heard. I'm curious.
Yeah, whatever. But
okay.
but the
Yeah,
idea
right.
again being like, oh, Joker being underrated. It made like $1 billion.
Yeah.
It got Academy Awards, but it's like, yeah, but it feels like it feels like it does have elements that are like it's oddly difficult to get people to be like, yeah, no, it's quite a well constructed film.
Yeah, it's really it's kind of
Yeah.
something I thought about while I was watching it, because while I was watching it's like, wait, this doesn't actually need the Joker label or the DC label. Like this would work with any named characters really. Which
Do you think that the reception of the movie would be better if it did not have that context?
I'm not sure. I think it would have drifted more into a niche audience, and like, hey, look at this cool movie that no one watched.
Certainly would have made. I don't think it would have made $1 billion.
Exactly. Now it's like, oh, this is like a Joker origin story, and so you have the people already on board with that. But
I think it's something Todd Phillips has said, right?
Yeah.
I can't remember exactly the quote, but the idea of like almost like getting. I can't remember. I'm paraphrasing, but it was something like putting like a movie into a comic book movie, something along the lines of essentially getting to be able to make something that you otherwise wouldn't be able to make.
yeah.
In the genre, and then I guess alternatively the idea that if you call it Joker, you're gonna get a lot of people out of the gate because Joker is like one of the most well-known villains, like in all of like storytelling. And to that extent that you might get a lot of people who otherwise wouldn't watch a film like this because in many ways the film, if you discount the brand that it's a part of, it's like I mean it is kind of like a difficult pitch in a lot of ways as a film compared to especially in 2019, like that 2019 was the year of like Disney dominance for franchise movies. Endgame, The Lion King remake, I think Captain Marvel was one of the most successful films of that year. Spider-Man: Far From Home. There's probably something else I'm forgetting about too, like maybe like Frozen 2, I think that came out that year.
Yeah.
So, it is kind of odd that this one was in the mix as like one of the most successful films of the year.
Yeah. This one stands out. Oh, go ahead.
Frozen 2, though, the reason that kind of rang a bell is because there was all the paranoia that there was going to be like violent incidents at Joker screenings, and there ended up not being any at Joker screenings, and there was one at a Frozen 2 screening, which isn't funny, but it's like it's kind of ironic that it's like, well, maybe the problem isn't the content of the movie that people are watching. It's just there's people with issues out there that need to be addressed that have nothing to do with the media itself.
Yeah. Another reason why
I remember. Sorry, you go ahead.
One reason why I also brought that up with this didn't like from a story standpoint, it doesn't really need the Joker thing, because this movie stands out by it doesn't use the IP as a crutch. Like it's not like, hey, look, remember this? Like here's Batman in the background, or here's this character randomly. Well, like every character they use from the IP they have in here, they have like a reason to be there and are part of the story. Not like, oh look, there's a poster that has the Riddler on it. It's like, ooh, you know what I mean? Like they use it to their benefit.
I totally agree, but I think that's a criticism people have, right? That Bruce Wayne is in the film at all, or Thomas Wayne. It's like, but it's super thematically relevant.
Yeah, it is.
Like the idea that the film ends with Joker and Batman being created on the same night. That's like incredibly thematically potent.
Yeah.
And it's absolutely not just like, oh look, and plus even then it's like, it is Joker. It's set in Gotham. Like, what do you like? What is actually the argument for why they wouldn't be able to include like Thomas Wayne in the story? Like, there's no real argument for why they shouldn't have been allowed to include those characters. So not only to include them and not just have it be like a cameo, it's narratively meaningful and significant.
Yeah, and having a big, powerful, wealthy force in Gotham, which can only be the Waynes, or it'll be sort of silly, makes sense within the context of this story revolving around funding for mental health assistance programs being potentially disastrous, and like, hey, maybe there is some connection between the way money is spent and where, and the what would be the word for it, the general temperature of society as far as how dangerous it is to just be out in the street.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's
what you were saying earlier, Metal, about like it feels like this doesn't even need the Joker label because it's just like a character study, and that it ties into what I was going to say earlier about Todd Phillips, because I remember him like behind the scenes footage, him talking about this movie, and he was saying like he wanted to do a character study film, not a Joker film at first. And he was just thinking about like characters who could sort of fit that schematic. And then I guess at some point, maybe he was in talks with Warner Brothers or something. I don't know. And I don't know where he got the Joker idea from exactly, but I guess he thought like, oh, that would be great. Like let's figure out how a guy like that becomes that, but take it like absolutely seriously from a psychological standpoint. Like what would actually have to happen to a person in order for them to turn into somebody like that. And I would get nervous about that approach beforehand, because it's like some characters, they don't need an explanation. You know, sometimes that you need to preserve the mystery of something. Not everything needs to be explained.
Right.
And there is a trend in media now where everybody's like, all these writers and studios are like mining this pre-existing material for stuff that's like
Why is he
we need
called
this
Han
character's
Solo?
backstory.
Like shit
Yeah,
like this.
how did the Millennium Falcon get built? Like, none of this shit actually matters. And with Joker, my feeling before this movie would be like, maybe we don't need to know exactly what made Joker the way he is. But because of the approach that Todd Phillips took, this film feels very worthwhile and a really good. I mean, it isn't necessarily Joker, right? Like actual comic book Joker. It could be, maybe not. But the idea that it could be Joker, this is a pretty substantial backstory for a character like that. And it's so cool to have like a super serious movie like this in the world of Batman.
Yeah.
And,
It's probably it's probably like in terms of like tone and atmosphere, this feels like way more connected to like the Batman I know from like when I was younger. It's like, oh, this broody town that's just full of shit, and everything is like kind of serious and everything is tense. While you watch like the fucking Justice League movies and they're all like really silly and dumb, you know. And then you have
Takes place in generic modern city. There's no
yeah.
character, nothing interesting about it.
Yeah, and this one doesn't even look like a Gotham really. Like this kind of looks just like in America, I guess, in that time.
1970s New York, I'd say, like
I
late
would say,
70s, early
like,
80s New York.
Yeah, I would say that actually, it's this along with the Batman is like my favorite interpretations of Gotham in the live action Batman film.
Oh yeah, I would agree. I'm just like just
really
from a visual
enjoy-
standpoint, I just really enjoy like the really dark and the really like gothic type stuff they have like in the older animated stuff. I really enjoy that.
Oh,
just
yeah.
personally, I just like that the most.
The Burton ones have a lot of that kind of Art Deco
that one's
aesthetic.
really fun. Really fun.
Yeah, the
Gotham.
massive statues everywhere in the city.
Mhm.
And just really leaning into. I mean, that this is just kind of a wacky place, but I really like it.
Yeah,
Bioshock
It's,
happened because Ken Levine thought, "What if Gotham but underwater?"
yeah.
I think this film doesn't go that far in the depiction of Gotham, but it does. There is obviously VFX work involved in making all the buildings taller and increasing the amount of skyscrapers and sort of erasing any kind of natural background to make it seem like the city is just endless and eventually just sort of fades into fog. Like it's almost like Silent Hill or something like that, where it's just like, is this even a real place? It's sort of
It's
like
your whole
No,
life
there
is
are-
here. The city is everything. It's the
I would
whole
say there
world
are
to some
elements.
people.
that are surreal almost. Like I really like in the shot where Arthur is like walking up the stairs, up the good old Joker stairs at the beginning
Oh,
of the
yeah.
movie, and it almost feels like the city like sort of caves in a little bit, right? Like it's so deep.
yeah.
Like as in terms of verticality, that it's a really deep place, which is kind of cool almost, right? It's like it's almost like a dark labyrinthian
Yeah, I have it on
sort
screen.
of setting, and again, it's endless. Yeah.
That's a shot you mean probably, right?
I mean, once he like crests over the like at the top, yeah, that one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
look at that.
that's a
This
really
is
well constructed shot.
that's cool.
There's so many great shots in this film. Got amazing.
I remember
cinematography.
their real life reference on the part of their production designer was basically New York in 1981, when trash really was stacked up on the street, like piled high,
Mm-hmm.
and it really did look grungy and gritty, and yeah, so it's just taking that and just cranking it up to 11 with like these towering buildings all over the place that makes you feel engulfed, like the city's like swallowing you almost.
The movie feels very real in terms of its props and locations and the way people are dressed. And when when we were rewatching Alien to get ready for Alien Romulus, one of the things that we found it pretty much, you couldn't not notice it, but in Alien, everyone was like sweaty, a little bit disheveled. People weren't always done up in makeup and had everything looking perfectly like they were movie stars. They were in this very real environment that was constructed to look, like an actual place.
Functional.
And you get the same vibe from Joker the movie in just the way that people look and how that relates to the environments with the trash all around, and he's by dumpsters, and he's in alleyways, and he's running up and down these concrete stairs, and he's walking down the city with its pavement, and there's a lot of grit and realness to this movie that I think helps to really just kind of absorb you in the setting.
Yeah.
Yeah. What you were saying earlier, Fringy, you mentioned the Batman, and like I'm a big fan of that movie too. But I feel like Joker can take itself seriously, or like come across more serious than the Batman can, or more broadly, a movie where Batman plays a part. Because I feel like with the Batman, there's more of a requirement of a suspension of disbelief. Like, when Batman walks into the initial Riddler crime scene, and like every time I see that scene, I just imagine one of the cops just bursts out laughing. Just like a guy with ears and a cape walks in. It's like, seriously, you're gonna let this guy into the crime scene like he's a wacko? But of course that it is sort of incorporated.
Yeah, all the other cops are like,
the
yeah,
dialogue.
we're letting him in. He's
No,
he's really good.
All right,
at
I
his
guess this
job.
is happening. Yeah, like
Yeah, he's really
I
good
get
at his job. So
I get what you mean in the sense that, like, for as seriously as a Batman film can take itself, you still have to get past that it is a guy dressing up as a bat.
Yeah.
Like,
well, just the
fighting
fact that
crimes
we
and
so
stuff, where-
casually say Batman,
Yeah.
and we don't even think to. We don't even. It doesn't even enter our minds that someone who goes around being called Batman is just like already super silly.
It's really funny.
He's already just kind
He's
of
not a
accepted it.
cultural icon. He's not a cultural icon in the context of his own world. He's just a crazy guy in a suit that some
Where
people
was,
might not know
I
about.
think like an
At least to the
interesting.
point of Batman, because it's just Batman's the second year he's Batman, right? Like the Batman. I mean, the Matt
The
Reeves
Batman's
movie.
like,
Mhm.
yeah, after the first year, kind of Batman year one-esque.
So at that point, I think it would be perfectly reasonable to assume some of those cops might have no idea who this person is. It's just like, wait, hold on, what's that exactly?
Yeah, it's a point where they just set up the bat signal, and at least Commissioner Gordon is familiar with him. But I think a lot of cops haven't seen him at a crime scene, where it's just like, this is new.
No.
Yeah,
Okay.
by comparison in this case, it's like even down to like how the Joker makeup, it's like, yeah, but it's very normal, right? It's like normal clown makeup.
Mhm.
You can just
Yeah.
imagine a guy losing his mind, like dressing up as like a clown. It's like, yeah, it is in a sense like the most grounded one in the sense that it's like, yeah, so you don't really have to suspend your belief about a guy going insane and like dressing up like a clown compared to a really rich person like dressing up like Batman, getting like a Batmobile.
Yeah.
For all of the efforts and all of the like meaningful efforts in terms of like production design and cinematography and everything like that to create like a really gritty, grounded aesthetic, which I do really like in the Batman. So
Yeah, like with
I
the
don't
Batman,
Right.
you're constantly reminded that you're watching a Batman movie, obviously. But like with the Joker, you can kind of forget sometimes.
Mhm.
It's like, oh yeah, this is Batman. We're in the world of Batman. Right
Yeah.
now.
It really does seem like a guy who just wants to be a stand-up comedian, even though he's not funny, and his day job is as a clown, and that's the
Yeah.
only reason he
look,
ended
some
up
of the-
being
some of
a
the
clown
jokes he
supervillain.
Some of the jokes were fine. It was just he messed
Delivery,
up.
yeah.
It's the delivery, yeah.
He was laughing too much.
Yeah.
He
That's,
became a victim of his own incredible comedy.
Yeah.
How thematically relevant.
Happens to me all the time.
That was something I thought about that's probably, well, more applies to just me or everyone who's like not from like an English speaking country. Because when I was younger and wasn't talking English or anything, like they still call the superheroes Batman and Spider-Man. Like it's not translated into German because that would sound stupid.
What would they be in German?
I mean, it would be just the German word. So Spider-Man would be Spinnenmann, for examel.
Spinnenmann, Spinnenmann.
Spinnenmann.
And Batman
Spinnenmann.
Batman would be Fledermausmann.
Fledermaus, man.
Fledermaus.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
he's going to get you. If you don't eat your vegetables, little Hans, then the Fledermaus, man, he's going to climb into your room and eat your toes off.
and that's why
be good
they
boy, good
won't
night.
be translated. It's just fun. It's like one of these things you don't think about, but later on when I start using English more, it's like, oh yeah, like those are not necessarily like names. Those are just like normal words for that we could use here in German. That wouldn't sound that great. It's the same with music. Like you listen to English music when you don't really use English. It's like, oh yeah, that's kind of funky. I have no idea what they're saying, but you know, that's cool. And then you start listening. And then you start listening to the songs when you actually do speak English. It's like, oh, this is actually like really sad and not great. but the beat banging.
Hey, man, there's some. Yeah, it's interesting to listen to a song you really like in a language you don't speak, and
Yeah.
you're like, I don't know what they're saying, but it just sounds. I don't know. You almost want to autofill it in a way. Like, I wonder what they're talking about. I wonder what this. I wonder what this guy's. I wonder what he's getting into. But it's almost like a little bit of mystique in the song.
Mhm.
That you kind of like.
All back to last week, I've probably listened to the opening theme song for Chainsaw Man about 500 times just on my Spotify. I think it's a really good song. I have no idea what the lyrics are, though. It's in Japanese. Great bass line, though. Really chunky.
What's Iron Man metal? Eisenmann. I think that would be the
Eisenmann.
the direct translation. Yeah. Yeah, with those. I wonder if like the early comics were translated. Actually, I do wonder if they just call them the I don't know, something Spinnenmann. That would be funny.
Well, what would they call Superman in German?
Superman.
Ah, Super.
It's almost spelled
yeah.
exactly the same as well. There's just one more N at the end.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What does every superhero sound like in German? Let's list them all off.
let's
Yeah, let's just
let's
sit here
give me a
and go for a
list and
whole-
translate them.
Yeah, go top 5 from each of the big 2.
Oh boy. Spinnenmensch, save us from der Ringelings of Power Scheißen.
The Ringelings of Bioshock.
Oh, what's Rocket Raccoon in German? That could be a good one.
Raketenwaschbär.
That's kind of cool.
Keatonwaschbier. I like it.
You can imagine just a scene in Guardians of the Galaxy movie where Rocket's just in a forest taking dudes out, and then one of them's like, "Defeat him, sphere." I think I've already forgotten how to say it. I just think that would be really funny.
Oh boy. Okay. Well, they have get your dose of German superhero names.
Wow.
Wow.
We're so culturally
Wow.
sensitive on this podcast. That's really cool.
Yeah.
We didn't even get Joker in German after all that.
How would you translate Joker? I'm actually not sure.
Person
A
who tells
person-
jokes. I don't know.
I mean, yeah,
Comedian, maybe.
I go as Joker is like one who jokes, someone who
Yeah,
jokes.
yeah.
Like a plumber is one who plums.
Oh, but Witzbold. That would be a translation you could use.
Fitzboiled.
Witzbold. That's a word I'm not using a lot in general.
Me neither.
What? I thought you used all the German words.
Oh, not
Fitzbold
bit. No. After the
Maybe
TOS
Mouse
changed, I can't use them all anymore.
Yeah, it's fair. That's actually the reason why I started streaming in English immediately. It's like,
Yeah.
it's getting dicey.
too many German words sound like gamer words.
I will get into the moon.
No, I just said thank you for the donation. That wasn't a slur, I promise.
I'm speaking English, damn it! I should have different TOS.
Thank you for the super chats.
And banned. Oh boy, we have fun here. We have fun, and we actually not only have to make fun to have fun, because this movie is, well, I wouldn't call it fun, but it's good and it's fun to talk about.
Yeah, this is a good movie that kind of reminds you that, like The Father is an insanely good movie.
Oh, I haven't watched that
It's
in a
not
long
fun.
time. I need to rewatch
Yeah,
No,
that.
it's
it's
not
not
a
at all
fun
fun.
movie.
It's rough.
Yeah, maybe
It's
that's
a-
why I
it's a
haven't
super
rewatched it.
engaging
You
movie.
don't really sit there with your friends like, hey, should we watch like a really depressing movie right now?
I'll give the Father that it does have a couple funny moments. I think
yeah.
Anthony Hopkins does get a few laughs in there, but there's not a lot of them. It's mostly quite sad. Very good movie though.
Yeah, same with Joker. I think Joker is a very sad movie, but I think it's warranted for a character like this.
Yeah.
Here's
like-
something interesting.
Oh.
I think that since we're kind of on the topic, because oftentimes these discussions, these podcasts and everything, we often compare what our topic is to other things that we've been watching, which is why we've, spoken about Agatha, Rings of Power,
Yes, yes.
in particular. We would talk about House of the Dragon and things like that. One of the things I said on Every Frame of Pause EFAP episode when we were
Insert
talking
number here.
about when we were talking about Rings of Power was I said it was a very joyless show. The show it felt meaningfully and noticeably lacking in any kind of joy and happiness. I never smiled. There was just something about it where it was just the doldrums. And in a similar but different way, Joker is a very serious and moody kind of movie that doesn't it's not you don't laugh when you're watching. It's not like a funny movie, but it doesn't feel like that's something that it lacks. You don't watch Joker and go, "Oh, we need more jokes in here. We need to feel like there's more happiness," because everyone's just sinking into this deep depression in such a different way that Rings of Power is. Like, it's very clearly going for a particular tone, and it executes it very well.
Yes.
So that it doesn't even like stand out as being odd. You don't suddenly notice that you're miserable watching the show. You just are like, oh yeah, it's like this is it's a very serious, moody kind of movie that's going for a very specific tone.
Yeah.
It feels very
Consistently-
deliberate.
And it's fascinating throughout. I find that I'm always in every scene watching this movie interested to see how Arthur's going to react to the things going on around him, because while I think he's quite consistent and his arc I think is quite well explained by the things that happen around him in the movie, he's such a wild card as far as like there's times where he seems really on the level and like a nice person who just wants to do good. But then there's little just hints of that, like things like when he'll paw through his notebook and you'll just see a couple pages that have some bizarre things on it. And it's like, whoa, maybe
Yeah,
this guy
because it
isn't
just references that one time he felt a certain way, and he put that in his book, and it's still in there from that one time that it happened, you know. But that seems like something that would happen, a real thing.
I think there's a lot of evil in Arthur, but the movie does a good job of balancing that out with a lot of capacity for loving other people as well. And it's like, what does that do to a person if you have this capacity, but you are incapable of being loved? And so that's never reciprocated. And it can drive people mad, I think, because, his brain, to put it bluntly, doesn't work properly. There's nothing he can do.
Yeah, I mean, we get an explanation as to why, really, because that's like that's a pretty rough reason why he's like this.
puts a different spin on all the things that's happening with his mother throughout the movie too. It's I think a pretty good revelation to be like, oof.
In a way that you don't want to say it dismissively, because the film does a good job at sort of embracing this as a theme and a concept. But one of the big themes of Joker is be nice to people.
Yeah.
In a way that a lot of in a much more complicated and realistic way, that because that's a very common theme in something like a kid show on PBS or whatever. Do you want to teach really young kids you should be nice to other people, but they do it in these very simplistic ways that you would be appropriate for a kid. But I think that unironically, maybe some people need to be reminded that you should be nice to people, because everyone you meet is fighting a hard battle.
Yeah.
And those little things, slowly but surely, can add up in other people's lives. So framing it in the context of this story and in this mature kind of setting, it can make a very seemingly very simplistic kind of theme seem like it's actually very important.
Yeah.
Remember this fundamental thing you learned as a kid that you should do as an adult still? Yeah, here's why.
Be
Because a lot of
cognizant
people
it,
out
'cause
there
it's
really
important.
need it.
Maybe don't give the guy on the train who's laughing shit and then beat him up.
Yeah.
Maybe you should just be nicer to that guy or leave him alone.
Yeah, you have become part of the reason why he is you know, an evil psycho villain now because you were an asshole to him and he just snapped. He couldn't take it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not
You
only
could have
would
done
he,
differently.
Which I think
if
is
you
a.
didn't,
Oh, go ahead.
hey, I was just gonna say, if you didn't bother him, not only would he not have shot you, it's possible he might not have ended up shooting anyone at all. Like, because all of the stimuli add up to the ending of this movie and what ends up happening. So that, and I think that the train sequence that I'm kind of, I guess, jumping ahead to because we've abandoned linearity here, is the first moment where he crosses the line and like actually kills someone. Like
Yeah.
it's now not just him being kind of a crazy guy who wants to be a comedian and has a creepy notebook. He's a criminal now and has murdered people.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he was getting the shit kicked out of him on that train. And I mean, there's
And it's
at a
not-
certain point, like you're obligated to defend yourself.
Yeah, and it's not the
Yeah,
first time
honestly,
he
and
got
he
beat up as well. Like, he's been taking shit for a while from different people.
I would even make the argument on the train, the first 2 kills, totally justifiable. It's the guy he chased down. That was murder.
Yeah, he went too far with it, and he's just like, "Fuck all you people."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds silly to point that out, but considering what the state of media is these days and how no one can seem to write a story to save their life, this is like overall, it's a very simple concept, which just tells me, oh, you had an idea in the beginning. So what do we want to do? Oh, we have this character who lives in a shitty place, who is also mentally ill, and we want him at the end to go crazy. Okay, what do we do in between all of this to make it make
how do
sense
we-
and not make it crazy, silly, and keep the tone? How do we get from A to B? What are we going to do? What are we going to put in between? It's like such a simple way to write a story, I would say. It's like, hey, we want to go from here, from there. Now we're going to put everything in between and see that it makes sense.
You can come up with all the little dots on the way.
Yeah.
Well, he gets fired from his job. Why does he get fired from his job? Well, because someone, some kids beat him up and it wasn't really his fault. Well, okay, so after he gets fired, what does he do? He has to do this. Well, maybe his coworkers don't treat him right. And you just start stacking little, more. And then over time, you have enough of those things where it's like, yep, now he has finally been pushed to the brink. He gets bullied by people on the subway and he shoots them. Okay, how does he get the gun? Well, because earlier, that's okay, he gets it here. Okay, blah, blah, blah. The gun pops up. It's just decently constructed. I mean, it's not like complicated.
Exactly.
I don't think.
No, I
but-
don't think so too.
But it's well, and we've said this before. Maybe what we need is well executed, simple ideas.
Yes.
Alien, for instance, I've already referenced that. Well executed, simple idea, instead of these shows like Rings of Power, that are trying to have all these plot lines melding together, all of these characters doing this, that, and the other thing, all of these insane, crazy plot things that happen and nothing makes sense and nothing fits together, when you could just have a really tight, well-constructed, simple story that follows essentially a single character and how they turned into a crazy clown man.
Yeah. Yeah,
think
exactly.
the-
That's nice.
This movie is very simple in terms of plot, but quite sophisticated in its thematic. It's very well considered, and I think part of the reason it's so powerful is because of that simplicity of the plot. There's very little fat on this movie. It feels to me, and there's
It's like
there's
a
lot of-
meal. If you're
Yeah.
focused on making a really good this thing, like a really good stew, a really good lamb shank, a really good couscous or whatever, you can be like, okay, I've got a very clear goal in mind. I'm not trying to make this massive buffet. I'm just making this plate of food. I can devote a lot of attention to its craft. And everything on that plate can support what is ultimately the main dish, and everything kind of supports this simple but well executed experience.
And your guests will probably appreciate that more than 20 different microwave dinners that you put out for them. It's like the thing that had care into it and actually
that's what Rings of Power is. Rings of Power is 20 shitty microwave dinners.
Yeah.
And the Joker is a fine, a wonderfully constructed, delicious plate of food from a proper chef. In a way, there's
You'll
Yeah,
still
go
have Go ahead.
To
Fringy.
sort of piggyback off of what John was saying about the idea of like it's simple, but it's thematically it's quite like layered and complex. It's interesting to think about. Well, so Arthur, it's like what's kind of like the fundamental drive? It's like, well, he feels invisible and he doesn't have any human connections, like meaningful, valuable human connections. He feels it's like that's like a very straightforward, simple want. Right, like
Very
that's like
relatable.
almost
Yeah,
like
arguably, I was supposed to
very
say a
human.
universal one. That's something everyone
baseline
feels at some point.
human connection. And then obviously, but in terms of like the idea of well, what makes it more layered and complicated, it's like, well, take for example the whole thing of like, you know, the film opens with him trying to force a smile because he's actually miserable. That there's like a mask that he puts on that conceals his true emotions and true experience of life. You know, to then lead up to the end of the film where he paints a smile on his face with blood as a crowd of people cheering him on, and it's like, oh, that's like in terms of the idea of it being thematically layered and symbolically layered, the idea that like the Joker, which is literally like clown makeup in a sense, a mask, is like a more true manifestation of his persona. It's like that's clever, right? That's interesting. That's like a cool idea, and the thing that was like built consistently throughout the movie. It's like the idea of taking something simple and then finding different ways through, you know, filmmaking language to build up and develop that idea and sort of stack more and more elements on top to where there's like there's a lot to identify in terms of pointing in that direction. It's a film that definitely benefits from being rewatched with that in mind, right? Of paying attention to how it starts to like layer and build up like symbolic, thematic elements throughout it. So in a sense, it's like it's simple, but it's not so simple, right?
Yeah.
Which is like in a certain sense, it feels like a lot of films can be pointed to in that way, right? Of being simple but not so simple, compared to other things where it's like, well, sure, like the plot is really complicated, but in terms of like meaning and substance, the story is quite hollow. Complex doesn't make it better. Something being complex doesn't necessarily make it better, in much the same way that something being simple doesn't make it worse. A lot of the greatest films of all time are, in a sense, conceptually straightforward, but that they're well fleshed out and developed and detailed and precise in terms of the storytelling.
It's one of the things that just makes 12 Angry Men such an easy thing to use as example of good movie.
Absolutely. Yeah.
It's like, why? Because there's zero fat on that movie. Like, there's not even a second set, really.
No, exactly. Whereas, and this would be, it was said before, but yeah, I don't feel that there are any scenes in this film that are superfluous. It feels like every scene is achieving something, either building character, advancing theme, or developing the plot. Even just like him on the bus, right? Just going through like Gotham, all of that is sort of building texture for what this city is like. What does it feel like to live in this place? And it's an oppressive place is the main takeaway. It's just an oppressive, grim, miserable place.
Yeah, you can easily imagine if you don't have people around you to, you know, especially if you don't have that much money. If you don't have much money and you live in a place like this and you don't have like friends, like, man, you could feel so isolated despite being surrounded by people. And oh, you could feel it. The movie really does a good job at making you feel like, yeah, I could believe how living in this place constantly getting beat up and made fun of and mocked would make someone go nutso.
Yeah.
Well, even just when he tries for the most innocuous and simple kind of human connection, where there's the kid on the bus who turns around and starts smiling at him, and he makes some funny faces, and then immediately the mom's just like turns around and screams at him. He's like, "Look, I wasn't doing anything to threaten or scare the kid. He just turned around and I smiled at him and made some funny faces so that he might laugh." It's a little kid on the bus. Never gonna see him or talk to him again. Wasn't gonna hurt him.
Yeah, this shows how on edge everyone in the city is. Like they're immediately like, "Oh, what's this guy doing to my kid? Just go away! Stop bothering my child." It's like, no, I'm just trying to be nice. Why is
No
everyone
one
so
terrifies
mean?
my child but me.
Well, and I also think it's well contrasted with the scene with Bruce Wayne at the gates of Wayne Manor later, because there it is like, well, this is a lot more inappropriate. You're kind of doing the same thing, but you're at this kid's home,
You went
uninvited.
there. Yeah, exactly.
And you got the kid's attention with no parent in sight to even say, yeah, no, it's okay. You can go talk to that man with the magic wand who's doing tricks, which I mean, no parent would, but you know, at least like he knew that kid's mom was right beside him. Like it's like,
Yeah,
I
exactly.
don't know, it's just a friendly interaction I'll have on the bus. This will be the nice thing that happened today, and then yeah,
It really isn't.
goes downhill from there.
But yeah, that's basically like the first 20 minutes is just building up the world basically we are in, and what I guess what Arthur's day to day is basically. Like we learn he works as a clown, does like gigs and like with this the sign spinning and whatnot. We see that the city is basically going to shit. Like there's, as we already talked about, there's like lots of trash everywhere. People are on edge. Like you have these youngsters who just take the sign and then beat the shit out of Arthur for apparently no reason at all, just because they're dicks.
Punk kids. I hate
Oddly
kids.
enough,
Yeah.
I believe because they thought it would be funny to beat up a clown.
Probably, yeah.
If you have a miserable life, then, well, maybe in a way, you know, the element of if you don't have, you know, any joy in your life, you want to maybe create joy by causing misery in other people.
Yeah.
It's this kind of snowball effect of people trying to get their jollies in very immoral ways.
Yeah. And
What I
then
really like,
Oh, go ahead.
what I really like about Arthur laughing is that it's not a device employed at random or like whenever the screenwriter wants something to happen. Like if you pay attention to the context in the scenes where he laughs, it's a stress response.
Yeah.
So like on
when another person might have a panic attack is when he starts laughing.
Starts laughing, yeah.
Yes. So when he's on the bus with the kid initially, he's making faces, he's not laughing, and then the mother scolds him, and then he feels bad for being scolded because he really didn't mean to like cause him any distress, and then he starts laughing, right? Because he's upset. Same with on the train with the guys who work for the Wayne Company. He's looking at the woman who is being sort of harassed by them, and he's feeling like, oh, should I do something? And like, I don't know, I don't want to start a thing. And then he's feeling stressed, and then he starts laughing, and that's what kickstarts that whole confrontation. So it's very carefully used.
Yeah.
That thing of him laughing uncontrollably.
His
It's
stress
cleverly done.
response there also accidentally kind of gets the girl out of the situation because it gives her that attention pull from the other for the other guys that lets her get away.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. And while we're like doing all this stuff, we have like the meeting with this council lady that I just had on screen. Because he's like having these health issues, so I guess she's like his like health safety lady. That's probably like a proper term for it that I can't think of right now.
It's his
Mental health caseworker, I think, right? Is that not what she is?
Probably
yeah,
something
like
like
a
that.
caseworker. Yeah, it's
caseworker.
yeah.
Yeah, and then just like, hey, have you done your journal? And then we actually see the journal on screen right now, and this is where you can also see, oh, he can't actually like write that well, like cents, like the money cents instead of cents.
I hate the fact that his handwriting actually looks a lot like mine.
Wait, what? That's a joke, right? It's meant to be written like that.
Does it? I thought I saw more examples like that. I thought that was like, but that makes just. more
Oh
sense,
no,
you
no,
know?
I meant I
Oh.
meant how his handwriting looks. But yeah, no, the sense
Yeah,
part
I
is
thought-
like
I thought
that's
the
the.
sense
It means I don't make
Definitely meant
money.
to be on- It's definitely
It-
meant to be.
No, now that I
emphasized.
read it again,
The-
you're right. Yeah, that's like one of those
And-
jokes. Yeah.
It's a bad joke because in a stand-up comedy routine, no one's gonna know how you spelt the word on the page. So
Right.
it doesn't work orally, right? It only works. if
Yeah,
you read it.
I thought I saw more examples.
It works in sign language though, so
No,
Okay, fair point.
never mind. Well, but that's still a good detail though, because it's like a joke, but it's still very telling about his, his mental state. So
I wonder how they
Yeah.
made a we were talking about the Black Widow tic-tac-toe thing and like all these little pieces of surrounding, like not necessarily prop work, but all this stuff that goes into kind of making a story on this level. You have you have his notebook and it's got to get filled with info. I wonder how they directed the creation of that notebook.
yeah,
Did they tell Joaquin to just, like you're really in
Scribble it?
character? Can you like kind of make a bunch of stuff, or can we sit down and can we put a lot of work and effort into making this prop here with all of Arthur's thoughts seem like it's actually something he made? It doesn't look like something that they just
That would be
like
kind of
randomly
interesting.
created. But
That-
I am curious how
I
they
guess
directed the
what I'm-
creation of that.
what I'm curious about is, I suppose that there's like details that are, like when he's doing the stand-up special and he opens his book and filters through, you see like these really violent like scribbles on the pages and stuff like that. When I see that, all I think is like that had to be like all of this had to be like very intentional in terms of the kind of things that are being shown
Absolutely.
in the notebook, right? Of like,
Oh, especially what's on screen.
I think there's like one time when he's filtering through the pages, he's got like a picture from like a Playboy magazine or something in there as well that you briefly see, and it's like, yeah, there's just like a whole bunch of these like little kind of like, sort of like off-putting, like, oh geez, are you okay,
Yeah.
bro?
Are you
Like
okay?
kind of thing
Yeah.
that you just see like briefly as he's filtering through his notebook.
Right.
To where I wonder.
Well,
if
yeah,
it was
because
a
that
case
notebook
of,
is
like,
just for him. It's for no one else. It's
Exactly.
Yeah.
just for him. So obviously he's not thinking that there's an audience watching the movie of his, life. So he's like, yeah, I'll put whatever in there for me because it's me. This is just for me. This is just my stuff.
Yeah, I think he doesn't have any filter as far as like, oh, if someone finds this, they're gonna read through it and then think I'm absolutely out of my mind. It's not on his radar.
Yeah, yeah.
He's just actually just putting his thoughts in there and trying to write jokes without a great understanding of how comedy works at all. But I think the reason he wants to be a comedian though is he's so miserable all the time that he just wants to be a person that makes people happy because he wishes someone would make him happy.
Oh, it's you can see it right above the main line, right? The important line is that he says like, I want people to see me, right? It's like it's the reason why at the end he's so like basically like thrilled.
Performative.
It's like it's I suppose an interesting thing about the dance, right? The weird awkward dance that he does is that it kind of comes up at specifically, you can say like specifically 3 points in the movie, right? Where like first time is after the three guys get killed on the subway, and then he runs into the bathroom, so there's like nobody around and he's doing it, so he's not like performing for anybody, and in a sense like an authentic expression of something that he wants to do, rather than later in the film when he's preparing to go on Murray's show, he's like prepping and figuring out like how to sit and how to respond and the tonality.
Makes the music play and has like a little curtain on this doorway and it's like, hey, what's up? Hey, just doing a little.
And then when he actually shows up, when he's like starting to sort of embrace the Joker persona, he starts dancing like more, and like kind of oblivious to the fact that anybody's watching. And then of course at the end of the film, he's dancing to an audience who are like thrilled with him. And so it's like interesting to think about that again in terms of like mirroring the idea of an expression of an authentic self. Obviously in this case with him losing his mind, right? It's but it's yeah, like the desire to be like seen and noticed and the not feeling invisible when there's, examples of him almost feeling invisible, right? Of like walking into the door that doesn't open. Like sure, it's because it's the exit, but I mean, it's like, it's like the world doesn't even recognize that he exists at like many moments, right? Of like nobody notices, nobody cares. But yeah, it's just like it's these levels of like attention to detail where it starts to get annoying when people are like, yeah, it's not that good though. It's like, I don't know, man. Like what is this if not like good writing?
Yeah, I don't know what else it should be.
It's a bit of a self-report.
Yeah.
How deep are you digging?
Yeah, it's there's so many details. This is really great. But yeah, you have like this council lady, and he's like, oh man, I just don't want to feel this bad anymore. He says like stuff like this, and then asks for more medication. Points out that I would have liked it better. I liked it better when I was locked up in the hospital. So we really set the stage. Like, yeah, this is him and his mental state. He's not doing so good, and everything that is gonna happen throughout this movie is not helping his mental state at all.
No.
Because you also see he lives like in this shitty apartment with his mom. They even share a bed. Like they're like in a really shitty part of town, which is also like the whole thing in Gotham right now. Like all the low work people, they just live in horrible conditions a lot of times.
Well, there's a strike as well going on.
Strike.
So none of the trash
Garbage
getting
strike,
picked up.
Yeah. We even get a reason why all the trash is there. It's just not just flavor. It's like there's actually a reason why this trash is everywhere in in the city. And then we started setting up like, oh yeah, have you sent those letters? Was there some letter in the mailbox? I was like, oh, what's up with those letters? Why is she so obsessed with this? Like, oh, she says that she worked for Thomas Wayne a long time ago, and she has been writing letters in hopes that he's gonna help her and get them out of the situation, because he's such a good man, and he would never leave anyone behind that was worked for him. Of course, this is all also delusional by her, because we learn later on that she's also very much a nutcase.
Yep. Well, this is even
for
twist one.
That's twist one,
first,
but
you don't even realize that she also is under the impression that Thomas Wayne is Arthur's father.
yeah. Yeah, because she believes he's a good man. We already talked about this condition and how this affects the people he just meets in his day-to-day life. Is like trying to make a kid laugh, and everyone is just like, leave the kid alone, you psycho. And then he starts laughing as a stress response.
Joker. Leave that kid alone.
And yeah, you miss like this little card when he starts having his laughing fits that he can hand to people. It's like, hey, I have this condition that makes me laugh, even if it doesn't match your current feelings. Yeah, he's like very much wants to be out of this situation, but like his mom is like, oh, just smile through it. Basically, you just have to keep going. But basically, his life is so shit. He imagines himself being like in Murray's late night show, because he likes comedy. He wants to do the stand up, and then we have like this whole scene where this fantasy where he imagines himself like, hey, I'm in the crowd in Murray, and he'll just yell out, I love you, Murray. It's like, hey, who was that? Who said that? Then he says like all these nice things that he believes to be very important to him, and just to be like good values to us. Like, yeah, I'm living with my mom. I'll take good care of her. She loves me very much. And then like the whole crowd's like, oh yes, yeah, you're a very good person. So yeah,
he is inventing in his head the idea that somebody is recognizing the good things that he is doing, when in real life his mother doesn't seem to appreciate him. And he watches this nice guy on TV. He's like, you know what? He would appreciate me. And wouldn't it be nice if someone was like, you know what, what you're doing is a really nice thing that you're doing. And he just wants a little bit of recognition, not just for his comedy that he wants to do, but the actual nice things that he does, meeting his responsibilities, being a generally good person. And he'll invent people to give him the thing that nobody else really is giving him in the real world.
Exactly. Yeah, it's like the...
Oh, yeah, now I remember what I was going to say. And there's a little detail, too, there, which kind of goes to show how much they were actually thinking about things. They don't all... When he says that he lives with his mom, everyone doesn't automatically say, oh, wow, you're so good. They start laughing at him, and then Murray stops them and defends them.
Right.
He's like, hey, wait a second. No. Like, I used to live with my mother. Like, sometimes it's hard to get on your feet out there. Yeah, like, before I made it, I was living with my mom. It's great that he takes care of her. So, like, the idea that someone... even around all the people who don't notice his value, still sees the good in him. And like, it's like, okay, maybe someone will be the person that'll be like, yeah, you're all right, Arthur.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Good attention to detail. But yeah, I think next then we see his workplace. I think that's after his fantasy, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Yeah, he's back at his workplace. I think this is the first time we see like his actual workplace. Yeah, because we first see him just as working with the sign, and now we're in the workplace, and it's just kind of...
Well, we see him in there right at the beginning, but it's just when he's like putting on the makeup and then forcing him to smile, and then he's clearly not very happy at all.
Yeah.
I love the name of the company, Ha-Ha's. It's so simple and colorful, and it feels like something you would see in like Batman the Animated Series or something. It's just I feel like the approach to the screenplay generally was just like, let's just keep things simple and distilled as much as we can all the way through.
Joker's got the hostages locked up at Ha-Ha's Clowns for Hire.
Exactly. Yeah, it's like his friendo here. Oh God, I forgot his name now. Was it like Ryan or something? I mean, doesn't really matter that much. But he's like his quote unquote friend, work buddy, whatever. He's basically like, hey, sorry about you getting jumped. Here, take this. And it's like a revolver with ammunition. And he's like,
That's Randall.
Randall. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
But well, Arthur's like, I'm not supposed to have a gun. Like, I have a mental condition. I really shouldn't have a gun. He's like, oh, nobody needs to know. It's fine. Don't worry about it. And it's like, oh, that's nice. Thank you. But obviously, he's gonna fuck him over.
I wish people would just come up to me and give me guns.
Guns are
It's like,
expensive, aren't they?
Sometimes, yeah. Someone just gives you a gun. It's like, hey, here's a gun. Listen, you might need it. Here you go. Here's a gun.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Thanks, Santa.
Thanks, Santa.
I'm Gun Santa. You've been a very good
Gun
boy this
Santa.
year. Here, this is Generation 3 of the Caltech 70,000. Here you go. I was like, well, Santa, I didn't know. Thanks.
Yeah. But already you can tell, okay, like, shit is not going that very well for him. But we're not done, because we just keep piling on throughout the movie. He's like, hey, the boss wants you in the office. And it's like, the guy who is having his sellout sale thingy.
Going out of business sale, I think it
yeah.
was.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, it could have been any. Here's the thing. This is what we talk about all the time: is opportunities. Everything you put in a show, anything you put in a movie, when you're writing a story, everything's an opportunity.
Yeah.
What kind of a sale is it? It's a going out of business sale, huh? It's just one of those little details of things aren't really great in town. It's really tough for a lot of people. So if there's a sale, even a sale is in the context of it's a going out of business sale.
That's a good point, yeah.
I think, isn't it say on the arrow, like, everything must go?
Yes.
Something
Everything
like that.
must go.
Which obviously there's a psychological parallel with that, right? That ends up actually what happens in the end. It's like he just fucking throws all of his fears and doubts out the window, and then he just fully embraces himself, you know?
Oh yeah, so he's at the boss, and he's like, yo, the guy said you just disappeared, and he wants his sign back. You just didn't come back. And it's like, dude, I got jumped and beat up by people, and then they broke the sign. It's like, and they stole the sign and then beat me up. It's like, why would they take the sign? That doesn't even make any sense. Just give him his sign back. They have a everything must go sale going on right now. Just give him this sign back, or I have to take it away from you.
Do they want everything to go, or do they want their sign? Make up your mind. Okay.
So if you don't give it back, we have to take it off your paycheck. And they have like this scene where it just slowly zooms onto him. You kind of hear the boss in the background, and he just smiles. And then we cut to him in an alleyway and just starts kicking the shit out of just some trash bags because he's just furious already. He's like, fuck this shit.
Ain't fair, man.
Yeah.
Oh, what I like about the push-in is like you can almost see the violence in his head. Like he's just imagining doing horrible things to this guy, and you sort of get
yeah, look at his face here. Just look at him.
It's like a brief glimpse of his enormous capacity for evil. Like he could just fucking tear this guy apart, but he won't.
It's
Not
the
right now.
It really, like the fading in of the sound effect, right? It gradually fades in the sound of him kicking the bags and like losing his shit outside.
Yeah.
If they ever make
I was just gonna say he's doing a really good job of having the top part of his face have like a different emotion than the bottom half.
That's how you tell it's not an earnest smile.
Exactly.
It's the eyes. It's the eyes,
Yeah.
boy.
Absolutely.
He would make, if they ever make like a dark retelling about a crazy chocolatier with a wacky factory, they should have Joaquin Phoenix play the purveyor of this establishment.
Would
And
work.
speaking of Joaquin, like what he put himself through to do this, I mean, like in terms of dieting. Like
Oh, yeah.
I think he ate like an apple a day for like 2 or 3 months just to drop that enormous amount of weight.
Yeah.
Not
Might
that he
have
was
been
a
his
big
hatred
guy
of
initially,
doctors.
but
No, I know what you mean. It's just because there were times when his body just looks really weird. It's like,
Yeah.
man, you look like malnourished. And,
Really lanky and
like,
thin.
Yeah, exactly. Which,
yeah, well, I was I was going to mention that great shot where I think he's like pulling apart the laces on his shoes or something, and it's like a slow push in from behind on him. He's got no shirt on, and he almost looks kind of freakish. It's like
he
I don't know if it's
really
the
weird.
angle or whatever, but like it just looks a bit odd, like deliberately so.
Hang on, let me get it here. I know what you mean.
It's like he's coming apart at the seams as well as the shoe that he's.
There it is. Like the way his arms are positioned and everything, like
It looks so weird.
the just the spine, you can see it. It's just like, ugh.
It looks almost alien. Yeah.
Obviously, the massive bruise from him getting the shit kicked out of him the day before, or the same day even. It's ugh. Yeah, it's nasty stuff. But then he gets to meet the nice lady from the same floor, which I'm pretty sure like this is when he actually just meets her and the child, and it's like, yo, hey, what's up? And they're just in the elevator, and obviously this is gonna feed into his delusions that he's gonna start dating her throughout the movie. Oop, where's my notes? My notes went away. Give them back.
Where did they run off to?
I don't know what they need to come back. But yeah, they're in the elevator together, and just like, oh man, this place really is the shits, huh? He's like, he doesn't actually say anything. He just kind of looks at her and just like, uh-huh. Oh yeah, she does the like the shooting yourself in the head motion first. And then he does it back when they leave. And then they, well, he has fantasies about dating her, but they actually never see each other again until later on when he just goes into her apartment. And she's like, whoa.
It is another one of those very, like, relatable things of, if you're lonely, you don't have anyone in your life, and you see some pretty girl or you see anybody, and even the most mildest, smallest little connection that gets created between you two is something that could spark the imagination of, oh, what if we were like deeply in love with each other and we lived together and we were boyfriend and girlfriend and stuff like that.
That's like a quick thought you might have as a normal person when you see like a really pretty girl.
Yeah, just the little normal
in the train. It's like, oh, imagine that would happen. Anyway, let me get back to my phone. But for him, it's like, oh, this is gonna be my fantasy for the next 2 weeks.
Yeah. I have a reason to get up in the morning again. Cool.
Yeah.
Hey man, whatever gets you through the day.
Whatever gets you through the day. So yeah, that's gonna start happening now, and they do it pretty subtly. I'm trying to remember if I caught on to that when I first watched it, because I don't remember. Obviously, in the rewatch, I knew already, but I can't recall. Do you guys remember if you caught up to this being a fantasy or not?
And on my first watch,
on your first watch.
No, I did not.
No.
Then it hit, and then they had the. Well, we can talk about whether this was an appropriate use of flashbacks or not. But when I did watch it the first time and they had the reveal, I was like, oh, it all makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
The way that he acts with people, the way people respond to him, it all comes together. Like, oh wow, I could totally see it now. It's a really cool reveal.
Yeah,
it's a really great way to build. Yeah.
Because I was looking at the people in the background when they were at the diner. You see this one guy that's just at the counter, just looks at him weirdly. It's like, oh, that's a neat detail, because they just see him basically talking to himself.
But because he's a weirdo, you don't even think that it. Because we're as an audience, we're like, yeah, it's Arthur. He's a really he's a kooky, crazy, wacky guy.
Yeah.
So it kind of masks in a very reasonable way. It masks what's actually going on here. Is like he's just having a full out, essentially, delusion.
Mm-hmm.
But to us, it's like, oh, we're used to having people in this world look at him weird because he's a weird guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's entirely appropriate when you're telling a story about a character like this to have like a rug pull where there's something that he thought was real throughout the movie that isn't real. And this was really well done. And I think this kind of thing, you have to be very careful in execution to get it right. And it was done very thoughtfully. Like the initial meeting with the girl, there's just the right amount of interest and disinterest on the girl's part. You know, where like she is just trying to make conversation in the elevator, and then when he does like the gun symbol, like or like to his head, she's just like, like you can't really tell if she's like she thinks it's funny or it's just like, okay, that's kind of weird. Like
What
it's
an
just sort
unusual
of
guy.
Yeah.
mute. It's like muted, like right down the line. Like you're not sure what exactly she's thinking one way or the other.
It's been rated by X-Ray Girl. Thank you very much. Hello, everybody.
Thank you, X-Ray Girl.
Who's that?
That's my wife.
Oh my goodness.
Whoa.
There's nepotism for you.
Gotta love it.
Is your girlfriend a figment of your imagination,
Here's
or
hoping
is
not,
she
but,
real?
Hey, you know, I don't know. Is life a simulation? Is it not? I guess
my
I'll
God.
find out someday. But
Did you meet her in an elevator and an apartment complex?
no, on a subway actually. Though it was while I was using my phone.
Did you
to go
laugh
through
to save
Tinder.
her from ne'er-do-wells and rapscallions?
No, I just swiped.
Did you
at the
murder
right
them?
time, it
Oh my
seems.
god!
Oh
Did you
God.
kill those people?
I don't. I don't recall any murders.
I don't recall. I
Good
pled,
answer.
I pled the fifth.
Good answer. That's a good answer.
Yeah.
But yeah, we see like one more scene where he follows her to her workplace, which I think is still the real person, I imagine. But then when she starts showing up at his door, I think that's when the fantasy starts. At least that's how I read it.
Yeah, having it be a bit of a he starts pursuing her, and then he starts to become sort of complacent in the idea of the fantasy that he has.
Yeah, maybe he realizes how creepy the thing was. Like he follows her to the school and just looks like an absolute creep, like with the hood on and everything, just follows her around. Then she goes into the bank. He's like, oh, maybe not. Or maybe he
this
just,
is what we
gets
call
scared.
bad optics.
It's bad optics. Again.
I might be misremembering, but I like that like some of the scenes, or maybe just one, is left ambiguous as to whether she's actually there or not. Like I think maybe the only the scene where she's actually there is the first meeting. When he later goes to her, or I think she goes to her apartment, or his apartment, and says, "Were you following me?"
Yeah.
Like, I feel like that scene could go, like, it's deliberately left ambiguous. I can't remember if it's part of the montage, like the reveal montage
is.
closer
It
to
is.
the end. It is? Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
there's no one there. That one is definitely fake.
Right. Okay, my bad. So I think that the first meeting might actually be the only one where she's actually there.
Yeah, it might be. But I think the one where he follows, I think that's a real one, because I don't think that one is part of the...
Real. It's just the interactions that they have are not real.
Yeah.
Positive interactions, basically. Or like the real interactions, like the substantial ones.
But yeah, that's just you can pile that onto his mental deterioration. I think I said that right.
But he has to invent that somebody's interested in talking to him.
Yeah.
Not so good.
But yeah, then we see. We even get to see what he does for fun, because as we know, he likes the comedian guy on the telly. So yeah, he likes stand-up comedy. So we see him go to a little comedy club, and he's just listening to the comics there, and he even is
Just laughing out of order.
laughing out of
Yeah.
order, which is weird.
He's so out of step with everybody. Yeah. Laughing at all the wrong things. And taking all the wrong notes, because he's taking notes about like what's funny.
Yeah, I have it on
One
screen.
of his
and I was
notes is like sex jokes are always funny.
I think the way he writes is
That's
funny.
true.
He
That's
says
some good life.
he
That's
says
good life advice.
he writes sexy jokes, always funny.
Yeah.
This is like the way he writes
Sex jokes are funny regardless of context. That's very true.
Yeah.
So an interesting one is eye contact. It's just like, damn.
Right.
Damn. Like that's something you felt you had to write down.
Slick hair.
There's one thing. It's such a sad movie. So much of the time it's
Yeah.
so like
That
depressing.
is sad, yeah.
What else is on here? Work the crowd. Yeah, that's a good one.
Slick
Dress
hair? Question mark? Question mark? Question mark?
slick hair. Dress nice but casual. Make what is this? Dozer the variation. I have no idea what this one says. The third one.
Yeah, no, I can't really make it out.
But yeah, I could like always make funny observations. I was like, yeah, I mean, if it lines up, sure, but
By the
don't.
way, just a detail that it's so small, but like I like it when notebooks have stuff scribbled out.
Yeah.
Because people make mistakes when they write. People make mistakes and they cross it out, and then they
Yeah.
keep writing.
I mean, if I
Well,
look at my
the
notebook
problem
over
is
there,
that people make mistakes in the writing and they don't cross it out.
that's how Rings
And
of
then
Power
they write
happens.
the next Galadriel scene and they just carry
Yes.
on as if nothing has happened.
No.
Yeah. Again, so many great details just in the show, everywhere.
All of it seems in place. It all just
Yes.
fits together. Everything seems like there was someone. It's like someone was always asking, "Does it make sense for it to be like this? Would this really be how it is in this movie?" Let's make sure that the answer is yes. Let's do what we can to make it a believable world we're making here. Even though it's not a fantasy world. It's not crazy and kooky with insane world building and anything like that. It's basically like a normal world that's just a bit different than ours. You know, it was a little while ago. It's kind of like a shitty city and stuff, but it's very grounded in that sense. But we still want it all to fit together. Don't take having a grounded setting for granted and just assume, oh, we just put whatever in there and it's all real. People will believe it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't have to do a whole lot of just don't
another
think about
shot,
it. It's
yeah.
a Joker movie for this one. It's all pretty grounded.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was this element of it's like they said to themselves when they were making it, if people do think about it, will we give them an answer? Will they be rewarded for thinking about it a little? What's up with all the trash? Oh, there's a strike.
No.
I was like, oh, there's a sale. Oh, but it's going out of business because it's hard times for people. Everyone's on edge, so they treat them a little bit different. Everything on the subway's dirty and Oh, and there's an election going on, so there's signs and stuff, and people are talking about the Waynes, and it's an excuse for Arthur to see him on TV and his mom to see him on TV. Why would he be on TV? Oh, because there's an election and he's talking about what he's gonna do. There's like a reason for things happening. Things don't just randomly happen.
Yeah.
There's the little kind of nod to the sort of, I guess, like the Batman Begins idea of escalation, where Batman shows up and then the Joker happens, where they're like, yeah, there's super rats overrunning the subways in New York, and the mayor's thinking about introducing super cats.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of clever dialogue in this movie that pertaining to the idea of wearing a mask versus not, and what you were just saying about like things like the super rats and super cats, like the idea that something super needs something super in return to fight against it, and sort of like subtly alluding to the idea of Batman. And then you have Thomas Wayne talking about how if you wear a mask you're a coward, which is obviously ironic. It's very clever, subtle dialogue without being like overt about it. Like it's just well done and subtle enough that it all fits while having these nods to like the comic book elements like Batman and stuff.
Yeah. Also, just more world building stuff. Like just in this shot, if you just look at it, not only you have like the joke book where you just one writes his jokes, obviously, but then you have like this one thing where you can tell it's like, oh, this is what he actually feels like. The worst part about having a mental illness is people don't expect you to behave as if you don't. It's like, oh yeah, that's definitely how he feels. And then just look at the table in general. Like it's like scuffed. There's like these edges that are fucked up and everything. Like just keeping up with the fact that they have like a shitty apartment with probably heavily used tables and everything. It's just small details like this that just make everything just come together so nicely.
Yeah.
It's good stuff.
Like how the dialogue about supersized animals is also kind of a fun nod to enemies like Killer Croc in Batman.
Yeah.
You know,
Oh
where
yeah.
you can actually have like supersized animals in the sewers.
How long does it take to get from super rats to croc?
Yeah.
2 acts.
Yeah, then we get actually the scene where now see I checked the name of her because we actually I don't think in the movie itself I don't think we actually get her name like ever, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't think we do because they don't ever have a chance to exchange it.
Yeah, but apparently she's called
Yeah, I can't recall.
Zazie Beats.
That's her.
Zazie
That's the
Beetz.
actress. That's
Oh
the
wait,
actress's
Sophie. Sorry, I read it.
Sophie Drummond. Yeah.
Dumond, whatever it is.
Drummond is a
Pretty
great
lady.
last name. If my
Yeah.
last name was Drummond, I'd change it.
But yeah,
I know of
Dumont.
Drummond, but I've never heard of Drummond.
Dumont probably is how you say
Dumont.
it's probably Dumont or something. Yeah.
Dumont.
But yeah, no, she's like at the door and it's like, hey, were you following me? It's like, I thought you were about to rob the place. Like, oh, I mean, I have a gun. I can come by tomorrow, which is actually a really funny joke. Like, I
That's
actually
actually
like,
a pretty
Yeah.
good joke. He's like, well, you know, I've got a gun. I can rob the place if you want.
yeah, I come over tomorrow. It's like, oh, damn, good shot. You should probably write that in your
I-
notebook.
Yeah.
By the way,
Accident.
one of the things I like about him actually telling a couple funny jokes is that it shows that he has a potential that's kind of unrealized.
Right.
And
Yeah.
a lot of like shitty comedians, they'll all eventually tell good jokes, right? Being a good comedian isn't the capacity to be able to tell a funny joke. It's being able to do it decently regularly. Everyone can hit the bullseye. It's just a matter of how regularly you can do that. That makes you a marksman or not, you know? So actually giving him some credit and be like, no, he can actually come up with some funny jokes.
I
You
think
know,
also
it's just that no one supports him.
it's the confidence in his delivery that does it, and the idea that he's having a positive interaction with someone gives him the confidence to actually make a joke that could sound really creepy, but he delivers it well and he pulls it off because he sounds like a guy who's just flirting and having fun, as opposed to a crazy person that's trying to pretend to be funny.
Building on that, not only do I think he's the type of guy who has the capacity to tell jokes, but to understand jokes. Like there's a scene that stands out to me, in contrast with the one where he's like out of step and laughing at all the wrong things. There's a scene when his mother is in the hospital and he's listening to Murray on the television and he makes a joke, and Arthur like authentically laughs because he actually gets the joke.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, I initially thought like he was just so out of step that he wouldn't be able to really get it, but here he does. So it's like there is that potential there. Yeah, but that comedic knowledge of like how to tell a joke properly and how to get a joke as well. I mean,
You have to be, the smarter you are, the more jokes and the more comedy is kind of opened up to you. It's why a lot of people, like there's a difference between, well, Norm Macdonald would probably be a good example. The smarter you are, the funnier he is, in a way, because Norm is a really smart guy and he doesn't tell jokes. He knows that a lot of the jokes he tells are just, they're not like everyman jokes. Some of them are, but a lot of the times the way that he does his delivery and the stuff and the names and things he uses are like, oh, this guy's like, he's actually really, really smart for seeming like a goofy dude.
Rest in peace, you Canadian treasure.
and intelligent on that, not only in terms of comedy, but like in a sort of survivalist way as well. Or like you know, when he's on the train, he shoots the guys, and he's chasing down that last guy, and he stands halfway on the carriage and the platform, and he's waiting to see what the guy does before the doors shut. Like it's a smart approach. Like there is intelligence in Arthur that is untapped, and that if he is the actual Joker in the comic books, that would obviously becomes this mastermind, right? So that ability to like there's a criminal mind there as well. Not just criminal, but just like he's a survivor. you know?
Yeah, he has the ability to strategize to an extent, and that could be unlocked as he gets rid of the big kind of barrier that's stopping him, which is just his insecurity. So gaining the confidence that he gets at the end of the movie, I think theoretically could really be like almost the first day of his life kind of thing. It's like now there's nothing in his way and he can actually think properly.
Yeah.
Not properly, but like effectively.
Yeah.
It's important to portray him as having potential and confidence because it plays so much into the, people just would have been nice to him, supported him, then he'd be out here making people laugh potentially. He might be, he might be a force for good in the world, but he's been turned evil in a sense.
Mm-hmm.
Well. Yeah. Talking about turning evil, that's what's happening currently, because he just came back from his job at the children's hospital that he got, or his gig from the job, where he was, just making children happy, just making them laugh, having a bit of a smile when they're sick. But he just does like some stompings, and the gun drops on the floor.
The reaction of just everybody instantly recognizing,
Yeah.
oh, that shouldn't be here.
That's weird. Why did that happen?
He does try to salvage it though, because he tells them shush.
Yeah.
But it doesn't work.
He does, yeah. He puts it back in and acts like it's part of it, like a
that
joke
was
and
a joke.
everything.
Let me see if I can
He
get
even
the
says-
frame, because the workers specifically, I think their faces are really telling. They're like,
Yeah, the kids are just confused or think it's
Yeah.
funny, but the employees are all like, "What the fuck?"
Like,
dude?"
yeah, why did this guy bring a gun into a children's hospital?
Yeah.
hang on. No, fuck. Wrong button.
It's good too that they established at the beginning that he's not supposed to have a gun too, which means he can't just be like, look, like I've been beaten up a few times this week on this job. I brought the gun because I have
Yeah.
to travel to and from this place. Sorry
Yeah.
it fell out, but what was I gonna do? Give it to one of the kids while I was doing my act?
Yeah, if you look at the
Yeah.
workers, like the one guy's like angry. The guy on the right just looks confused, like, why is this there? And yeah, all the kids are
He
like,
even
I
has an
don't know.
excuse for his employer when he gets back. He's like, "No, it was a joke. It was just
prop.
a just a
Thought it-
joke, just a prop gun. It was just fake. I thought it'd be funny."
And pretty serious firepower too. I mean, it's a 38,
Mhm.
like not a simple like a 22 for like very basic self-defense. Like it's just like, why you got a 38 on you? I don't know. Maybe that's standard for Gotham
That is
City. I
that
don't
is well, that's standard for life. You don't get a 22 for self-defense.
Look at him. He was
No?
like, shh.
Nope.
Shush.
know. What would a 22 be appropriate for then?
Mostly
Varmints?
planking environments.
Oh,
You could.
okay.
It is lethal. It kills more
Oh,
people
yeah.
than any other round. But
Yeah,
if
you
you're going to
can
get a gun
definitely-
for self-defense, you're not going to be like, I'm going to put my life in the hands of this 22 LR round. Like,
Mhm.
no, you're not.
Right.
Jamming on
It's like
rimfire
it's
can be a
the
problem,
38
too.
revolver is just it's an extremely appropriate little handgun that people would have in this world.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Yeah,
a
because
bang
you wouldn't
pistol.
at this point, or at least the level of technology. I don't think they're specific about what year this is. We know that it's like inspired by 1981 New York, but they wouldn't have small automatic pistols, like really tiny ones, unless you're getting something like a Walther PPK, which would be ultra expensive. But
It's
uh,
definitely
like,
a lot more
little-
common to have revolvers
Snub-nosed
for
revolver,
self-defense
yeah.
back then. And it just looks, I mean, there's something about a revolver looks scary in a way. It's a very gunny looking gun. It's very appropriate. You see that in a setting like this, especially when is Randall Wright gives him the gun and it's in this like brown paper sack and there's just like loose cartridges in there along with the gun. It's just so casual and haphazard that it fits into this just the attitude that people have about that sort of thing. That would, like, to me, because I've bought guns casually from people because America.
America.
And if someone came up to me, like if I was like, hey, sure, I saw your ad for the gun, let's meet up at this parking lot or whatever at the whatever, and we'll show up, and they pull out a brown paper sack with a gun in it, and it's got like random bullets in it, I'm thinking like, this is weird. This is really odd what you've chosen to do here. This is not professional behavior.
Nope.
Why is the serial number filed off of this one? Don't worry about
So,
it.
Just one.
I found it like that.
Found him in a bin. But yeah, he calls the job, but he gets fired. The boss was already like, you're weird. People are weirding you out. So the people are weirded out by you. So yeah, no, you're fired. So yeah, good stuff. He he also lost his job, which he's probably very happy about. No, he's not. Then he makes his way back home. He's on the subway, and this is where the three Thomas Wayne,
The 3 80s investor
Yep,
guys with suspenders.
with
That's
suspenders.
how 80s they are.
Patrick Bateman's without the chainsaw.
They're very 80s guys. I hope none of them have bonitis, though. I guess they got. I mean, I don't know. Would I rather get shot in the head or die of bonitis? Or...
Bonitis death seems very painful.
Bonitis, yes, it does. But hey, you can cure it in the year 3000.
Yeah, you just got to remember to. Hey, watch Futurama, everybody.
But yeah, here's a train station. These drunk guys come up. They've been kind of bothering a lady, and well, he has his laughing response, a very aggressive one actually, because it starts slow. They kind of see him, and then it gets more and more, and then they start creeping up onto him, and then it gets like
I gotta say, by the way, Joaquin Phoenix makes it seem so uncomfortable that
Oh,
like,
yeah.
the laughter, like physically uncomfortable, like,
because he laughs, and then
trying to
there's
express
something like a cough in between there, like his throat is getting dry from all that stuff.
Literally choking on his own laughter.
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, he's like gasping for air.
But yeah, these guys are drunk. They probably came from like I don't know, maybe like a workplace party. And yeah, Arthur is not doing so well, of course, and they kind of start bothering him. And they grab him, and he's starting to kick them. It's like, just leave me alone. And then the one guy punches them in the face, and they start kicking him while he's down. And well, he still got that revolver, and he starts shooting. He starts shooty banging. He kills the two guys on the train, and then he goes one step further from possible self-defense. I don't know if that's actually called self-defense or like aggravated. I don't know the actual terms.
I think what I was saying earlier is that I think you could argue the first two is self-defense because those two people were a threat of him. The first one
Yeah.
for sure
One,
because they were actively
ran
beating him.
down, yeah.
Yeah.
The third guy was running away, and he chased him down.
Yeah, he was
You
actually
could not
waiting for him
argue-
to
You could not
get
argue
out.
that third guy was a threat.
Yeah, that was
like
that's murder.
Yeah, that one is straight up
That's
murder. Yeah, that's what I mean. He went one step further and chases him down. I think he got him in the
well,
leg once, then a second time outside, and then he walks up to him, looks what he does, as I think Mark pointed out earlier, and then shoots him with the last rounds in the back.
That's a detail when he, like, after the third guy's run into a different train carriage, and it's like Arthur is sort of recognizing what's happened. There's a little gesture of him pointing the gun at his head, but he stops pretty quickly.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah,
Before deciding like that he's gonna get the last guy.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just yeah, it's I mean it's violent. And
Yeah.
it's yeah, like
It is an
it's-
appropriate sudden display of violence and noise that just like oh shit, like yeah, this
And,
is what happens. Shit goes down. Like a gun is introducing a gun into the equation is high stakes, and now people are dead.
Yep.
And he's in trouble, and like it is a huge shift in what the narrative stakes are. And the movie treats it seriously.
Very serious.
Well, yeah, it's something that it's violence is it's strange, like the nature of how it can, like the kind of tone that can be caused by violence, particularly like when it's more graphic. Because when you look at something like Mortal Kombat is so goofy that even though it's insanely violent, like it would be weird if somebody, you know, like it'd be weird like if you were thinking about like a fatality in Mortal Kombat and being like, oh well, that's like horrific. It's like it's so stupid.
Yeah.
Like it almost like it gets so stupid and over the top that it almost like ceases to have the effect compared to something like this, where this is like realistic violence, which is disturbing.
Yeah, because we also
Like
we worked for 30+ minutes piling on shit that's been happening to him, and just all the whole the whole city is just tense, everyone is just on edge. Everything, the shit is going down, and he's been being piled on. He just lost his job as well. And yeah, he just fucking snaps here. That's the second time he gets beat up in the last week or so.
Mm-hmm.
And this time he had a gun that he got from his co-worker Randall, and yeah, he uses it. And then he goes one step ahead because, like, you know what? Fuck this guy too. I'm gonna follow him and end him fully.
Yeah. Demonstration of conviction as well. It's like, no, you're not getting away from this.
Yeah.
You don't get to walk away just because you got scared of the gun.
I find this scene distinctly horrifying in a good way because of how it's just so well done. And like, I've seen a lot of movies and scenes, obviously, with, you know, guns, and, you know, some of them badly done, some of them are really well done, but this one sticks out to me as being really unsettling. I get like a combination of the lack of music, the way it's shot, particularly when when there's only the one guy left and he's just petrified, and he's just,
Yeah.
I think he's already shot in the leg or something, and it's pouring down his leg, and he's running out, obviously panicking. And then there's this shot where he's on the platform and I think he gets shot again, and he falls, and he's at the base of the stairs trying to climb up, and he's just screaming for help, hoping that somebody will hear him. And he realizes, I'm probably going to die here. And then he does. And it's shot in a sort of voyeur way. I think it's shot from like the opposite platform, or maybe like on
Yeah, I have it on screen.
the train track itself, like on a carriage
It's a pretty
platform,
wide
maybe.
shot. It seems far away.
Yeah, he's like having his arm stretched out. He's aiming at the guy. He's here to kill him. Like there's nothing else is happening here.
Like we're a bystander on the platform watching this happen. We're no longer like seeing this from Arthur's perspective in a way, where we were close up and it was a lot more intimate when, you know, it was the first two guys and earlier on. Now we've panned away. We're no longer with him, so to speak. We're watching him from a distance. We're not connected with him anymore. He's gone too far.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. Right. And it is quite appalling in a good way, and it needed to be like that, and that scene has real punch to it. And that is sort of the break into Act 2, I think. So
Well,
like,
yeah,
it
this
needs-
is the inciting incident of the story,
Yeah.
essentially.
Yeah. Right.
I mean, look at this. Like, we're just watching him aim at him, and he waits for we said it before. He waits like a couple of seconds while he's trying to climb up the stairs, and then I think like he has like 2 more shots left or something in the revolver, and just puts him in his bag, and he's donezo. And then you have like this short moment where he just gathers himself, realizes what just happened. He's like, oh shit. And then he just starts running. Like he starts running for I don't know how long. And ends up in a public bathroom. And then the shift happens. He just starts to do like his slow dance. And he's like, ooh. It's like almost like he's in a zen state. He's like, that felt good.
In a sense, yeah, because it's
Confidence.
'cause it's awkward, but it's like he's not awkward about it being awkward.
Yeah. It's very different from the earlier dancing scene. We saw him with the revolver in his hand in his apartment. We just kind of does like the weird one, which just feels much more self-conscious about it. But when he's in this public bathroom, he just goes like, he's enjoying it. He's like going slowly. He looks like he's in tune with it. And he goes like, ooh, that felt good. Like he stood up for himself. He didn't take the fucking shit anymore.
There's a lot more grace to the way he's moving here than there was
That's a
when
good
he's
way
in
to
his
put it, yeah.
apartment. Yeah, when he's in his apartment and kind of being like, "Hey, Arthur, you're a really good dancer." Like that scene, he's dancing much more awkwardly in that scene than he is here. Here, it seems like he actually has confidence behind him. He's sure of himself for once. Feels powerful.
Well, and this, because this kind of kicks off the transformation, I suppose. Because it's like from this point onward that he starts to become more and more like assertive and proactive.
It's one of those things that feels like this must have been written into the script, but it actually wasn't the initial idea. The BTS on that is actually quite interesting. 'Cause
What, the
originally,
dance
Oh,
was
really?
the original idea?
no,
Yeah,
'cause-
let's hear this.
Really?
well, yeah. So Joker is supposed to run into the bathroom and just basically hide the gun in a vent or just. I think the way it was initially conceived is that he opens like a grating and hides the gun, and then I guess I remember Todd Phillips saying like, well, like, is this what he would do? Would he be that concerned about the gun? Like, what does he even know enough about police forensics to like know what exactly to do here? Would he be able to put his panic aside to be able to consider these things? And him and Joaquin were just standing in the bathroom for an hour talking about the scene. And then Joaquin, I think Todd had said, look, the person who is doing the score for us, it's a woman, I can't remember her name. She
from, like,
had done
Norway?
yeah, I think so. She had done some music in advance, and Todd let Joaquin listen to it. And then he just started doing a dance to it, and he pitched the idea of just dancing. And Todd was just like, that's cool. This is like, it feels like this is like Joker, like coming out, sort of, birthing in a way. And then they just decided to, like, they made that up on the spot, on the set. And then they shot that. And then that ends up being like an iconic part of the
Recurring
movie.
thing. Yeah, it's that's interesting. I didn't know that, but
That's awesome.
That's very
think the
interesting.
I fucking
Yeah,
love
film
hearing
the-
shit like this. Like they do stuff and then they talk about it. The actor is listening. He's there, and then they talk about it and come with something up, and then awesome shit like this happens. Like it's just yeah. This is how it's supposed to go. To talk to each other.
I think the film throughout has a real improvisational quality, and I think that's due to Todd and Joaquin, like the way they both work. Because like Todd Phillips obviously has his comedy background doing movies like The Hangover, which I actually liked the first one. But like,
everyone's
like the first
Yeah, the first one's quite good.
Yeah.
I haven't watched him
Old
in
School
so
is one of
long.
my Old School
But
is
then-
also one of his, and that's one of my favorite comedies ever. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I didn't know he did Old School. That's cool. But yeah, well, like with Hangover 2 and 3, all of a sudden it felt like they had serious tonal issues, where it like the films had an identity crisis, and it felt like Todd wanted to do something darker and a little more action and sort of dark psychologically, but I guess he felt trapped doing these hangover movies.
Right.
And I always felt for him. Like I felt like he really found his footing with Joker. Like finally, it's like this is the right project for him.
I think it shows that if
And,
you have a passion for telling good stories in good detail, there's all kinds of different tones and vibes that you can do well.
Yeah. And I think like him working with Joaquin Phoenix, Joaquin is like the perfect match, not only for the film, but like working with somebody like Todd, who understands how to do improv. Like when you're doing a comedy movie, there's a lot of room for improvisation, right? Where people just like throw in jokes that weren't in the script. You just make shit up on the day. And you're just like, oh, that's funny. Let's do that.
Wouldn't
Let's
this be
record
funny?
that."
Oh yeah, it is funny. Let's put it in our movie.
Oh, but then there are other times when it's like, yeah, maybe it was funny on set, but it actually doesn't work very well.
What if
in
we
the
just
movie.
Ghostbuster it? Fuck. That's infamously Ghostbusters.
I mean, and that's
funny. We just improv.
that's where talent and good judgment comes in the editing process, where it's like, look, even if something was super funny to you guys on set and everyone who worked on this is going to howl at it, is anyone else going to get it? And you need to be honest with yourself if you're making a movie for other people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's good. That's good stuff. In any case, this is funny because it seems like he's pretty clear, like he has like a sort of clarity, but the first thing he fantasizes about is going to Sophie, I think I said her name was, and basically fantasize about having sex with her, which did not happen. I think it's just it's a fun.
Absolute delusion.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's very much
Yeah.
a part of the power fantasy. I am, being idolized by someone to the point where they're having sex with you after you do this incredibly powerful thing. Like I can kill people, I can defend myself, I can, I can exert power into the world, and now there's this lovely lady, and I really, really like her, and we're gonna have sex, and that's gonna be, it's all part of the same thing. It all adds up to the same desires that he has.
Also, I'm not going to say a word to her. I'm going to knock on the door. She's going to open it. I'm going to kiss her, and she's going to be like, "Oh my god, this is the best thing that's ever happened to me."
Yeah.
God, smell of gunpowder turns me on.
Delicious. I'm gonna lick it off your balls. What? Who said that? I didn't say that.
Why is there gunpowder on your balls?
This is another example of why this like imaginary character device is really well done. Like in terms of like a sequence of events. Like I don't think you can do this if it weren't for the delusional scene preceding it, where like she comes to his door and says, "Were you following me?" And then they sort of they build a certain connection there that wasn't there before, that justifies the possibility of him going to her door and her being attracted to him enough to like accept him coming in and just kissing her outright.
Well, I think,
and then sorry, go ahead.
What I would add on that, I suppose, as a thing, is that this is almost a cue for you to start being like, really?
Yeah,
because
I was
it's
gonna
a little
say
bit
the
too
same.
theatrical. It's almost like it's a little bit too
Right.
like crazy that this could be happening. It's like, yeah, this seems like something that would happen in a movie, but not in real life. Like it's there's a level to which it feels like it's kind of a story that's being created. It's not quite realistic enough.
People's fantasies are often very cinematic. If you don't think about, like, if you want to tailor your fantasies to explicitly not, if you have an awareness of that, then you could have your fantasies obviously be, less fantastical in a sense, less cinematic. But a lot of the times when people think about, wouldn't it be cool if everyone on the bus clapped, they would think about it from the terms of like, like camera angles, like it's a movie, a theater play, that kind of a thing. So the fact that it seems so movie-like is just, that's how it would be. That's how people have fantasies. It's very romanticized.
I do agree. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say the tip-off, I think, is her reaction to his response, because it's, "Were you following me?" And he kind of admits it, and she's like, "That's cool." It's like, well,
I was hoping
would
you
she say that?
robbed the place. It's like,
the scene suggests that she's actually kind of into him.
Yeah.
Which sort of helps this scene where he walks into the room. And I agree, Fringy, that this does have a fantastical quality to it, especially considering the fact that it's shot in slow motion.
That also, I hadn't thought of that specifically, but yes, that's a good point. That applies.
But I think what the ensuing scenes where you see the girl just casually with him helps diffuse that, where it's just like, oh, I guess that did actually happen. I guess they're like a couple now. Okay.
In a sense, I think it diffuses it, but it also kind of contributes to it, because there's a degree to which that she is a little bit more shallow as a character than a lot of the other characters that that he interacts with. Right? We don't actually know that much about her, and she's like around and nice and everything, but it's almost like she's not particularly fleshed out in a sense. Which obviously in another story would be like, oh, well, that's kind of like a flaw, right? And it's like, yeah, but it's in his mind, right? Because it's not a real relationship. So in a certain sense, that also contributes to the reveal kind of being like, yeah. Like, I can totally see that. Because when I first watched it, I was kind of thinking like, I wonder.
Yeah.
I wonder if she's a figment of his imagination. Yeah.
Yeah. And like, I think the implied sex scene and the scenes where they're just together afterwards, they benefit each other. Like the implied sex scene is important to establish the plausibility that she would be hanging out with him like that, to that degree. Like if that sex scene wasn't there, the fact that she would just be like out and about with him at the hospital or whatever would like seem odd. So, like, I think that the sex scene is the implied sex scene is very carefully considered.
Like, basically everything in this movie, because this is a good movie.
This is a very good movie. It is.
Isn't it nice to talk about something good?
It is, yeah.
I just like to point that out
Instead
sometimes.
Here's the 17 reasons why this doesn't work.
Yeah.
Instead of saying, man, it's really nice that they spent all the time and effort to make something really nice and
Yeah.
had a level of care and appreciation for the story and all of its elements, instead of just like cutting away every conversation for dramatic effect or just saying, this just happens, whatever, moving on.
Funny Mauler isn't here. Well, maybe he shouldn't be so busy, and then he could have joined. He was invited. That busy.
Learning who our real friends are, I guess.
Yeah. I don't actually like that Mauler guy. But don't tell him.
I'm gonna tell him you said that.
No.
He's an
he-
eldritch being.
he'll never know.
We're just we don't exist on his scale. He looks at us from the depths of the cosmos.
Mauler is a bad guy. He made you play Outlaw. He actually didn't. I wanted to check that out anyway. I only waited for his reaction if it was be a good memeable game to play, and he said, "Yeah, it has some funny memes." And then I
Playing
got it.
Star Wars Outlaws is one of the steps towards Mahler's Lovecraftian madness
Yeah.
induction.
Gollum is another story. He definitely
Gollum's another
he made
one.
me play that game.
You know too much.
Take some at least consolation of the fact that Gollum, when we did the Gollum EFAP and he put the supercut and everything together of it, that was literally one of the funniest days of my life.
It was awesome.
I haven't laughed that hard, and I can't even remember when I laughed that hard.
It's like I need to rewatch that supercut.
It was one of I was in pain. My face hurt because I was laughing so much constantly.
Gollum was a very weird one in a lifetime experience. I feel like I don't think we're gonna get anything like this again. It was something special.
Ooh, yeah, it
It's-
seems special.
Yeah, not necessarily in a good way in terms of what the game is, but what we made out of it, I think was was pretty great.
Maybe the real precious were the laughs we had along the way.
Absolutely.
True.
For every RE4 in Dead Space, we get one Gollum. That's too many Gollums. I don't think I can take that.
Didn't IGN give Gollum a higher score than Space Marine 2?
Yes, they did.
Gollum won the arguments.
60 and 64.
Gollum won. Damn. Interesting.
That's crazy. Space Marine is a functional game.
Yeah, it's fun.
yeah,
it's
like
fun.
I don't know really anything about it, but people say, yeah, it's pretty good.
I've been
It's
enjoying it. I haven't played it nearly enough, but I just enjoy Rings of Power so much. I just don't even want to play video games anymore.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Uh,
Rings of Power does destroy your passion for life,
Yeah.
so I can understand what you mean.
but for a break, I play Outlaw, so that's all good.
It's good to really remind yourself of the good things. Yeah.
Yeah,
Outlaw's got a 7 apparently, which makes it a full point higher than Space Marine 2.
that's fucking crazy.
Look,
Wait, what?
I seem to have the
IGN
highest
give,
opinion
Space
about-
Marine 2 a 6?
Yeah, they gave Space Marine
got
2
a
a 6.
60.
Gollum
and
got
they
a
gave
64.
64.
What? Okay. What were you about to say, Rags?
I was saying, it seems I seem to have the least negative opinion of Outlaws, and I've played it the least, and have tried to follow its handholdy, go along with it the most possible, which is interesting. The person who thinks the least negatively about it is the person who's played it the least.
Yeah, the idea that it's a 7, that it's yeah, it's a good game. It's like
That's nuts.
we
There's no
actually-
way. That's
that's
delusional.
ridiculous. It's
That's
that
the. I
game
hear
is
people
so
say that, and I
fun.
think you're getting paid off.
I just think it might just be that it's actually, damn, if you not played that many video games, that's a little bit more of the vibe I get. It's just shit.
I think even
you know,
G-Man
all that,
Lives gave it a G-Man Lives gave it a pretty good review, and I've been watching his videos for a decade. It seems like he's played a lot of video games and generally has pretty good takes. But granted, I've not played Outlaws, but it
Well,
sounds
don't.
like
I
you
would
might have
not
missed the mark on
recommend
that
it.
one.
I would not recommend
No.
it to anybody.
Yeah,
Do
so
not
no
play it.
interest.
Avoid.
I
It's a
got the
miserable
Ubisoft
experience.
Plus thing, so I don't have to get the actual version, and I still think I pay too much.
I had a pretty
I-
good time with Jedi Fallen Order, and I've still not played Survivor. So Outlaws is very far down my list of games to ever play.
Oh well.
There are more games far more deserving of your money,
Oh,
because it's
100%.
Outlaws is $70 if you can't get. You do what I do and
the
get a
base
key
version.
from some key selling site to save yourself,
Yeah.
20 something bucks.
Yeah, I just
but-
got Ubisoft Plus, so I paid basically $70 for it. I need to remember to cancel that though when I'm done with the game.
Key resellers are a good cheat code to shorten that cost difference between PC gaming and console gaming. Because if you're saving like $30 on every new release you buy, and like that, and that adds up over a year.
Now, I typically I will only use them if I'm getting a game that I think is way overpriced or something like that. I don't
Yeah,
do it for
same.
games that I'm like really want to support the developers and stuff like that. It's for like, oh god, how do I lessen the financial hit of this game that I
Yeah.
They told me
Video
not to buy
games.
Battlefield 5, so I went to a key reseller and spent $10 on it. So
Oh, there you go.
there you
Oh,
go.
$10,
There you-
jeez. No, I
Yeah,
was thinking
Battlefield
places like
5?
CD
Yeah.
Keys or Humble where it's like 20% off or something. Not like, wow, here's a new release game for $10.
No, I didn't get it when it came out. I got Battlefield 5 when 2042 released, and that was shit. So I went to G2A and got a key for the definitive edition for $10.
Nice.
Ah.
Where were we? Oh yeah, he shot some people. That was fun.
We're at the scene where he punches out.
He punches out, yeah, because he goes to his clown job. He has like a little clown horn even, which I don't know. I just find clown horns funny.
Called Clorns.
Yeah, he gets like his stuff, and it's like, did you really bring a gun to a children's hospital? It's like, is that part of your new act? I actually like the joke he makes. It's part of a new act. You dance. If it doesn't go well, you just shoot yourself. But then he's confident now. He's like, oh, that's funny. Why don't you ask Randall about it? It's his gun. Oh, I guess I still owe you money for that, huh? Because I didn't mention it earlier when he was talking to the boss on the phone. He told Arthur that Randall told him he bought the gun from him, which is not true. He just gave it to him.
Yep. Randall fucked him over.
Yeah.
He's a Weasley little liar, dude.
Yeah, and he says, stop talking out of your ass, Art. And he has a little clown horn, goes like, wee, 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 and throws it away after he says that, which I think is pretty funny.
The funniest part, which I don't know if I was supposed to find it funny, but him punching out is hilarious to me.
Yeah, it looks like the scene is over, but then it's like, oh no, I forgot to punch out. And he just punches the shit out of the machine.
Unhinged, punches the machine off the wall. I don't know what it is. I find that really funny.
Yeah,
I find it really funny when someone gets so mad that they just like repeatedly punch or kick some object.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that is sort of a Joker kind of joke. Like, hey, I'm going to say this thing and then slightly warp the context and turn it into a pun that relates it to the violence I'm about to do.
Joke. It's a good joke for sure. I'm like in universe and out of universe.
Yeah. And then he leaves the thing and crosses out the forget to.
Yeah.
And it's like, don't smile. He's pretty much over it. He's done with that shit.
Another great shot. Many. I could see the Wes Anderson influence for a lot of these symmetrical looking shots.
Even there's like a little dance on the bottom of the stairs.
Shots. Yes, he does. Which it's hey, look, it's foreshadowing for the iconic dance down the stairs.
The Joker stairs.
Yeah.
Yeah, it continues. He's home now, and it's like, oh look, it's Thomas Wayne on the telly. And then she wants to say something, and he goes like, shut up, mom, basically. Which I don't think before that he would have done because he likes his mother.
No, that's the thing. It has kickstarted a bit of the transformation.
Yeah.
Of being more
Becoming a
assertive.
grown up.
But yeah, basically Thomas
Because
Wayne
remember,
is like,
he hates women.
he does. He hates.
That was one of the big things that people were saying. He hates women.
That's so strange.
Makes me wish that the term media literal. I have a situational disability. Leave me alone.
It just exists as a thing
permanent.
for people to declare that somebody's not allowed to have an opinion on something.
It's just a meme now. But
It's a
you are
thought-terminating
dismissed by
cliche.
me.
yeah,
It's a stupid thing.
He kills 5 people in this movie, and they're all men.
Well,
He
yeah,
wishes
but
they were women, though. In his head fantasy, they were women screaming.
It is kind of. I am glad that media literacy as a term now is like not something that can be thrown around casually. Like it has sort of become a meme at this point.
yeah.
Of just like media literacy is what you say when you declare that other people aren't allowed to have a perspective on something that differs from yours.
Yeah, it's gotten to the point where people like, oh, you said the thing. You better be able to make this isn't going to be a meme, right?
You have something to back that
You're
up
actually
with,
back
right?
it up. Yeah.
But yeah, he sees Thomas Wayne on the television. He's like, oh, those are all just clowns. Because basically what happened is people are actually on the side of the random clown killer in the subway that they don't know who it is. But they're like, hey, he killed these guys that work for Thomas Wayne, the big shot of the town that have it way better than we are. And apparently there's no people walking around in clown masks and are like super happy that he killed those 3 people. And Thomas Wayne is obviously like, that's crazy. I don't condone that at all. I think they are clowns because they think it's cool they kill people.
It's another example of very well considered dialogue, because
Yeah.
the fact that so much of this plot hinges on Thomas Wayne saying they're all clowns.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it's like, but it sounds at the same time, it sounds like something he would say in an interview like that. Like it doesn't stand out as being like awkward phrasing or anything. Like it accomplishes both things simultaneously, which makes it so good.
Yeah. I'm checking something right now because he's now back at the caseworker. Yeah, okay, so I didn't imagine that. I never actually noticed that up until now. So this is the first scene where we see her. There's like all these things stacked up everywhere. But if we go to the part where we are now, where she's basically telling him, yo, the funding has been cut, we can't do shit for you anymore. The place is pretty empty behind her. Like everything has just been worked on already, basically. Let me see, where is it? I had a perfect shot earlier and then I moved away. God damn it. There you go. See, there's like all the cabinets, they're empty
They've been cleaning out
because they're cleaning
all
out.
those little
yeah.
details. You didn't have to, but you did, and that helps me.
Yeah. And I only
you
now
know,
notice
just
it.
leave it all.
It's really good.
That's neat.
But yeah, she basically he goes on to say, it's like, I've been telling you the same thing forever. Like I wasn't even sure that's what Arthur says. I wasn't even sure if I was real up until recently. I don't even know if I was a real person or being on this planet because everyone kept ignoring me. But you know what? Now I know I'm real because, you know, he killed people. There was like something that happened because he did it.
I'm actually impacting the world. The things that I
Yeah.
do matter. They affect the things around me.
Yeah, people are finally starting to notice me, is what he says.
Yeah. I mean, hey, they're trying to find out the killer this whole time. People are mentioning who's the guy who killed the 3 people on the subway. People are noticing. He
Yeah.
matters. People are they might not to say his name, but that's
He's
all
the
right.
talk of the
They
town.
are talking about him. He is, in a sense, you know, he's got that fame.
He finally feels like he has agency. And now, especially that he's off his meds, like he's obviously just going to lean so far into that.
But yeah, she tells him funding has been cut. This is our last meeting. I can't really do anything for you anymore. And he's like, wow, who am I going to talk to? How do I get my medication? And I think she just says, well, I'm sorry. Frankly, I don't give a shit about people like you or people like me. And that's how the session ends. I think he does like a low volume fuck that he says because he realizes I'm not getting any medication. That's probably a bad thing.
Probably is.
Yeah.
However, I've been told by people who have a lot of media literacy that the theme of the movie is that you shouldn't take your medication.
Oh no.
So,
What?
Jebby, no.
oh, you did not know this.
Oh, was it? It was one of the Jenny
That was
Nicholson
Jenny
things?
Nicholson.
That was
Okay.
the
She
EFAP
said.
coverage we did. I
It's
say we. I
hilarious.
was there for that
Yeah.
one, right? Yeah, I think I was.
You were there in spirit either way.
Yeah, that's
but
true.
Yeah, that's the thing that she said.
God,
That's what this movie's about.
Yeah, we had it all wrong.
mean,
Lads,
how-
we gotta start again. I have a new perspective on this movie now.
Okay, well, I won't speak directly of her, but
Why?
how does one get the impression that him not taking his meds resulted in good things in this movie?
Well, first you have to have media literacy.
Oh. See, I don't have
Okay.
that, so
Did you see the ending? Does she know what happens to Gotham?
It's all good. They all stopped using their medication. Or something.
Okay.
He got on TV.
If anything, it's bad to cut programs that might be giving people who could be violent their medication. That might be one that you want to keep going for as long as you can.
Yeah. No, we cut that. Get it out of here. In any case, now with his newfound confidence, I guess, he goes to do some stand-up. He goes to the comedy club and does a little stand-up routine. And he bombs horribly. It's not going very well at all. He just has his laughing fits. Everyone is like, what is happening? Actually, like one of the jokes of the guy before him that is on stage. It's like sex is like a parking lot. It's like,
Yeah.
oh, this one is disabled. Hopefully, no one's gonna see this. It's like,
It's like men versus women compared to driving a car versus finding a parking spot. Yeah, it's some clever
Yeah.
material.
it's like we're like, there's a spot, there's another spot that would work. It's like, oh, I have to pay. Never mind. It's actually kind of fun. It's like handicapped. I hope no one sees this. It's like it's pretty good. I like it.
I can park in those.
But yeah, he goes up on stage and he sees Sophie in the crowd, who is definitely there for realsies.
She's being a supportive girlfriend. I don't know what
Yeah.
you're talking about. That's what a good girlfriend would do. Be supportive.
I
Yeah.
like the way that's shot too, because it's like a wide where she's not initially in it, and then the camera has to like pan over,
Yeah,
and then you just see her at the edge, and then I think it pans back. It's just subtle camera moves that sort of sell the idea subconsciously, if you haven't clued in already that she might not be real.
but yeah, he goes on stage and it's really uncomfortable because he has his laughing fits because he's very fucking nervous, of course.
Yeah, he
And-
doesn't quite have the confidence to handle this yet.
Yeah, and
Like
obviously
being
no
in
one,
front of a crowd
yeah,
with a
obviously-
microphone.
and no one in the crowd knows
Now
about
even-
his condition. Of course, they're probably just like, why is this crazy person starting to laugh before he even started telling any of his jokes?
Even for like normal functioning people, the idea of speaking in front of a crowd on stage can
Yeah.
be terrifying.
It is.
So-
Public speaking is one of the most common phobias that people have.
Yeah.
I think I'm not sure if this is actually true, but I've heard it that people would like rather join the military than go up on stage and perform. Like,
That's
people would
Yeah,
rather
it
go
is
to war
legit.
than
I
do
think it may be the most common phobia I've heard is public speaking.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
How
you
true
could-
that stat or whatever it was is, but yeah, it's public
Here, let me,
speaking.
yeah.
public speaking.
in
What
a
else?
place like America, you could maybe argue that the military population does exceed the amount of people who are comfortable with public
Well,
speaking.
yeah, but the spirit of the question would be like, would you rather go to war or would you rather get up on a stage and speak? Which is damn. It's. I mean, I suppose it's the reason why is because it's like such an acute instance of you are getting up to be judged,
Mhm.
and there is very little barrier between you and the judgment. The judgment is like persistent and palpable. So
There's nothing you can
know.
hide behind. You'd have to run off a stage that's elevated where everyone can see you running away.
Very exposed. And I mean, it's something that basically every successful stand-up comedian talks about, right? If you want to be successful in stand-up, you have to be prepared to bomb hard and
Yeah.
a lot.
I've seen like Tom Segura and his peeps like on podcasts talk about how they bombed like people that you know now, like Shane Gillis, Tom Segura's like, oh yeah, I had like they still have things where they bomb like private gigs where they go to like some private party and they just get hired to go there and they're just there. But it's
Yeah,
like
this
it's
is
like a
not the
work.
right crowd.
It's like a work party. They're just there to get drunk on company expenses, and then this random comedian comes up, and they're like, "We don't really care that much." And then he does like a program, and no one's really listening or anything. But yeah, that's just something you need to be prepared for, pretty much.
Yeah, depending on how hoity-toity the crowd is, Tom Segura getting up there and talking about the fact that when he goes to a hotel, he always comes on the curtains because he knows they don't clean those. Like, there could be people that are like, "Why is this person at our work function?" Tom Segura is funny though. I recommend.
Oh yeah, I like his comedy quite a bit.
Yeah, I like him. I never heard that joke though. That's cool.
It's I think it was one of his first Netflix specials. It was all about the
Yeah, yeah.
great thing about hotel sex being that you can totally disrespect the room. You don't have to worry about it.
It's pretty funny.
That is very true. You can do anything in that room.
Also, Shane
don't
Gillis
have
has
to go-
become one of my favorites to listen to. His comedy specials are fantastic. He's a
He's
fu-
funny.
You know, we were talking about like in the context of, I guess, stand-up comedians and people with disabilities. There's one with cerebral palsy who's pretty funny, and he is
Oh, yeah, I
very
know the guy we were
very
talking about.
noticeably like disabled in the terms of he has cerebral palsy,
Mhm.
but he's a comedian and he works that into a lot of his jokes. Is I have
I love
cerebral
that shit, yeah.
palsy, and he's really funny, and so that's what you got to do if you got something like that. Like if you like, there's one who's there's like a midget and he's a comedian, and so a lot of his comedy is based off of he just being a midget,
Brad
and he's very
Williams.
very funny.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think it's it. And he's a funny guy. You want to lean into stuff like that.
Yeah.
And that's what Joker should have done. That's what Arthur should have done. It's like I laugh at everything regardless of whether or not it's funny. I hope that you guys will too. You know,
Yeah.
things like that.
People mentioning Dave Chappelle, obviously, in chat. Yeah, Dave Chappelle is the man, dude. Dave Chappelle is awesome.
Dave Chappelle is an element that you can enter to the incorrect crowd though. Like if he was doing a,
Oh
a
yeah, and
corporate gig.
he loves that shit. He eats
Yeah.
that shit up. It's amazing.
Well, Norm Macdonald was like that. He would specifically be spicy and edgy just because he loved the reaction to it.
Yeah.
You could just see that shit-eating grin on his face a lot of the time when he knew he tells an inappropriate joke from a place, because he just loves the idea of people having reactions to it.
Yeah, it's good shit.
Dave Chappelle is in an optimal position where he can say whatever the fuck he wants.
Oh, he
He's
does
like- he's
whatever he
made it
wants.
at this
He
point.
he smokes in like every venue, even though he's not allowed. And he puts
Dave
that. I
Chappelle,
think
you're not going to lose him.
he talks.
Well, actually, I think that
Yeah, he talks
actually
about-
depends on the
he talks
depends
about
on the
that.
venue. You can actually smoke a cigarette if it's part of the performance. I think that's why.
Oh, he just does it
are
after
allowed to do it.
when he does like the after bit. It's just he just says, "Oh, they told me that there's no smoking here, but I'm just gonna do it anyway because I'm Dave Chappelle." That's basically what he said.
Okay.
You're going to kick out Dave Chappelle? Nope.
No, keep talking.
No, well,
Dave
hey,
Chappelle is a funny
well,
comedian.
he is a funny comedian. He is funny.
Yeah.
True.
Of course, the
Show.
second I have to blow my nose, everyone goes silent immediately.
Why? Yeah, we were
Listening.
waiting for you to. Yeah, we wanted you to blow your nose for the people, for the good people at home.
What's the thing about
Silence,
Discord
please.
too?
Metal's blowing his nose.
Everyone,
Well,
please
Subscribe
please,
for more
places.
nose noises.
Places,
when it's-
everyone.
When it's a Discord show too, you don't know when the person's like indisposed unless their mute button's on or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, stand-up comedy,
Anyways,
it's good
Joker.
stuff. I love stand-up comedy. Have you guys seen? Well, we added. Have you guys seen Kill Tony ever? Have you guys seen that show?
Yep.
No, I have
there is.
not.
That's one of the greatest comedy concepts I've seen. So basically, what is
Kill
this? It's
Tony?
Tony Hinchcliffe, and then he has like some random assortment of other comedians on stage, and they have a hat where people throw their names in, random people out of the crowd. They get them on stage, and they get to do a minute of comedy, and then they get roasted or get tips or whatever. And there's some people in there that have been incredibly funny, and people that have been so horribly bad. It's amazing. If you want one of the peak versions of that, they recently did one where Shane Gillis had like a Trump costume on, and shit, I forgot the name of the other guy. He was doing a Biden costume, and they were in character the whole time. It's the funniest fucking shit. It's so good.
That does sound funny.
It's really good. Shane Gillis has probably the best Trump impersonation ever. Like he can do
Yeah,
it
he's
so
really good.
well. And Adam Ray, thank you, Chad. He does Biden. He also does like an incredible Dr. Phil impersonation, which he was also on that show with, and it's great. Adam Ray is a fucking gem. He's super funny.
I don't
think
like
it's
that people who do impressions have kind of a negative reputation a lot of the time, because people who do good, funny impressions of people,
Yeah.
are extremely high tier, I think.
Yeah, they had
Yeah.
they had the actual Dr. Phil make a short video for him because they're like their funniest guest of the year. So they made the actual Dr. Phil record giving Adam Ray the guest of the year award for being Dr. Phil impersonator on the show. It's fantastic. They had a show in Madison Square Garden not too long ago. I still haven't watched that show, but yeah, it's it's good stuff. It's good stuff. Highly recommend. It's on YouTube. They just put it out on YouTube. It's good shit.
Yeah,
There
I need
is
to
a-
watch more of it because like I've only seen a couple episodes, and my impression of it is like it's an acquired taste because there's like when it's cringe, it is omega cringe.
Oh,
and
it
it's
can
like
be
this-
really painful. Yeah.
One episode I saw, it was just cringe all the way through, like, and some with some good material from the people who are roasting, but like man, because they have total amateurs come up,
Yeah.
and like it's open mic night, and it's just like some of the material, or like a lot of the material I found was like really rough, like a lot of jokes not landing. And you either like that sort of thing, or you're just like, oh, I can't watch this. Like,
I have on occasion perused YouTube's videos and gone looking through like terrible amateur comedian performances, and sometimes they
my.
are so bad that they are like they could be fascinating.
It creates some
You
really
showed them
funny,
for the-
really funny things though, because there's like, oh, how much have you done stand-up comedy after they like completely bombed? They say like, yeah, for like 6 years, and you go like, oh no, he's so
How
bad.
did you make it? Like I don't know, man.
yeah, I feel like it's divisive. I love watching people bomb, but I know people who like they can't watch it. It's like intolerable.
Well, that's because some people, when they bomb, it's like some movies that are bad are hilarious because they're bad, and some are just bad when they're bad. And it's the same thing with comedy. Sometimes it's just really painful and cringe, and sometimes and even cringe can be good to watch. It could also be miserable to watch.
Yeah.
It depends. There's a lot that goes into it.
Yeah.
Yeah, highly recommend. It's I like it quite a bit, but be prepared. There's cringe here and there for sure. It's
Here there be cringe.
here there be cringe. Talking about cringe, Arthur just bombed on a show, but he was happy. He just smiled through the pain because there was like a song playing that said that kind of, and he was just. We didn't really hear them not reacting. There's like a little track over it where it sounds like they were cheering, but obviously that was not happening, as we soon learn, of course.
I think there's something deliberately odd that happens with the sound design in like a non-diegetic way, where you're meant to not hear largely what the crowd is, how the crowd is responding.
Yeah.
I can't remember exactly how it's executed.
Do we hear him say the "no one's laughing now" joke now, or is that in the Murray show? We heard that for the first time. I actually can't recall.
I think that's the
no,
Murray
you
show,
hear it.
isn't
I think you hear it in the club as well, I believe.
Okay, you hear both.
Okay, because the subtitles went to the music. That's why I wasn't sure anymore.
Or if you don't hear it in the, yeah, no, I'm pretty sure you do.
No, that's
No,
fine.
no,
that's
I'm
fine.
messing myself up.
Fight.
No.
Death battle. That's an internet show. Do they still do stuff? No, not another
Death
tangent.
battle? I don't know.
Yeah, they're like battles between popular characters, and they animated them and stuff. It was quite entertaining back in the day. I don't know if they still do stuff though. But yeah, he goes back home. He's having a good time because he had his big date, as he said. He's like smelling like perfume, and his mom's like, "Why are you smelling like perfume?" It's like, "I had a big date," and he went like to the club, and he's like, "Well, whatever. Can you send the letter? It's very important."
His
But-
mom isn't taking an interest in his life and not
No.
being supportive of his endeavors.
Exactly. And
This will have no repercussions.
No, not at all. I don't even know why you mentioned it, to be honest. It was quite silly of you.
Here's some
I
life
think-
advice. Be nice to the people who are going to take care of you at the hospital, theoretically.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Talk
I
about
sus-
being
It's like, be nice
to
to the people who handle your food.
being nice to people. When he was punching out of work, the little fella, he was nice to him, and he even had a little smile. Arthur had. I mentioned that because that's important later, in case you don't remember, Chad.
It is important later. Be nice to the crazy psychos.
Don't come to school tomorrow. You're
I
cool.
suspect that the mother wouldn't be disencouraging in any case. Like, I feel like she's not supportive of his comedic endeavor because he is actually not funny. Like, he just can't pull it off. So I think she'd rather that he sort of put himself in a direction that would actually work for him. I don't know what that would be, but
It would be how you go about doing that. If you have a son who's doing something and it's just probably not going to pan out, there's a way to tell them that you're probably wasting your time when you could be doing other stuff. And then you offer them like alternatives, or you say, actually, I think your strengths are here, here, and here. And so you can explore those and do things with those instead of being like, nah, you're not funny. Don't do it, you know.
Yeah,
that's true. Yeah.
because we have this scene earlier. I think we kind of glossed over it, where he is, cleaning her in the bath, and he just kind of lies to her. It's like, oh, you know, my program, my bits, they're ready for the big leagues, you know, for the big clubs. And she just basically says, oh, how did that happen? Aren't comedians supposed to be funny? Which is like, ooh, that's rough. Obviously, we know.
And they do not have that relationship where they can like jab at each other like that. He's telling her this in earnest to like get some affirmation of his talent and to get some, you know, support from her. And she's like, you suck though.
Yeah. Obviously, you can tell she's not that well mentally herself at this point already. So when you watch it, you kind of forgive it. And you kind of forgive it, if you know what I mean. It's like, oh yeah, she's probably not doing that well. She's just kind of being a dick by accident, I guess.
Since her first scene that she's introduced, she's always comes off as like fatigued and just almost clinging to life in a way. Maybe not that bad, but like you do get the sense like she's not well.
Yeah,
she's just existing, you know. She's not really.
Yeah, but when she says, hey, can you mail that letter, it's important, he actually opens it. Apparently for the very first time. He never knew what she actually wrote in detail. I guess he just thought like, oh, she's going to write some letters. Like, hey, can you help us out? But no, he reads the letter and it says, hey, me and your son need help. It's like, what? Excusez-moi?
What does she mean? I'm the only son that she had. Oh my god.
Yeah, obviously it's like, hey, Thomas Wayne is your father. They had like a bastard child. You're a bastard. There you go. Is that the right way?
Bastard.
No, whatever. But he's very angry. It's like, is it true? It's like, yeah, but it is true. We could never tell you one because, you know.
Is it true? I'm not funny.
Is it true? Am I not funny? It's like, I signed some papers. I'm not allowed to talk about it anymore. And then he says, it's like, imagine what people would say about Thomas and me. It's like, what do you mean with you and me? Yeah, so what they say about you. It's like, oh, what would they say about me? So she's again being like a bit of a bitch to him.
You're a freak.
So yeah, another twist on the tipples on Arthur's life.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
They twitted Arthur's tipples. And now he's gonna kill people. Boogie is gonna be. But listen, Boogie's already. He has already fired a gun. Okay, is all I'm just saying.
He's almost there. Not as agile.
At the end of Act 1.
We love Boogie, and he's a great guy. All right.
Yeah, I guess the good news is he's not chasing anyone down.
That's true. That's true.
I'm just looking at this article here. Just Thomas Wayne announces, blah, blah, blah. Gotham resident, successful businessman. Thomas Wayne announces this morning that he will be running for mayor of Gotham City in the upcoming citywide election. The reason I'm looking at this is because this is like reads like an actual article that exists, you know?
Yeah.
Like, after inherently the Wayne family fortune.
Like the Notebook.
Yeah. You remember Batwoman when they just copy-pasted the Wikipedia article?
And they left the...
really?
Left the annotations in there.
I wouldn't have noticed if I didn't see the footnotes.
Yeah.
They kept the footnotes in. And I was like, why is there footnotes in there?
You didn't even edit your Control-V.
Yeah.
Why are there bracket numbers here? What the hell?
That was so funny.
Odd. That's an unusual thing.
Footnotes in a newspaper are not very common.
Yeah.
Like, Jim, we think you might be plagiarizing your articles. There's some there's some things here. We have questions.
Yeah, that was fun. But yeah, it's just it's just details. Details. They go a long way, especially if you have a movie that's already good. You start looking into deeper and more into more details, and you find these things. It's like, oh man, this is like, the details also check out. They just
Finding stuff to appreciate about this movie that I already really like, and now I'm being. It's good when it's like not to lean too heavy into the idea of confirmation bias. But when you like something and then you watch it again and you do get that confirmation of, oh, there really is a whole bunch of reasons why I like this. It's not just superficial stuff, but I like something and it's because it has a lot of merit to it. You feel like, oh, that's good.
Yeah, this is the first time I've seen this movie in probably 4 or 5 years. Like I've definitely watched it since it was in theaters, but this rewatch in particular, I was like, wow, this is actually really good. It's at least as good as I remembered it, if not better.
Yeah.
Which is always a nice feeling when you revisit a movie, because it's not just because you're surprised by the things that are happening. It can't be.
Absolutely.
Because you know what's going to happen.
Hell yeah.
That means there can't be any tension on a rewatch, though.
I disagree.
I know. That's something that I've heard said.
You can derive tension from the way a scene is constructed and put yourself in the shoes of the characters within it and try to, kind of feel their emotions. And if the film's made well, then I guess you're right. It's impossible.
We can get you some small clown shoes for your paws. That's fine.
Oh, okay.
We'll get some. Yeah. We'll figure it out. Don't worry. Talking about clowns, Arthur's being a clown at Wayne Manor.
What?
He just went there and he just wants to talk to Thomas Wayne. But he finds Bruce Wayne. Key jangling. Uh-oh. Ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling.
Yeah, it's totally cringe. Absolutely no
Bruce
narrative
Wayne.
significance or callbacks to earlier scenes in the movie. It's just key jangle.
He's just a random kid, though. There's nothing special about Bruce Wayne. Mild-mannered Bruce Wayne.
Yeah, he's just hanging out. He does like a little...
He's mild-mannered.
He does like a little performance for him. He's just trying to make him laugh. But as we've already pointed out earlier, this one is much more creepy than the one on the subway station where he just randomly finds a kid looking at him. He went here and found this kid without any parents around. He's like, hey, brother. Well, he doesn't say that, but, it's very creepy. He just went all the way here, finds this kid. It's like, Bruce, hello. Do you want some fake
Bruce.
Flowers? But then someone appears, and I just have to wonder, is this supposed to be Alfred?
Is this supposed to be Alfred? That's right. Ralph the movie maker. This movie broke Ralph's brain. Holy shit.
Oh, just remembering all those old memes. Good stuff.
I think he deleted that video. He deleted the Joker video, didn't he?
Oh, okay.
I think he did.
Yeah.
Because, boy, he got a lot of pushback for that. What a... Oof.
Yeah.
It broke Ralph's brain. He couldn't handle Joker.
Yeah. Also, I should probably not gloss over this. He also puts like his fingers in his mouth, which is, it's a bit weird.
That's
Definitely
unusual.
over the line. Yeah,
I don't like. There are people whose assholes I'd lick, and I wouldn't put I wouldn't let them put their fingers in my mouth. That's just a barrier I'm not willing to cross. Do not put your fingers in my mouth. I don't know where those fingers have been. Oh, they've been on your hand, but I mean like where they've been in elsewhere,
Well, depending on how long into the night you are, you might actually.
What do you mean?
I like that in approach to that, he has his
Where they were
like,
earlier that night.
his-
Never mind.
his hands on his shoulders and almost around his neck in a way that evokes the imagery of the end of the Batman story, The Killing Joke, where it's Batman has his hands around the Joker's neck,
Okay.
and they're both sort of
When
laughing together.
it's unclear whether or not they just kept laughing or if Batman actually just killed the Joker outright.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, right. I like that it sort of evokes that imagery. And this is a good example of cameo done well. Like, it's subtle. It's just subtle enough. Like, because I imagine that was probably a big talking point in the development of the script. It's like, do we have Bruce in this? Like, do we want to do
How
this?
much of a connection do we have
How do we?
to
Yeah,
Batman?
Yeah.
Which you know,
legally and creatively.
well, it's just
Right.
that there's obviously the reality is that there would be incentives to have like Bruce Wayne and Alfred and Thomas Wayne, like these sorts of characters appear in the story. But again, it's a different. There's a difference between them just showing up for the sake of it, and then of course having it be like narratively, like meaningful in terms of there being a reason why these characters are appearing in the storyline. And as has already been mentioned, thematically, the idea that the Joker creates Batman. I mean, it's something that is kind of in the Tim Burton Batman, you know, Batman 1989. But in this case, it's just like, yeah, it's particularly interesting and a really cool idea that the Joker and Batman created on the same night.
Yeah.
So yeah, as far as I'm concerned, any idea of like, it's just stupid cameos or key jangling is missing the point. And I certainly don't want stuff like this to be presented as being just key jangling, because then it means
What
that we don't
incredible
get
restraint.
opportunities to actually, yeah, I mean, definitely, absolutely. I'm not even sure why. I don't see that anybody could say that they weren't restrained in terms of the Batman connections. You know, there would have been so much of an incentive to have other characters appear that you could justify appearing that they didn't do. Instead, keeping the scope restrained and small.
I would even argue it shows restraint to not have Arthur be the one who kills Thomas Wayne and Martha, because
In a
like
sense,
Yeah.
like they've made enough connections that if he did encounter them on this night, he would probably have reason to within the story, that he's still angry at Thomas because of how he reacted to him in the bathroom, and obviously jealous of Bruce having a mother who like apparently would care about him, right?
Because in terms of that as a scene, like Thomas Wayne, if anything, allowing Arthur to even have a conversation with him was generous.
Was nice. Yeah.
Considering what he knew that he had done.
Yeah.
It's because I think it was something that people complained about, right? Like, why did he punch him? It's like, why do you think he punched him?
Yeah, it's like,
What do you think?
He fucking says it right after.
Fingers in my
His
kid's
literally-
mouth.
yeah, his
Why?
thumbs were in his son's mouth.
They'll be
says it
lucky
right
if
at-
they get away with just a punch.
He says it
okay?
right after he punches him. It's like, if you touch my
Yeah,
kid again, I'll
exactly.
kill you.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah.
What I like
I-
about,
again,
I think with that punch, I think Thomas Wayne wanted to do that the second he found out who Arthur was. Like, as soon as he found out like Arthur was the guy at the gate, like I think he's thinking, I want to punch this guy's lights out, but he's just staying calm, and he's basically just waiting for an excuse to punch him, and then he finally has it. And then he's
Yeah.
like, touch my
I think
son again, I'll
he
kill you."
knew. I think he knew, especially if this guy's going to be a recurring problem, this would be a good opportunity to get information out of him too. It's like, why are you here? Why are you doing this? Why are you in my life at all?
Yeah,
And once he gets that information, punches him and says, "Don't touch my son again."
Yep.
right. Going back to the scene at the gate, it feels like it works, and there is an impressive amount of restraint. It all makes sense. Like, of course he would go to Wayne Manor, having found out, or the suggestion that he is in fact Thomas's son. Of course, yes, he's going to Wayne Manor, and I believe that Bruce would just be roaming the grounds, like he's in like a gazebo near the front gate or something. And it's maybe a little coincidental that he's just there by the entrance of the gate, but it's fine. I mean, it's not
it's just
implausible.
that if these are the biggest problems that people can point to in this film, I feel like that's clearly indicative of the film being well made. That the biggest problem you can point to is, yeah, maybe it's a little bit contrived that he's in this general area, like in the manor at this time. It's like, man, on the scale of problems that your script can have, that one's quite low.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's for him, it's a little German word in there. I don't know why that stumbled out. Because
9.
Because now I'd have to fucking mention Rings of Power again, because that show is just coincidence after coincidence happening all the time. And I think I mentioned that in one of the videos I already put out. It was like, hey, it's fine if something happens coincidentally sometimes. You can use that as a tool. no problem. But when your movie, your TV show,
When the story
your-
hinges on it completely.
yeah, it just goes like, and then this happened, and then the orb rolls around the whole mountain and into a cave that has a Balrog in it, so they can find it. Or fucking Gandalf finds a stick which he happens to use to conjure a tornado that yeets all the Harfoots away, which then land safely somehow. Why? I don't know. We're not going to tell you, but that's what happens. And this just keeps happening. It's like in every episode of Rings of Power. It's crazy. Like, this is not the way you want to write a story, like, ever. Like, you want to have...
We need to have the Harfoots, like, okay, how do they land? Did they just do? Fuck it. Carrying on.
Like, they didn't
we don't
even
even,
bother...
we don't give a shit about even trying to explain how.
Not even they
just
land in a
did.
thicket or in a well or something dumb that would be dumb anyway, but they're just lying on the stone floor. It's like, what are you doing? I saw them fly up in the air. They're super dead. There's no way they're fine, but they are. And then they just jump off a cliff in the next scene as well, which should probably hurt their ankles as well. What?
No, I hit the ground rolling. You'll be fine. Aim for the bushes.
Aim for the bushes, yeah.
Regarding Bruce's intro, I like that Bruce being introduced in the movie doesn't happen at any kind of tentpole moment, like an act break or anything. It feels like the plot just stumbles across Bruce organically.
Yeah, it
And so I
doesn't
feel
treat it with
really
any
it
like
helps.
meta significance,
Yeah.
right? It's not like, oh, look, that's Batman. It's just like, yeah, this is a character in the story, like any other character that.
If this would be another
that I'm
movie-
gonna be interacting with.
If this would be another movie, there would be like they pan over to Child Bruce and then there's like a bat flying
And they play
around
the
or
Batman
something.
theme as well.
And he goes like,
Yeah, it's like Halloween night and the kid's in a bat costume, and Alfred's like, "Oh boy, you look like a bat, man."
man.
That costume is very fitting for you, young master. Perhaps one day you will wear it to mete out justice to criminals.
Yeah.
Now eat your tangerine.
You're very bat-like.
Now-
You exhibit characteristics similar to that of the bat.
I like
The
how
only
the
flying mammal.
only- the Michael Caine is the instant Alfred voice.
Oh
that you
yeah.
go to. So
The
many
size
Alfred
of a
voices.
I would
tangerine.
like you to dress as a bat.
There's a bat.
Man, Alfred is such a like. God, you can't imagine like a Batman without Alfred. You know, he's
Yeah.
always there. He's always got
yeah.
Bruce's-
It's like you can't think of Frodo without Sam. You can't think of Batman without Alfred.
yeah.
There
I think what
really
I'm-
is some.
I
there's-
like is the variety of the interpretations of Alfred, because of course you've had the very quintessential classic British butler, but then you had, it's unfortunate that it was in the DC, EU,
Yeah.
but Jeremy Irons' Alfred
Yeah.
was quite entertaining.
I like
I
Jeremy
I
Irons.
really wish
yeah,
we got
Alfred.
more of Andy Serkis Alfred in the Batman.
True.
It's kind of the thing. It feels like they never miss with like Alfred casting.
Yeah.
Every single time they get a great British actor to play Alfred.
I think it's because they never try and like, oh, aren't we? What if we cleverly tried to break the mold on what Alfred is as a character? I don't think they really typically do that, unless some don't. Unless I'm just not thinking of it.
There's varying levels of badassery to Alfred in different
Yes.
Batman
Depends
stories.
on how much they want to incorporate his history.
Yeah, like in
in
a
like-
lot of scenarios, he was like a former SAS and taught Bruce a lot about fighting, and that's kind of one of the things that makes Batman make a little bit more sense in those versions. But
What
yeah,
about the
it's
gay
never
Uncle Alfred?
I don't recall that one,
That's from
or at least
Gotham.
not one where he's.
That's from Gotham High, what we read with
That's
Oh,
Jerome
right.
Bone.
Gay Asian.
Gay
yeah,
Asian Alfred.
Yeah.
wait,
God.
Alfred's Asian too? I thought
Yeah.
it was just Bruce and Martha.
Oh,
Okay. Well,
Oh, he's gay uncle.
yeah. Maybe it's not. I
oh,
don't
okay.
remember.
So he's supposed to be Martha's brother in this
Something like
version, I
that.
guess. Oh, okay.
It was
in,
very
in the
funny.
Gotham High version.
Well, that would make more sense that he's also Asian than just the Asian Bruce Wayne and Asian Martha Wayne happen to also hire an Asian version of Alfred. It's like, guys, calm down.
Interesting.
People.
This isn't a Chinese restaurant, guys. We don't have to, come on.
Yeah, all the Alfreds feel distinct in a good way. Like they're all
Mhm.
kind of different interpretations, but they're all solid. And in regard to how Alfred gets introduced in this movie, one of the things I really like, again, regarding the restraint, is that I don't think Alfred is even mentioned by name. Like, Bruce doesn't say Alfred, but like any Batman fan watching the scene will go, "That's probably Alfred."
Well, yeah, of course, it's Alfred.
And that's
He's
all you need.
Mhm.
You know,
And it is
dressed up in-
appropriate. It is
He should be
appropriate that
there,
Alfred would be around somewhere looking after him and be
Yeah.
like, "Oh shit, I took my eye off him for a second, and now this creepy guy's at the gate. What the fuck are you doing?"
Yeah, the time differential of Alfred not supervising Bruce is like a couple minutes max. Like he immediately knows, hey, Bruce isn't where I left him, and he's there pretty quick.
Yeah. Oh well. Well, he tries to
Always looking out
strangle
for
him for a
Alfred.
bit,
Oh, God.
but he
He does
doesn't.
try to strangle him for a bit, and actually seems like quite. But the thing that stops him is seeing that Bruce is, you know, scared naturally about what he's seeing,
And then he runs
which
away.
is kind of interesting to think that, considering what the dynamic will eventually become. You know, as in 20 years time.
Yeah, it's interesting. So he
I
goes
like,
back.
Alfred-
Oh, go ahead.
Bruce's. I like Bruce's outfit here too. They put him in like a beige, like blazer. like,
Very
deliberately
not
offsetting the-
Batman. Yeah.
Yeah, in appearance, but like there's something about the way the kid performs it where he's just very still and unafraid and like quiet
Mhm.
that I think sort of evokes like the Bruce that he will become as an adult, which is pretty cool. Like
Yeah,
you can see
there's
that Bruce Wayne psychology in him early on.
There's a sense of courage and perception there that he understands that there might be something wrong going on, I believe, once the fingers are in his mouth, but at the same time he's not really like afraid of it. He's like, can I move? Should I move? What am I doing now?
Yeah, and like a genuine curiosity of strange behavior in other people. Like when he when Arthur's putting his fingers in his mouth, he's just sort of he just lets it happen. He's just like, okay.
Yeah. And noticeable, he doesn't seem super panicked and afraid either. It's not like he's shaking and like, oh my god, what was this person touching me? It's just he's like, this person's doing something strange now. Bizarre.
Yeah.
Yeah, little freak.
Daddy doesn't do this to me.
So yeah, he goes home. He goes home, and oh no, his mom is getting stretchered out because it's time to make him more angry now, I guess, and pile on more of his life's being shit, basically. And it turns out she was being asked about Arthur because of the murders that happened. Because we had our fun with the confidence. It's time for consequences. What? Consequences? In my movie? That's crazy.
I don't think so.
Take them, put them away.
Don't they know who the protagonist of this story is?
Yeah, you can't have
Consequences
consequences.
are not allowed.
Yeah. Yeah.
That
In the
is
movie, Arthur does get away scot-free.
Does he?
Wait, what? Was
No, he doesn't. He ends up in Arkham at the end.
Oh, yeah. But yeah, then emergency room, he's outside having a little ciggy. He smokes a lot, by the way. I just wanted to point that out. He smokes like a lot.
Smoking is bad for you. Don't smoke.
Yeah.
And don't vape. You're not cool.
Yeah, he's outside having a ciggy, but then the detectives come up, it's like, hey, Arthur, we want to talk to you. We want to talk to you at home, but you weren't there, so we talked to your mom. It's like, oh, wow, so you did this to my mom. Why would you do that? That's fucked up.
Do they say what happened to her? What's going on?
Oh,
What was her
they
medical
they
thing?
spoke with her, and she got like hysterical because she asked about the murders, and then she had a stroke. Like
Okay.
started hyperventilating and stuff like that. Oh wait, she hit her head pretty hard. Wait, did I just see that? Hang on, let me look at the subtitles here
What?
again. She got hysterical, hyperventilating, and collapsed and hit her head pretty hard. Oh yeah, I didn't
Yeah.
even catch that earlier. Okay, yeah.
That's what I was gonna say. If you have a syncable episode, one of the biggest things that you have to try to support patients in if they look like they might be losing consciousness is that they don't fall and develop a far worse injury than you were there to fix in the first place. Hits to the head do a lot of damage,
Yeah,
everybody.
and
Movies aren't super accurate about them.
Yeah, and then the doctor said she
No,
had a
hitting
stroke.
someone in the head means they're on pause. It means you've paused the character, and you could tie them up later and just do whatever you want with them. You just smack them in the head.
You'll even be friends later. It's like, oh, you didn't have to hit me on the head. It's like, well, I wanted to make sure that you wouldn't just run away when you saw me. It's like, well, yeah, you might have given the guy brain damage.
Now I really want to run away from you. You're violent and you hurt me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, seriously.
Oh yeah, they still have more questions about the subway killings last week. And he asks if they heard about them, and he says, yeah, it's horrible. And then that they spoke with their boss over at Haha's. Again, the name, pretty funny. I like that. And that's why they learn, it's like, hey, you brought a gun to a children's hospital. That's kind of weird. So what's up with that?
It's atypical behavior.
Yeah, and he says, it was a prop. It was part of my act. I'm a party clown. I gotta say, he's actually pretty good with the answers, with the lies here. Like, he answers directly. He doesn't go like, oh, that's that was a prob, Lamau. He's like, it was a prob.
He's thought about it, yeah.
Yeah.
He's given the story he gave to his boss, and he needed to give a story to his boss because of course you need to give a story to your boss.
Yeah.
So he's got this. Yeah, he's using what he's got.
And they ask him, why were you fired? And he's like, oh, wow, if you wouldn't believe it, I wasn't funny enough. Can you imagine that?
His frustration seems genuine too. Like, he does seem like he's telling them the truth almost. That it's like he's just a guy who's had a really rough couple weeks, and now cops are bothering him for his rubber gun that was in his pocket. Like, he's not doing it perfectly, and he really loses it at the end when he tries to walk back into the hospital. But
yeah, this seems like, oh man, when he tries to walk back in, just so everyone is caught up. But this is like an exit only, so he walks straight into the glass, which just feels like, man, that's just one thing on top of everything that's been happening right now. He was about to make like a pretty decently cool exit, and he just fucking runs straight into the glass. It's like, goddamn.
It's probably legitimately the funniest moment in the movie too. Like, I actually kind of forgot it, and it made me laugh. I was like, ah, shit.
Yeah.
Totally spoiled is cool.
I agree about his confidence, Mark, and I think that is demonstrative of the fact that he doesn't lose any sleep over having killed those guys.
Yeah.
Like, I think he feels completely justified in it. He doesn't care.
They deserved it. Yeah, they were being really bad people. They were cruel to me. They were cruel to her, and they got what they fucking deserved.
And the societal reaction, at least not like from what it seems to be the people in the streets, are reinforcing that what he did might have been a good thing, and people are happy about it, and maybe he's actually a hero.
Yeah, someone out there is actually doing something. It's very oddly Batman-esque.
I think they call him a vigilante at some point as well. At least I think I saw some on the newspapers you see in that movie.
Why don't they call?
Huh?
What?
You've piqued my interest now. Maybe I should let it go.
I'm thinking about it. I got second thoughts.
Okay.
I got second thoughts. Maybe if I can work up the confidence, I'll mention it later.
Oh, just stop taking your medication and you're fine.
Throughout the movie, there's a few clever parallels drawn between Joker and Batman, even though Batman's not a part of it. That desire to become a symbol. That's something that Joker wants, and that's obviously like a huge thing with Batman, especially the Nolan movies. Well, and all the mediums, really. I mean, the idea of becoming a symbol, something more than a man. And then that sort of enhances his effect at fighting crime, because, like, if you instill that idea in criminals that Batman could be in any shadowy alley, it deters everybody across the entire city.
Unironically,
misbehaving.
The beginning of the Batman, those first, however many minutes for that first little section, is some of the best Batman content. It's so good. It so perfectly does capture that mood of like, oh shit, the Batman could be in any dark place and he will fuck me
Mm.
up if I'm a criminal. Like he actually is really showing and selling the idea that he's instilling fear into criminals, and I'm all for it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
Yeah, it's really well done.
The whole fear thing is just it's so important. I feel like it's like, hey, I want to somehow switch up the city. I can't do it with conventional means and only my wealth. Whatever other people on the internet try to believe, just give them all money. Shut the fuck up.
The
He's
egg
just
and
like, I'm gonna need to
Targaryen.
put fear into all these criminals so that they have to look 2 or 3 times over their shoulder before they actually consider doing anything bad. And then when someone does something bad and I catch it, I'm gonna make an example out of them, and that's like the whole thing. They're coming out of the shadows, looking at the shadows, like, oh shit, is Batman here? Fuck. So yeah,
Instilling a sense of consequence in the society.
yeah.
Yeah.
So criminals don't think they can just do things and not have anything bad happen to them immediately.
Yes.
I think that's the kind of attitude that they, in the Batman, it sells the idea that some cops like him, some don't. There's like these mixed kinds of reactions to what he does, and both are understandable. Do we tolerate a vigilante? Well,
Mhm.
he's doing a really good job, even if he is a vigilante.
But he's still committing a crime, but he's
still
not
committing
murder.
crime.
He's
but
he's not murdering
killing
anybody.
anybody.
Yeah, like
Well,
exactly.
Mostly.
It's like there's no bodies. These are just 2-bit criminals who were doing bad things who ended up in the hospital for a night and then in jail. Like he helped us as the police. Like, you could understand that mentality as well, and you can understand the people who are like, "Dude, who cares? He's breaking the law, and we serve the law." So, yeah, both philosophies I think make sense.
Breaking the law. Breaking the law.
Meow.
Yeah.
Well, he's hanging out with his mum now, and he's having the television on because that's what it's like a nice little parallel, I guess, because he's hanging out with the mum and he has the television on and they watch the late night show they always watch together, because right now he likes his mum. He's like having a good time watching it. Murray, that's the part where he laughs about the joke genuinely he does about the garbage strikes, like,
Supercats, yeah.
and even like holds his mum's hand. So it's like, yeah, it's like, I'm gonna take care of you. It's all good. But then, he's on.
What?
Now he's
Metal?
on the television. Arthur's on television. His act from the Comedy Store has been filmed and sent to, oh boy, Murray, and he's showing it on the screen. And Arthur is delighted. He's like, holy
Yeah,
shit!
for a moment,
That's
all his
all I
dreams have
ever
come true.
wanted.
Yeah.
Like, I'm on the fucking television. He's like laughing. It's like, yo, that's amazing.
Actually, is he wearing the same outfit that he is in the dream at the beginning?
Oh, I
Ooh,
didn't even think about it.
good
Yeah,
question.
I might. I don't know if I'm just crossing the wires, but that thought occurred to me. Actually, wait, I have.
It's a good thing to check. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah. But then Murray makes fun of him because he says, "Oh, you should have listened to your mother." It's like, "Oh, wait, he's making fun of me? That wasn't part of my idea here.
That wasn't the plan.
Wait, why is he making fun of me? I thought he liked me. I dreamed about it. He was like, "Yo, you're amazing, Arthur. Why is he laughing about my jokes? I thought we were
He's
like
the
on this."
person he spreads happiness. He's the guy that's gonna just want to make me happy because he's been making me laugh. Like he's the only thing that makes me laugh on these days that I'm so sad.
Yeah. And then he shows another clip. It's like, it's funny, when I was a little boy and told people I was going to be a comedian, everyone laughed at me, but now, no one's laughing now. And Murray's like, the audience is laughing though, but Murray says like, you can say that again, pal. And it's like, So
I
on
think
top of
Why are you being
everything,
mean to me?
on top of
The Murray show's the only
everything
thing
this
that
has
brings me joy in
happened,
life.
the one thing that he uses for his escapism, his idol, the Murray Show man, now he makes fun of him too.
He beat him up. Yep.
He's like, fuck.
Beat him up in a way that hurt probably worse than the other beatdowns.
Yeah. Like, this is,
Yeah, just look at his face.
yeah,
He
he's,
is
not,
Very unhappy.
this is idol. He's like, shit, you were supposed to be the guy who brings me happiness. Like
You were the chosen one.
you gave me a hug in my dreams and everything. Like you like me taking care of my mom and stuff. Like what's going on? This is not. In a weird way, he got what he wanted, but not in this way. You know.
Yeah.
I begged you. That's a good one, Graham.
I think if I remember correctly, in these pre-recorded broadcast clips of his performance, you're hearing the genuine audience reaction in a way that you didn't hear when the scene was cinematically presented to the audience. You know what I mean? Because like the sound effect was altered or whatever, but now you're hearing like either the audience is unresponsive or mocking. I think some of them might be like gasping or laugh or like laughing in sort of a mocking way, like, oh my god, this guy, you know. And I think that's an interesting difference in like what the audience is told cinematically versus when it's on like a TV. And beyond the fact that it's a TV, obviously at this point in the movie, we want some, you know, terrible realization to sink into Arthur in order to sort of add a zig to his, you know, his arc, his development throughout the film. Now he's in a low point, right? Because Murray has made fun of him. And on that, I really like the staging of this scene. So the TV is very high up in the room.
It's looking down
and
on him.
Arthur's just, yeah, he's sort of looking up at it like it's this judgmental monolith, you know, like he's talking to a god of sorts. And now it's like God is
It has
mocking
power over him. Yeah.
Also, keep talking. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Well, that was my bit. Does anybody
All
else
right.
have?
Well, now that Metal's gone, we're gonna have to come up with something to talk about because we can't talk about the movie without him because then he won't be here and he's really left us in a sticky position. Metal. He's really hung us out to dry. It's interesting.
I think I got one, Fringy. I played all of Astrobot. I quite liked it.
Well, I
heard
haven't
really
been
good
able
things
to
about
play
it.
it yet. I really want to, but I haven't played it yet.
Oh, is it Mahler who's played it? I just wonder it was both of you.
Mahler has.
No,
he said it was
yeah.
good. So
Yeah, Mahler's the
I
one that
haven't-
recommended it to me.
I don't have a
And,
PlayStation and I don't have any. I did not grow up with any PlayStation stuff, so I don't have any real
Damn,
interest
that's
in.
That's
Yeah,
unfortunate.
I just
I mean,
yeah, I played other
most-
stuff. You know, it's like
the PlayStation. I was just gonna say the PlayStation stuff. It's all just coming out on PC now. God of War Ragnarok actually came out a couple days ago.
I mean, a lot of new PlayStation stuff's coming out on PC, but a lot of the stuff on PlayStation 2 is not on PC.
Yes, it is.
Well, sure, but not like on Steam.
Yeah, no, that's true. But PCSX2 is actually had a pretty good year. The best PS2 emulator. Would recommend.
But I really do want to play it, but I've just been working, so
The one PS5 game I'd be surprised if it made it to PC is Astrobot, just because of the mascot sort of quality to it. Everything else I feel is on the table for eventually getting.
I think
ported.
the guy who runs, I think it's Asobo Studios. Or no, wait, those are the Plague Tale people, aren't they? Asobi? I don't know, it's something like that. But the people who developed Astrobot, I think the person who runs that company did say like, hey, would people want to see a PC version of this? And you got to figure that when they ask that question, it's probably like in the cards at least. Otherwise, why call that kind?
Like, hey, Sony, look at all these people who want our game on their thing. You know, look at all of them.
Yeah, it was a game made by 65 people, significantly smaller development team than Concord, and I'm willing to bet the budget was a lot lower too.
There is a
because
because it has this mascot quality to it to Sony stuff. Maybe if not this, if they want to go instead of it being like a PlayStation mascot, it's more of like a Sony company brand mascot in a way for all their stuff. It would be all the more reason to bring it to PC to start getting people to be like, hey. Check out all the cool Sony stuff. It used to just be on PlayStation, but now you can get, you could have it all yourself. And look, we got a robot, and he's cool, and he is. I showed the controller. They have that Astrobot PlayStation controller that looks just wonderful.
Yeah. That looks really cool. I saw that that PlayStation, the 30th anniversary PlayStation 5, they're
looks
not making
really
that many
good.
of it. It looks really cool, but apparently they're only making like 10,000 of them or something. So
I think,
Let me
with-
get
with
Let me
10
buy one of those
They're-
controllers. They look banger.
12,300. I think it's like 12300. But
Ugh.
I believe
Yeah,
it's
of
only
course.
being sold from Sony and only being
Yo,
sold in bundles. So
that
if you
looks
do want it,
good.
be prepared to drop over $1,000.
Let me
Which,
get
And
a
like
picture
that's,
of it.
that's if you're not getting it from a scalper. Like I don't think they've announced the exact price on it.
for the PlayStation 5 Pro, right? So that means you got to
Yeah,
get the
yeah,
disc
you're at least
or
getting the
something.
stronger one.
Yeah, but you don't get a disc drive.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
I
yeah,
love
that's
the
exactly
gray
it.
and the old PlayStation logo. It's got. Remember when logos had like color?
Oh, guess what? There is
Yeah.
a standard one too. I didn't know that. I thought it was only the
Oh,
Pro.
is there a standard one? Okay.
Yeah, there's a
That's-
standard one there and a PlayStation Portal.
Yeah,
which
like
is,
that's really cool, but like the fact that they're only releasing like 10,000 of them, like why? Why do that? Why not release 1 million of them?
Yeah, I think they should all look like this. I think this is a great design.
Look at
It
this
does
picture.
look really good. I like the
Yeah.
light, the the contrasting gray colors.
And the colors on the
pleasant.
goddamn face buttons. Look at them.
Yep,
Yeah.
we got
Blue,
we got
red,
colors.
green,
We
and
have
purple.
colors.
'Cause I
Remember
had
when
to-
color was a thing that existed.
Because I had to buy a new PlayStation controller because the one I had with mine, well, broke. Obviously, wasn't an eBay console, so I think the guy already switched the battery out before. I wasn't aware really. I thought he just gave me an extra battery, but apparently it was the old one, not the new one. But I had to buy a new one, so I bought the black one, like the black version of the controller. Looks way better than the white one as well. But this one is really cool. I kind of want one, but I don't really need a second PlayStation controller. But then again, this looks really good.
Even I who
We
didn't
can-
have PlayStation growing up, even I'm like, wow, this is. I feel it. I feel it.
You can use the DualSense on PS. Actually, I've been playing God of War Ragnarok with the PS5 controller, and it's working quite well. Using the gyro for aiming makes the Atreus segments pretty cool, I gotta say.
Oh, nice.
But I think that Sony's the reason they do the like limited quantity bundles only. You're probably gonna have to spend above $1,000 in order to get this, even though you might already have a PlayStation. Is they tend to always want to milk their biggest fans. That's why
Yeah.
they've released the Last of Us games like 5
Well,
times.
Sony.
Right?
Well, like Sony fans, they're not insane or anything, so that wouldn't work.
Oh yeah, no, not at all. Perfectly well adjusted. But they will buy a collector's edition for $300 and then ask us why we spend so much money PC gaming.
I can't remember. What is the last? I'm trying to think. The last physical like collector's edition that I got for something. It was the Dead Space remake. Actually, it was the Dead Space.
Oh, really?
That wasn't that
That's
while.
pretty
That
recent.
wasn't that long ago.
It
then.
wasn't that
Yeah.
long ago. No,
I
I
got
forgot about it.
the-
It's just not something I do often. It is a rare thing when I go and buy like a special physical edition / collector's edition thing with all the goodies like the good old days. I just never. It's not something I do often.
Yeah,
They're rare on PC too, though. They do happen. Usually, you just get a Steam code in there.
I got the super duper God of War Ragnarok collection thingy, collector's edition, after I beat the game, and I loved it so much. I probably paid way too much for it because I bought it third party because it wasn't available anymore. But I
That
really
actually
wanted it.
reminds me. I do have a code for the Dead Space remake that came with the collector's edition.
No.
So if anyone wants a code, then you could DM me and pay me money, and I'll give you some. Or if you're a friend, you can contact me, and we'll see how good of a friend you are.
Would recommend. It's a good game.
Moodle
Very
is still
good game.
scouring Germany for more God of War merch. There's shockingly little God of War merch, official one. It's actually insane.
They don't want the Germans getting ideas.
No, like in general, I just can't find any. I found a base cap. That's the only official one I found. And
Yeah,
that
they're
was-
being like figures that are plentiful and things like that, and statues that you can just find anywhere for video game characters is sort of a feature of just the last like 5 to 7 years. Like it didn't used to be that easy to find merch for a video game just in a store. And like when you consider when God of War, I guess Ascension was the last one before the big break, that was quite a while ago, right? It was like 2012.
I guess. I
13.
have one Funko Pop that my
13.
sister gifted me. That's Kratos. It's the only. I guess that one is official.
Well, there's a Funko Pop.
All
of
right,
it.
let's do it.
I'm surprised
Let's do
there's
it.
not
How
a
many
Funko
Funko
Pop
Pops
of
are we
me.
on?
Uh,
How many Funko Pops are we left to
Have
right?
0. None. I
Okay,
don't have
Fringy's
any.
got 0. John?
0.
Okay.
My answer has a proviso. I have 2 Funko figures. They're Cuphead and Mugman, but they're not the pop style ones with the dead eyes. They have proper cartoon
Yeah,
eyes.
well,
They're just
that's not-
small Cuphead
That's
figures.
the question, though. The question was
Just a
if
number.
vinyl.
I think it's fair.
Well, no,
to
but it's made by
mention
Funko.
that.
Funko made it. So, like, I mean, I purchased a Funko product. It just was not one of the pop, like, Deadeye, like, I don't know, Coraline things.
Well,
So I just realized I actually have one. A friend got me a Sonic the Hedgehog Funko Pop. That's the only one I have.
Oh.
Oh my god, what does the Sonic the Hedgehog one look like?
Oh,
Let me
do I
see.
even want to look? Here we go.
I got
Sonic
only the
the-
one I just mentioned.
Which one was that? The
Kratos one, yeah.
Oh,
Oh
god,
my
he's got
goodness,
the
God!
dead
Oh
eyes.
my God!
Oh no.
Jesus
He's got
Christ!
He's got the dead eyes.
Oh my God! I have 2 Funko Pops. They're both Guild Wars 2 Funko Pops.
Oh,
Lock and Joker.
alright.
So. It's the only 2 I got. They come with codes for little stuff in the game.
Got none, then. I have 0.
You're the only one who's got none. Yeah. Until well, we can we'll send one your way so that you can be part of the Funko family.
The Funko family.
Oh God, just saying that makes my
Yeah, it's
asshole
kinda
pucker.
gross, isn't
Jesus
it?
Christ. I hate it when I see the people with all of their massive Funko Pop collections with I hate it. It's like if you have 1 or 2, it's fine. If you have 1 or 2, it's okay, whatever. But if you have like 3, 4, 5, 6, then you start to like stack them up.
It's like
and
a
then
wall
they
of
become
them.
built-in decor.
Mm.
Like man, I
Oh,
don't
it's
like
just
it.
because vinyl figures are really cool. I just like the ones that look like the characters, though, for real. Like
Yeah.
fully like the characters, rather than sort of trying to blend them into one style. That's,
One standardized format, yeah.
Yeah, that's not what that's what I don't like about it.
Stinky.
Stinky, what we need to get
I'm
the.
sending the.
Do they have
Cuphead.
Arthur Fleck? Arthur.
Like
Huh?
Funko
Oh my god. Yeah, here
Do
I just
they?
posted these. This is the Cuphead one I'm talking about. So it does not look like.
Oh, that looks
Yeah,
good.
That's
I
actually a
like
pretty
that.
good one, yeah.
Oh wait, no, that's the bobbling one. That's not even the right one, but it looks like that. You know.
So you
like it's
tricked
not-
us. Okay, you
I
tricked
got
us.
it.
Well, I mean, I searched Funky Cuphead. That look.
Yeah, well, this one looks like the character, and not like the blob they do for all the other ones. Oh my god, is that real? Or did someone make that themselves?
It looks like they have a Joaquin Phoenix shrine.
Basically,
But look, there's like they have his
Yeah.
face on like a candle, and he has the saint garb. Like they put his head over a picture of Jesus, and he's got.
We put
Oh
that
my
up.
gosh, he's got Narvi. Narvi there
His-
turned the mithril into a fine powder. It's
Hold on,
inside of the. Oh my goodness.
Is the Arthur Fleck one real, or is that just like a custom thing that someone made?
I don't actually know.
Let me put that on screen. Actually, that's kind of funny.
I really thought there was not going to be one, but like, I mean, I guess, yeah, there's a Funko Pop of everything joke is true.
That's funny if that's real. Yeah.
With the cigarette as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a cigarette in both of them.
These are cute. These are cute. Except I don't like the eyes, and it's the eyes.
Yeah,
I don't
the
like
eyes.
the eyes that they're just circles.
Yeah. The clown issue.
Because like what do you do if a character has eyes that are not standard eyes? What do? Do you just say fuck it, they're just dots anyway? Or because I have my Ritlock one has the eyes are yellow and they're not circles because it's not like a human face, so it looks distinctly not Funko-ish really. So what do you do if you have a character who's got like not circle eyes?
Yeah.
This one's got blue ones. Arthur, no, they just have the dots are just in a glasses. Ooh. Very strange. Oh well. What are we talking? What are we talking about? We got into a Funko tangent.
A funky tangent.
We slipped into doing some funk tent there.
Funker Roonies.
We're on Murray playing the clips of
He's playing the
Joker.
clip.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Getting
He's not
mocked by
happy.
his idol. And Arthur do not likey. And then he goes home, and he's very sad. But he sees that people are like rising up to the rich men, to the people that
All
look
the
down on
gamers
them.
are rising up.
All the
True,
gamers
gamers
are
rise
rising
up.
up.
Joker is our god.
They're going now looking for more Funko Pops, but they can't afford them anymore because of Thomas Wayne.
Funko Pops crawled so that Beanie Babies could fly.
But he also learns that Thomas Wayne is on a like a gala here or something. So it's like, oh, I'm gonna go check that out. Maybe I can go and talk to that guy. because they're watching like Charlie Chaplin's Modern Times in the cinema in there or something.
Yeah, he goes through a sort of discreet entrance and grabs a valet outfit from a locker, probably.
Yeah, because people are getting quite rowdy at the front, and they start trying to get over the barricade, but then they get beaten down a little bit by the police. It's like, stop it! And he uses that distraction to just kind of
have an
slip in.
invitation. You didn't RSVP. You were supposed to.
You shall not pass.
Yeah, as John said, he gets like one of those valet outfits, and he actually kind of enjoys looking at the movie for a little bit, because it's also comedy, and he likes comedy, so he gets a little distracted by that, and he's like,
Yeah, I really like that. He has an interest in comedy, and so he takes an interest, like, oh, Charlie Chaplin, one of the great comedians of all time, and here he is, and I'm a comedian, and I have the chance to actually, kind of see what the rich people are doing here, watching Charlie Chaplin.
Yeah, well, like you were saying earlier, Rags, you look for every opportunity you can to evoke sort of the themes of the film, and you have Charlie Chaplin skating very dangerously close to an edge that could kill him.
Nice.
I like that.
Yeah, it's a good one too.
It's a good choice.
God, like talking about this movie just makes it even better now. Just so many details that are just fucking awesome.
Yeah.
But yeah, Thomas Wayne is taking a leak. And he goes in there and he just takes off the valet outfit, waits for the other guy to leave so he can talk to Thomas Wayne. He's like, hey, what's up, pal? He's like kind of chill about it. He's like, can I help you? Like, want an autograph or something? He's like, oh, I don't know. I don't really know what to say. And obviously he doesn't really know who is this. He's like, hey, my name is Arthur Fleck. Like, or Penny Fleck is my mother. And he immediately goes like, oh, shit. He just says, Jesus, you're the guy that came to my house yesterday. And actually, like, I was like, yeah, I'm sorry I just showed up. Like, that was probably not the best thing to do. But my mother told me everything, so I had to talk to you. And Thomas Wayne's like, yeah, look, I'm not your father, okay? Like, your mom is delusional. And it's like, hey, look at us. Of course you are. It's like, well, that's impossible because you're actually adopted. I never slept with your mother. And he's like, what? I'm not adopted. Why would you say that? And Thomas Wayne just goes on and says, okay, come on, what do you want? Do you want some money or whatever? Like, what do you want? Like, what is your plan here? And he realized, like, oh shit, like, he actually doesn't know he's adopted. She never told him. It's like, okay, your mother adopted you while she was working for us. And he just can't believe it. It's like, you were arrested, we went to Arkham Hospital when you were a little boy. And he just goes off a little crazy. It's like, I don't want you to be uncomfortable. I don't know why you are like this. I don't really want anything to you. Maybe a little bit of warmth. Maybe a hug, Dad. How about just a little bit of fucking decency? But it's just, I don't know. It just feels like a very powerful thing. He just says right here. I know. It's just like, I just want some fucking decency. I just want not to be treated like trash for once.
Considering the scenario, Thomas Wayne has every right to not want to listen to him and just disregard him and punch him and leave. And even the way he calls him dad, despite being told the truth, really. So it is still a crazy person that you can't really take seriously, but there's a kernel of truth in what he's asking for. He's just like, is there a way that you could have told me that that doesn't result in us like being confrontational here?
Yeah.
Like, if you actually knew, dude, you were adopted. You're like, your mom adopted you while she was working for us. I've never slept with her. I'm not your father. We can get your adoption records if you want. Please don't come to my house ever again. And that might have worked. But Thomas Wayne's also totally understandable for not reacting that way, too, because why would he, really?
Yeah, he bothered his son. He put his fucking fingers in his mouth, and he just showed up to his
fingers
property.
in my son's mouth.
Like, this is not the first encounter he's had with this man, even though he didn't see the first one.
Yeah. It's just really great because you understand both of their standpoints and how they reacted and what's going on. It's like, why can't I just be fucking treated nicely for one fucking time? Just be nice to me. You can just tell me this normally, not with being angry. And then obviously he just fucking punches him in the face. Because it's like, hey, you touched my son. If you do that again, I'm going to kill you.
I think that's after he starts laughing under stress, and he takes that as a slight. And
Oh,
then
yeah,
he
that's true. That's true.
he sees that as an excuse to finally punch him. Like we were talking about earlier, the minute he finds out who it is, that he was the kid who was interfering with Bruce, I think he wants to punch him right there. But then he thinks about it and he's like, well, this guy isn't well, you know?
Yeah.
So like, is this, maybe I shouldn't just punch him. Like I'll listen to him. And then he starts laughing at him. He's just like, oh, fuck it. Fuck this guy.
Yeah, it was the
I
most
hate
charity he
Joy.
could. It was the most charity he could extend. He even did try, which kind of reinforces the whole Thomas Wayne is a good man read of the character through this movie. Because a lot of people do say that, and ultimately he probably is. But you know, it's his stars aren't aligning here to keep Arthur from getting worse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, as I said, he starts laughing, and that's how he takes it as a sly. It's like, she's ha ha, starts laughing, and like his face is like, what's wrong with this guy, basically.
Yeah,
It's
you
like
just
one- it's
dismiss
like-
him as a lunatic at that point. I mean, he already could, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean,
but,
look-
like the
look at his
laughing was
face
the last
now.
straw.
It's like, you think this is funny? Which is like,
Yeah.
I feel like that's like a through line in this movie where he starts doing that, and he has like, it's like confronted by people. Like he gets asked like, what's so funny? Like, why are you laughing? Like that's like a thing that
Yeah.
he gets asked asked constantly, even though obviously he can't help it.
That's a vicious cycle, right? It's like,
Yeah.
what's so funny? And it's like he's not laughing at anything. It's like he doesn't even know how to answer the question, so that makes him more stressed, and then that just amplifies the laughing, right?
Makes it harder for him to effectively communicate.
Yeah.
But in this,
Impossible, really.
the difference here in this instance is he actually kind of embraces the laugh for the first time, I think, because like, Dad, it's me, come on. Like he's like, why are you so angry about it? And then he just knocks him right in the nose, and then says, "Touch my son again, I'll fucking kill you." It's like, yeah.
And like, yeah, and it's the idea of his tragic life is getting so tragic that it's turning into a comedy. It's like, of course, the first time I talk to my father, he's gonna end up punching me in the face and abandoning me, and saying he's not
Right.
my father.
Yeah. Yeah, we cut to him back home, and he goes and sits in the fridge.
Yeah, it was a bizarre thing to do.
Yeah. Also, some
I was
think
confused
that
as to what was happening at first, but yeah.
I think that
think
was
of the
another one of
theory
those.
that got floated around about how he dies in the fridge, and all the rest of the movie are the
Oh,
last.
really?
His as he loses oxygen in the fridge, he starts to think about what happens for the rest of the movie, going on to the show, dressing up, getting Murray and all that, escaping Arkham. What do you think about that?
To be a big twist if in the sequel they confirm, yes, he did die in the fridge.
It's just 2 hours of his corpse in the fridge.
It's just that when you go to hell, Lady Gaga's there.
They're singing, yeah.
Credits should have just rolled right after that. I think that was
Imagine what a
another one
blue
of
ball
those.
that would be.
I think it was another one of those things where like that was improvised by Joaquin on the spot, and it surprised the crew. Like
Getting in the
I-
fridge.
Yeah, I mean, it may not have been, because I find the setting up of that camera on the kitchen, you would think like something as significant is
You
going to
always
happen
film
in
the
the kitchen.
fridge.
So
Film everything. That's what they say in film school. Film everything. You never know, and that includes the fridge.
Never know when you
Just
might
ready.
have some
They
happy
know.
accidents.
They knew Joaquin was starting to lose it. Right, he's going a little bit nutty. So like, you know what? We better film the fridge just in case.
Just in case.
That's
taking
the
this-
difference between a
He's
good
taking this
director
role
and
very seriously.
I think it works quite well too, because it's symbolic of him sort of unbirthing himself, crawling back into a womb of sorts, being unborn, wishing he wasn't born in the first place. Like he's like, I've finally had it. Well, I mean, he's had it with life for a while, but now it's just like life has become intolerable. I'm just gonna sit in this fridge for a bit.
Literally cool down.
As you do.
Cool off.
chill.
But hey, the
Jolly
next day, something epic happens. He gets called by the booker lady from the Murray show. It's like, hey, Murray wants you on your show.
Yo.
Everyone had like a great reaction to you. You know what? You want to be in the show? And he's like, you know what? That sounds fantastic.
What a great day.
Yeah. So this is weird. He doesn't look that happy. Look, he looks kind of annoyed. I don't know, because he's not a dumb person.
He understands why. He understands why he's being invited.
Yeah. And also we have like this shot. We have this one guy being stretchered on there, just yelling, and you just see him. He just doesn't even react. He's like, yep, just another day in Gotham, I guess.
I like how vague the sort of receptionist or whatever is over the phone. Talk like the audience had an amazing reaction to you.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, what does that mean?
Mhm. PR talk.
Yeah, exactly.
Amazing.
It's precisely how a booking agent would talk, to be fair, especially to like a lolcow they're trying to bring on.
Yeah,
Boogie,
booking
you-
agent,
the reaction to you picking up trash on the side of the highway was amazing. You want to come on our show?
But yeah, what he does now.
Oh
he's-
wait,
Yes.
now, Fringy, did you hear the thing about the theory about how he died in the fridge, and the rest of the movie was his oxygen deprived brain creating a fantasy of him going on the Murray show, getting revenge, going to Arkham and escaping, and starting a revolution?
No, all I'd heard is people saying that apparently fridges at this time they would lock so you wouldn't be able to get out, and that made it a problem with the film.
Oh. That's funny. I don't know if that's true
Yeah,
though.
I hadn't heard about
Or
that
it
theory,
supports
but I'm not,
or it supports that he's
mean,
dead and the rest is a dream
I'm
theory.
not that
Fair enough.
interested in following through on that though as a theory.
neither, I was
mean,
just curious,
I'm
yeah.
fine with it just being, and I would only ever have interpreted it as, yeah, he got out at some point.
Mhm.
And the
Ah,
story just continued.
It's actually
It
funny.
was not
That's,
the last time he crawled into a fridge. Well,
But
either
that's
way,
pretty-
it's hopefully the last time.
that's pretty similar to how they handle a joke in Old School. The main guy who was like the dean that they did go to high school with, I think, or college. He's like, yeah, didn't we put you in a dumpster one time? And he just looks at them and says, I got out. No details, just I got out.
I got out. In any case, he went to the hospital, and he asked the clerk man, the paper man guy, hey, can I get my mom's notes, because I think I might be adopted. And they still have those files, but they're like 30 years old, so it took him a while to get them. And he learns like, yeah, you got adopted. He basically gets the confirmation that he's got adopted, but got taken away because she was a danger to her child.
Mm-hmm.
She is a bit wacky.
Yeah.
I
Which
can
kinda makes-
believe it.
It kind of makes you think how many other options there might have been for Arthur if he then went back with her. Like, if your mother's institutionalized by child endangerment, how does she ever get custody back, really? Or I mean, maybe they even just
can-
reunited as adults.
Maybe, yeah, there's ways to do it. You can get therapy, you can go to a thing, you can go through a program, you can take medication, you can pass a psych evaluation. I mean,
Mhm.
there's probably
Yeah,
some
fair
ways
enough.
to do it.
I quite like the snatching of the files.
Mm.
Like, it's because
He runs away, yeah.
yeah, and the snatching of it. Not only do you have to be really quick, but
You have to
can't
run faster than a
telegraph.
black man, true.
You can't telegraph what you're about to do. So like he has a good poker face right before
Yeah.
he does it, so he can actually grab a hold of it.
I also like how he scares him away, because he just basically headbutts the cage or the window, and the guy goes
Yeah.
like, "Whoa, what the fuck?" And that loosens the grip.
Yeah, it shows
it
that
makes
he has
him-
a lot of capability and intelligence that's often not seen.
But yeah, really, he reads out, it's like, the patient suffers from delusional psychosis. It's like, oh,
That doesn't sound like it's a good thing to have.
yeah. And narcissistic
Delusional psychosis.
and
That doesn't
narcissistic
sound like one of the fun ones.
and narcissistic personality disorder.
Which would explain why she's saying she got knocked up by the richest person
Yeah.
in the entire city.
A woman moment.
And he goes on, was found guilty of endangering the welfare of her own child. Like, oh.
Which will explain a lot about Arthur.
Uh-oh.
And then he looks at him, Jesus kind of looks at him, it's like, that's me. He's like, what? Yeah, it's like, are you really, you said Sir Mother? It's like, well, you know, because he sees he's adopted, so he can't actually give him the information. Like, well, without the proper forms and a sign, you should probably come back with your mother so we can get those files. But then, yeah, he snatches them away and he runs into
Well,
this.
the interesting thing about it is, in terms of grabbing the files, is that like smashing his head against the metal grate was what made the clerk loosen his grip, because it was such an unexpected move.
Yeah.
Like that slamming his head, it's like he wasn't ready for it, and that allowed him to just snatch it away.
It also gave him that moment where it was like, oh, I'm not just dealing with a guy who wants these records. I'm dealing with the person who might maybe be in here someday.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
it's
no,
somebody
he-
who's willing to put
It isn't
himself through
goodbye, it's
considerable
see you
pain to
later.
get what he wants.
But yeah, now he has the files and he starts to read them, and now he gets, well, confirmation. He is adopted. Extremely bizarre behavior, physical abuse is the words we see flashing on screen. It's ain't looking so great. And then we see adoption application. Uh-oh.
Bum, 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 bum.
But yeah.
Which does also tie up the is Thomas Wayne lying possibility. It's like, well, I mean, the adoption application, if that was filled out before you were born, I got news for you, man.
They don't even. Apparently, he didn't even have a name, because it's just name of each of your children just says unknown, and then in brackets, child was abandoned. It's like, damn.
Oh boy.
And then we see like a
Aw,
little
poor
thing
Arthur.
how he imagines how she was asked by people. It's like, oh, yeah, Thomas Wayne knocked me up, and then we also hear it's like, hey, you and your child, you were constantly abused. We found your adopted child chained to a radiator, malnourished and bruised. It's like, holy Jesus, what the fuck? I didn't expect that dark turn.
You
Yeah.
do not have a you don't have a fun backstory.
No, not at all.
And it
That's-
really kind of even recontextualizes her whole reason for having him around and having him as justification to Thomas Wayne to get like the handout. Because it's like she's always just been not caring about Arthur and only worried about how she can use him to be with a man. And for apparently early on in his childhood, she didn't mind him being beaten up by a guy who beating a kid up, which,
Yep.
you know, it's brutal, man. It's like nothing nice about anything that happened here.
Nope.
No, it's very sad and damaging to analyze your origin and realize it's either non-existent or a mystery, or malevolent or abusive. It's just like, Jesus, I got nobody to look up to. There's nobody that came before me that can be regarded as like a role model or anything. It's just, I'm just so alone.
Yeah, and the one guy I was looking up to, he made fun of me on live television in front of everyone. So, awesome.
Yeah.
And with that, we enter the punished Arthur section of the of the movie.
Punished Arthur is a good way to describe it, yes.
Well, yes, it starts raining, which
Yeah.
see, this is the cinematic language of shit's bad, yo.
Mhm.
He's really in a bad mood.
Because this is where he goes into Sophie's apartment and just sits down on the couch, and she's like, "Oh shit! Wait, aren't you the guy from the other room?" And she's like, she's a little scared, but also just more confused.
I think she's terrified.
Yeah,
I actually agree. I think she's terrified, but she's underplaying it. Like
I think so, yeah.
yeah, that's probably
Yeah,
a shout. Yeah.
How do I
she
play
doesn't-
this?
She doesn't want to do or say anything to set him off because he might be dangerous, especially with her daughter being in the apartment.
I think she knows that scaring him away is probably not going to work.
No. Just you're in the wrong apartment. Just kind of like, hey, can I call someone or whatever? And I think he just says, I think I had a really bad day. And then he leaves at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, actually, he does like something really terrifying now because he just turns around and does like the gesture with the finger guns to the head. Yeah. And then we get the flashbacks where we just see that was all his fantasy. Like, she was never around.
Now, when this movie came out, there was a lot of criticism about there being flashbacks here that I heard going around. That it's too obvious, that it breaks the feel of the scene. That these flashbacks they make everything so obvious that they don't give people time to, I guess, figure it out themselves. Whereas I thought they were fine, and I appreciated having them around. I don't think that it was an issue to have these flashback sequences here.
I think I'd understand the argument in either direction. I didn't have a problem with them, but I think if someone said it might have been a bit more subtle if they did it with, because it may have been just as clear if she just said, "You're that guy from the elevator," making you know that every time he interacted with her between the elevator and now did not happen. Mm-hmm. At the same time, like, it does kind of stop the audience from being confused too. It's like, well,
it is the culmination of a long series of things that have been set up kind of throughout the movie. It's not like they're not flashing back to something that happens 2 minutes ago, or a direct quote, or someone hearing a voice in their head. For instance, when a way to do this properly, I would say, would be in the Lord of the Rings, the Return of the King, in Shelob's lair, when Frodo has to pull out the Light of Erendil, he hears Galadriel's voice in his head, of her saying, take this, it's the Light of Erendil, use it when other lights go out, that kind of thing. But he's recalling something that was said, like, from, like, 6 or whatever hours ago, in terms of, story time and movie time, and it was a different movie that had happened. So it feels very appropriate to kind of remind people that, remember, this was the thing that happened, and Frodo was recalling that being said to him. Whereas a lot of the times you see, oh, we're going to have a flashback to something that happened 4 minutes ago. That was the point of the scene at the time that you couldn't have possibly forgotten.
I thought it was fine, and I would even go to a step further and say that it was necessary to have that in there for general audiences to clearly understand what's going on. Otherwise, you take the risk of confusing a lot of people, where they're just
and that's the pro flashback argument that I totally agree with. It's like, that is a good argument to say. People might just not get
it was also really short. Like, they just really went quickly by. It's like a couple of seconds. Like, they don't show us like the full scene again, just with her not being around. They're sort of like, here she is, and she's gone. It's like, okay, I get it. So
it was quick. Yeah.
It was very quick.
They didn't linger on it for a long time.
So I don't mind it. I would have understood it without it, but it's fine. I don't
think there's a shot for every scene with the girl, but like, there's enough there that it establishes a pattern. Yes. Where it's safe for the audience to assume that, okay, I guess it was all fake.
Yes, this was all planned out in terms of we didn't invent this randomly. We set this all up. It is there. The info's there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There's also the fact that the little girl's never with her in the scenes where she's just hanging out with Arthur. And like, if she's a single mom, it's like, where's the kid? So that might have been a little kind of hint to it not being real.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But yeah, he's full crazy mode at the moment. He's just sitting on the couch, just having a crazy laughing fit because basically everything around him just crumbled. Like, there's nothing. Well, as he said later was himself, he's got nothing to lose anymore. It's basically just him. And then he goes to his mom the next day and kills her. tells her that because she called him happy all the time. He's like, well, I haven't been happy a single fucking minute of my life, so that's funny. And then he grabs the cushion and just puts it square in her face.
Cushion for the pushin'.
Cushion for the pushin'. And this is where he said, I used to think my life was a tragedy, but now I realize it's a fucking comedy.
It's good to know that he's a glass half full kind of guy.
Yeah.
It's kind of annoying that line has become like a meme,
Yeah.
sort of. And it almost gets in the way of enjoying that scene, but it doesn't ultimately because the scene is it has such gravity to it, and it's so like pivotal for Arthur's like growth that like you go with it, like it works.
I think it's a very thematically accurate line because I think I was mentioning it earlier in the bathroom scene. The idea that bad things happen to him at such a high rate that it's actually becoming funny. Like he's like, well, now this is just getting silly.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah,
I mean, the idea of a guy who turns horrific things into a joke, being like the origin story of that supervillain, and like, you know, it's good stuff. Doesn't make zero sense.
It's that he's changed the perception of the story and, in a sense, changed the story.
Yeah.
If the view was always, man, all of these horrible things are happening to me, but then it changes to, that's kind of funny, actually. It's like, yeah, that's, it's the perception of the story basically, like, creates or crystallizes the, transformation. And in terms of, like, a line, it's interesting to think about anyway, right? That, like, I don't know where it's from or where I heard it from, but the idea that, like, you know, a tragedy is like from a first-person perspective and comedy is from a third-person perspective, that so much of comedy is like unfortunate situations or at somebody's expense, but because you're watching it from the outside in and it's not happening to you, it's like then it becomes funny. That there is something that's kind of like just sort of fundamentally true about the observation that like tragedy and comedy kind of exist on a they kind of exist damn, the word is escaping me right now.
Parallel,
diametrically.
tandem.
Well, I mean,
well,
they're
not
sort of the sides of the same coin.
diametrically. It's the idea that, yeah, in a sense, that it's a matter of like perception and perspective is kind of what can change. Because, you know, Fawlty Towers, right? From Basil Fawlty's perspective, it's all tragic, right? His life is a constant string of disasters and catastrophes, but watching it from the outside in, it's really, really funny.
Right.
And I mean, that's a lot of comedy. I don't know that comedy necessarily requires that somebody loses, but it really is like a very prevalent thing in comedy that there is like a loser.
There's a bit of a joke, yeah.
Yeah, like, and it's such a, like to the point that it's almost like it's a dominant trope, right? Like Homer Simpson's Fred Flintstones. I don't know why my brain is failing me on naming other characters that fit that mold, right? Of kind of like the hapless protagonist of comedy shows. That's like a trope in and of itself, and usually it's that they have like difficult
Married with
circumstances.
children.
Yeah, exactly. That they're not like or you know, Eric Cartman, right? It's like it's hilarious watching his plans fail and like watching him be miserable. It's like, yeah, from his perspective, you know, like what happened with Cartman Land, that was tragic for him, but Kyle was hilarious.
And when he succeeds, it's Scott Tenorman.
Well, yeah, I mean
that's horrific.
Tragedy. It's a comedy for him.
God,
hey, the delicious tears of unfathomable sadness.
I totally get what you're saying, Fringy, with the comedy and tragedy implementation in the film, and that's a great example with Basil Fawlty. And like what you were saying, Mark, about the line of dialogue being so thematically appropriate is totally right. And because like if you look at this film in totality, I think it largely is about a really uncomfortable depiction of the bond between comedy and tragedy, like where things get so bad you sort of fall into the other side of a void where it's like what can you do but laugh at everything.
I mean, we've
what else
all been there to some degree, right? Like you just have like a shit week, and then another thing happens. You go like, yeah, sure, of course that also happened. Like, sure.
Well, no, I remember there was one time. I think I was in a call with Muller, and I just sat down and I had milk, and I spilled it. I spilled it on the table, and I was fucking furious. I was so angry.
It is.
And then he just said, "Well, you know what they say, right? Like, no use crying, right?" It's like, yeah, it's funny. It's funny. I was so angry, but obviously looking back on that now, it's like, yeah, that's fucking hilarious. It's literally spilt milk, and I was crying over it. Not
Well, I don't know if
crying,
you,
but spiritually crying
Yeah.
over it.
I don't know how familiar we are with the late great Jimmy Buffett, but in '77 he wrote the song. I think "Changes in Latitudes, Changes in Attitudes," and the chorus has the pair of lines: "With all of our running and all of our cunning, if we couldn't laugh, we would all go insane."
Yeah.
It's a very
That's good,
famous
it's good.
song.
Well, there's that as kind of like an interesting like the marriage of that. Maybe it may well be that comedy arose so that human beings could deal with the difficulties of life by
Yeah.
turning things into jokes.
Right.
I mean, it's it's something to think about. But yeah, I think the line is excellent. It's a shame in a sense that it's a meme because
In a way,
it really gives you a lot
yeah.
to think about.
You don't want it to be devalued, but at the same time, the fact that it has resonated so much and people apply it to so many situations, there is this earnest, real connect. Like, it is in memes, sure, but I think that there's a realness that comes from something being in memes
sure.
that is more than just comedy.
it's
like
like you
kind of
said
like you were
before,
talking about with
The meme value of a
yeah,
film.
the meme
in
value
sense.
of films,
reflecting
of
how much it
games,
means
of
to people.
characters.
Yeah.
I still think though that like it's a line that only even seems at all silly if entirely removed from the context in which it exists in this movie. Like,
Oh yeah.
like he really earns those words being quite true to him, at least in that moment, I think.
Well, like I said, like I was saying before, I think the big takeaway from it in terms of like a character transformation is that the story that he tells about his life, he's now changed the perspective and focus of it. I think Rags was joking like, yeah, glass half full kind of attitude, but in
Yeah,
a sense,
it
it's like, yeah, simply changing the way that he perceives it. That instead of the horrible things happening, being like, holy shit, why do all these horrible things keep happening to me? That then it gets flipped to, it's like it kind of kicks him off into a bit of a spiral, which I guess is kind of the another thing that makes it interesting, right? It's not actually a positive interpretation here, in terms of its outcomes, because of course we see what the outcome is, right? Like it's what he actually does the second that he says it. It's kind of what kicks off the actual like descent into madness. That it's at this point it's like a nosedive. He can't come out of it anymore.
Yeah.
He's going over the edge.
Yeah, I think at this point in the film, he's fallen so far down into the void, he's come out the other side. And he's just like, I'll just fucking laugh at everything and be myself and go with the flow, and who gives a fuck? Like,
A bit of an the abyss stares back sort of situation.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, it's after this point. I mean, in a sense, this is this feels like kind of a dividing point, right? If you want to break it into 3 acts, this is kind of the second act. Well, this is like the second act low point that transitions into him basically starting to actually like embrace the Joker persona.
So
This is when he starts with the makeup as well.
Chad is wondering, do we believe he hurt the non-girlfriend or no? Because an ambulance
I
can be
don't
heard
think
in the
so.
background.
I don't think so. I don't think
so either. He would have no reason to.
Or he would hurt Gary coming up.
Yeah,
Like-
he wouldn't. I don't think that it would.
All she
it
was
wouldn't
nice
be in
to
his
him.
character to hurt her. He was nice to the midget because the midget was nice to him.
Yeah.
He doesn't like. He has a reason for the people he hurts. And plus it's New York. It's just a thing. It's
It's
an
Gotham.
ambulance going off as a siren. It's
New York.
things aren't quite right.
Yeah. I don't believe she hurt it as well. I don't.
Plus,
Also-
if he did, then who called the ambulance?
Yeah.
I like keeping it ambiguous by like cutting the scene early, like while he's still got his like gun fingers held up to his head when he's in the girl's apartment. But I think what happened is he just lowered it and then just got up and walked out. He probably didn't say anything.
I think it's an element of the scene transition more than anything. Yeah.
yeah.
Also, I think that if he did, they probably would have been brought up at some point. Like I feel like they wouldn't leave that hanging if we were to conclude that he did something terrible to her before he went to the Murray show.
Indeed. Well, now Alfred is now preparing for his big show. He's about to go to the Murray show. He's very excited. He puts like he really likes the Murray show. So we see he has like tons of VHS tapes where he just taped the show, so he could watch him back because he loves Murray and his show and comedy. Another just great detail.
Wonder how many people didn't understand that, like, well, back in the day,
oh, okay,
if you wanted to watch something on
for,
TV.
For all the 12-year-olds in chat, these things are called VHS up here, and this is a VHS recorder. I still had those when I was younger. I had tons of VHS.
We had VHSs growing up, and sometimes they would tape stuff. My parents would tape stuff.
Yeah,
I had them until I was in high school. I'm old.
I really like the use of music throughout the third act, because everything feels distinctly like upbeat relative to what it was before, where it was all like sort of this depressing cello score. But now in the third act, it's using these like recognizable upbeat pop songs. Like when he's putting the makeup on, I think there's one, and then there's another one when he's going to the elevator. It's like shows that he's actually kind of happy now. Like he's found some contentment in his new state of mind. Now, now that he feels unburdened by his mother, and he's confronted the ugly truth about where he came from, and it's just like, well, I know now. Like, I can't do anything about it, so I might as well just, be me and try and find some happiness.
But yeah, we see him basically mimic whoever's coming on the television. He does like the same moves almost beat for beat. Because you've probably seen them tons of times, and he doesn't really have an entrance for himself. So he's trying to figure out some cool entrance to do. Obviously, he's not going to do that here in a bit. But, he's nervous. Even though after all he did, he's nervous going on that show. Talking to his idol and confronting him, possibly. Just see what happens. And this is where it looks like his plan is to do a knock-knock joke and then just blow his brains out. And
a classic of comedy.
Yeah. Then
that is an important point. Yeah, is that his initial plan is to kill himself on stage.
Yes.
And he decides not to ultimately.
Exactly. And now, only now, we're almost done with the movie. He dyes his hair green because he's becoming the Joker that people know from.
He got called a clown. He's gonna be a clown.
Yeah, and he's dancing.
I am what you made me.
He's dancing in the bathroom with his tidy whities on that have green on them.
As we all do.
And just dancing around.
I don't wear tidy whities.
And the one song plays, That's Life, or what was it called? I forgot. I think it said it somewhere. I don't know. That's Life? Yeah, it's called That's Life. Does it say what band it is? I forget.
It's the Sinatra song, isn't it?
Send in the Clowns is Frank Sinatra. That's Life, I think, is different.
I don't know.
Let me check. I need to know now. That's Life.
Nope. You can't check.
Joker. Oh, okay.
Maybe it is actually. I don't know.
Song by
but I know
Alice Drain and his jazz orchestra, apparently.
Okay.
Alice Drain.
Why am I thinking that Sinatra did that? Because I distinctly hear his voice saying "That's Life."
He does the "Send in the Clowns" song, which you might be thinking of.
"That's Life" is a song by Frank Sinatra. That's why.
Oh. Also, maybe is it just showing me who did the song in? Maybe did the song. What I read were the people who did the song for Joker, I assume.
Yeah, the Joker rendition of the song.
That's
I
it.
think he does.
Oh yeah, Frank Sinatra. That's Life. There you go. Okay, yeah, we figured out the mystery. Chat, don't worry.
Was that the version in the movie? The Frank Sinatra.
Everyone, all the comments of the video, all the comments of the video seem to be pointing to this being like the comments are really good in it. I I really like the comments on it, but it seems to be that.
We live in a society.
Oh my
Frank
God.
Sinatra.
Perfect way to end a perfect movie.
a good comment by Fat Albert Fan Club.
This song literally encapsulates the entire essence of "Fuck It, We Ball."
Fuck it, we ball.
That's
Well,
awesome.
that's cool. I didn't know he did both.
I know that voice. I was like, I know he's done this song. Unless I'm crazy or I have an incredible imagination.
But yeah, he's prepping. He's putting on his clown makeup. He's only partly transformed now, if you will. He only has the white paint on and the green hair, and then the doorbell rings. What?
Ding dong.
And he just grabs a pair of scissors immediately before going to the door. And we got Randall and the little guy.
Yo, Mo and Krill.
Oh wait, it's Gary is
Gary.
the other guy. Yeah, there you go. It's like, hey, come in. I was like, no, do you like a new gig? No. And they just going back. It's like, hey, the police has been here all the time. Like some crazy shit's happening. It's like, oh, you heard your mom died, so we brought some booze to cheer you up. You know, just having a good time.
They assume he's going to the protest because he's got the makeup on.
Yeah.
And there's people rioting outside with the clown masks, and it's really clever. Like, because I like that he has unfinished makeup here because he looks quite spooky with just the white face paint. If you look in his eyes, it's like he looks quite menacing.
And them not commenting on it makes a bit of sense too, because they both work at the clown things, right? Like
Yeah, the first thing they ask is if he
makeup.
Right.
Get a new gig?
Yeah.
just asking if he has a new gig.
No,
And it
this
gets
is my first
increasingly
time,
more uncomfortable because
It's not a
eventually he's like,
phase.
I stopped taking my meds. I feel a lot
I
better.
feel a lot
Yeah,
better.
God.
Dude, just look at the frame here where he just is like between the door and it just looks up like this. It's like, look at the way his body looks here again. It just looks so fucking monstrous.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It looks like he's actually transforming into something
Yeah.
unsettling.
It's The Thing, starring Joaquin Phoenix.
Yeah. But yeah, basically Gary wants to line up the stories. It's like, hey, so no one gets in trouble, you know? It's like, here, you're my boy. It's like, I was like, yeah, that's important. And then just fucking stabs him in the eye.
Well, it shows that Randall isn't here because he really cares.
No, he's looking to get something here.
He's looking to make sure that he gets out okay. He doesn't come and apologize for the gun thing, getting him fired. He doesn't do anything. He's not like, hey, I've been thinking about what happened and I'm really sad and your mom. He still had a chance, you know? He still had a chance to not get stabbed in the throat with fucking scissors. If he was just nice, if he said he was sorry, if he made up, you know, for it. But instead, he was still just thinking about himself.
Yeah.
Don't be selfish or you'll get stabbed with scissors is the theme of this movie.
That's it. And
Always true.
you get another shot like this shot also with all the blood. Like he just bashes him into the wall until he dies, and then he just sits there, it's like full of blood.
Yeah.
Which this would be one of the few criticisms I would levy at the production / visuals of the film, since I think that otherwise, like, the cinematography, the lighting, and everything is amazing. I don't know why the blood's CG. I don't know why they didn't just put some blood on his face, but it's very distracting.
Oh
Yeah,
shit, you're right.
I didn't pick up on that, to be honest.
Oh,
Really?
I didn't either.
I could see that, Fringy. Like I could see, like there's definitely some VFX added.
I'm not
blood to make
arguing
it
it's
up.
not. It's just that it didn't ever strike me.
It was I don't know what it was, but like when I saw it, I was like, damn, I don't think that's real. And I'm noticing that it's not looking real.
There's just enough there to be able to tell like there's some VFX.
Oh yeah,
work
another
there.
look closer at it.
And-
Yeah, that's weird.
I
just
guess they
doesn't-
changed their mind afterwards to be like, wouldn't it be better if he had blood on his face?
Well, I'm guessing that there must have been some. It's just that some of it you can just tell it's like it's not. There's something that's a little bit off about the way that it looks. It looks like it's kind of sitting on top rather than like having actually like splashed properly.
Yeah,
on
like
his
the
face.
texture would match the kind of paint,
Yeah.
sort of, if it speckles and dries. Yeah.
Yeah. Now it could be that I actually like am totally wrong, but like it doesn't look real to me, which was distracting.
It's
Might have
good
been
that
a
you're not coming
scenario.
out here on someone else's podcast and saying, "Now listen, I've seen a lot of blood on people's faces, and I have blood on my face, and that is not what it looks like."
Yeah.
Every time I stab someone with scissors, it doesn't look like that at all. They didn't do the research.
Yeah, I
I
mean, it's
think
definitely
it's-
not a stretch because a lot of the graffiti throughout the city is VFX.
It
Right.
They
could
want-
just be. I was just gonna say it could
Go
just be that they shot this scene and realized that it didn't look right because maybe he had nothing on his face or not enough blood on his face.
Yeah,
Mhm.
maybe.
It's like, well, we got a studio note about not showing that much blood, but it's like, well, or I don't know if that's the case, but a reason why they didn't just deck him out in blood, thinking it might be too much, and then they get into editing and realize it wasn't enough. You know?
I think besides the spatter on the wall, the part where I really noticed it is during when he's slamming his head against the wall. You see like drops fly up into the frame. That looked to me like VFX.
Well, it
But I
seems
was
like
okay
with
how
it,
many
but-
movies use squabs? What are they called? The
Squibs.
Squibs.
squibs. Yeah, I was.
Love me a
is
good
it-
squib.
Squab is that's a bird, isn't it?
I actually
Not
have no
sure.
idea what a squab is.
Now I'm very confused. Yeah, I think
RoboCop
it's a
is still
bird.
the film with the best squibs.
Yeah, squibs.
Quality squibs.
'Cause not many things seem to use them anymore, unfortunately. Quentin Tarantino still uses them, thankfully, but
Yeah.
yeah, not many films use them anymore. Which I suppose I understand because it's probably like a pain in the ass to set up and clean up.
Even
But,
in Sure, because it's little explosions you're strapping to people.
Yeah, right, okay. It's just that, yeah, I don't know. It just feels like there's too many instances in movies where it's like there'll be splatter on the wall. It's like, man, it ain't like moving. It's clearly like you're trying to track it onto a moving shot, and it's not quite right. It's pretty good, but pretty good isn't good enough. Like if it's not moving, if it's moving a little bit inconsistently with the background, it's like, oh well, shit, yeah, that ain't real.
Yeah.
You don't have to deal with that when it's real.
Uh,
But like I said, it's one of the few times I would complain because, like, I basically think that the film visually is consistently incredibly impressive.
oh, 100%. Yeah.
Yeah.
Really, really good looking movie.
For sure.
Absolutely.
And then Gary's like, "What the fuck, Arthur? Why did you
Poor
do
Gary.
this?" And he's like, "Don't worry. You were the only one who was ever nice to me. Come on, just go." And then we get a pretty funny scene in this context because he's a little fella, so he can't get the lock, and he has to.
I think he doesn't say you're the only one who is ever nice to me yet. He just says, Gary, go. I'm not going to hurt you.
Oh yeah, he says it.
And then as he's
yeah,
walking
yeah.
by him, though, he jumps at him and screams to scare him.
yeah, it's like ah. But yeah, he
Is
wants
this
to.
another moment that's evocative of the uncomfortable relationship between tragedy and comedy, right? Because
Yeah.
when he can't reach the
Yeah.
lock, it's like
Yeah.
almost a comedy beat where it's like, oh my god,
Yeah,
know,
Arthur
it's like
even it makes
terrifying
Arthur
for him.
laugh.
you acknowledge that he's so terrified, but like it is a little bit funny in a way.
Yeah, Arthur goes like, "Oh shit, sorry, Gary."
Yeah.
It's like, oh man, yeah. I
Oh,
guess I didn't realize
okay, yeah,
you wouldn't
I-
be able to just grab that.
There's a part where Arthur moves where the blood doesn't line up anymore. It like moves really weirdly on his chest. I just saw that. Okay. But yeah, then as I said, he opens and it's like, "Hey, you were the only one who was nice to me." So. Right.
I
He
like
gives him a little
the-
kiss on the
he-
forehead.
Yeah,
he
he gives him
opens
the
the
kiss
door
on the
for him. I like how he opens the door and then he thinks he's like Gary, and then he closes the door, and you're just like, oh shit, like
Oh god, what are you
what's
gonna
he
do?
And then there's just that moment of relief where he actually isn't gonna hurt him and lets him go.
Yeah. But
See, and
He
his
f-
reward for being nice is that he lives.
yeah,
Yep.
Yeah.
You don't even have to do that much. Just don't be a dick to me at work.
and then he finishes
Wow.
his fleams and he goes to
Like-
the
It's just that the thing is, right, it's like, oh, well, someone being a dick to you at work. It's like, right, well, you know what? It's
Randall
probably
went
not a
pretty
good
far.
reaction
Death
grab
is
a
the
big
sentence.
pair of scissors. Yeah, exactly.
Well,
like it's,
no, I meant for Arthur in particular, not for the world. I don't think you should ever stab anyone. I'm just saying the reason,
I
like
think
the
that there
difference
are
for
contexts
him.
where it's okay to stab people.
We can address that at a later time, I'm sure. But I get what I'm mostly saying is that the idea of Gary being safe was as simple as just you were nice to me at work and never did anything to hurt me, whereas Randall did.
Mm-hmm.
Or it was mean to him and did do something to hurt him, or he was only pretending to be nice.
Randall was a big jerk. It's true.
Biggest
now we got the
jerkers.
iconic stairs.
They're coming up. He also has the
dead.
full makeup now, and he goes to the elevator and
Yeah.
goes down, and he does a little smirk on one side.
Yeah,
I
he's
finally become Joker the movie.
He's he's
become
joking.
Joker.
He's joking basically.
he's joking a
He's
lot.
joking.
Oh,
He
I'm
jokes, that's what he
joking.
does.
Oh, I'm joking.
But it's just cool as an idea, right? He's like descending the staircase into
Yeah.
like insanity.
And
Yeah.
the
While-
song
while
choice is
doing a happy
interesting.
dance as well.
Yeah.
The song choice is interesting too because this is Rock and Roll by Gary Glitter, which is a very happy song that pumps people up at hockey games for all the years that they played it. But the singer is a diddler, so
Oh
yeah,
no.
there's some
Yeah.
darkness behind this song too.
That's an interesting point. Yeah. Wonder if that factored into the song choice.
Happy on the outside,
Mhm.
sad on the inside.
I feel like it did, and it kind of worked. It's like you could be totally forgiven for thinking this is just a happy song that he's just listening to pump him up. But if you dig
Yeah.
a little deeper, it's like, oh no, it's actually kind of fucked up.
Yeah.
And he gets interrupted by the officers at the top of the stairs. It's like, Arthur, I need to talk to you. And he's like, oh shit, he just runs away. And
I'm just
Yeah.
thinking about the like the costume as an idea, right? Because it's like it's its own unique look, right?
Mhm.
Compared to other Jokers, which is super cool.
yeah,
Like the the red and yellow suits. It's like that's cool. Feel like it. I don't know. It's just that it's interesting to think about how like the idea of like getting to Joker in a if the story is taking itself seriously with like its approach to creating the scenarios and the circumstances. It's like it's a clown costume, right?
Mhm.
But it's like a normal clown costume with like normal clown makeup, which
Yeah.
is kind of interesting.
It looks like a vintage color palette. with, like,
Exactly.
late
Mhm,
late
mhm.
70s, early 80s with that sort of deeper colors than you would see in an earlier or later era than that. And that specific combination.
But of course, yes, if with the detectives seeing him fucking dancing down the stairs,
yeah. It's
dressed
like, what is he
Wow.
doing? What is he doing?
up, he
Of all the
I
ways we expected to find this guy.
That was not the
running
way.
was yeah, and he running away. I mean, that's really his only option at this point.
Yeah. They make
That's
it
a lot of
the
good
way.
funny memes of him running and getting hit by the car. A
I
lot
don't know,
of
he just runs
so
funny.
many memes.
Yeah.
He just runs
So
funny.
many memes of like I'm running, then you get hit by the car. Oh shit!
Yeah.
Well, somebody said in the chat earlier, I think he runs like he has clown shoes on.
Oh.
Yeah.
He runs with a really wide
Very
gait, I guess is
animated.
the word.
Yeah.
Very animated
Yeah.
kind of run.
He never
That's
breaks
really
character.
interesting.
He's a good clown.
Yeah.
Because
Committed to
I
the
guess
bit.
that's just cause, like due to his work, he often has clown shoes on, and he's walking, probably maybe not doing a lot of running, but I don't know. I guess having the clown shoes on for a substantial period of time would adjust the way you move around.
I think your feet just grow. They just get as big as clown shoes. And that's why that's why
Oh,
you
well,
Too
yeah,
big
I mean,
shoes to
we'll have
fill.
Just sideshow
100%
Bob.
medically accurate.
Sideshow Bob.
Sideshow
Oh,
Bob's
yeah.
feet are enormous, but he's got small feet. That was how Bart figured out that Sideshow Bob was behind it.
That's right. Yeah.
Such a Bob's feet are just like they're like 3 feet long.
Yeah, they're huge.
Hmm. Well, they chase him all the way to the subway station, but he uses the crowd that's angry at police and all that good stuff. Because he takes the mask of one of the guys and he pushes him into another guy and he just moves out of the way. So the other guy thinks he got pushed by that guy, and a big scuffle happens. Everyone's starting to beat people up, and then the policemen doing a thing, and a shot goes off, and everything is bad. And I think they beat the police officers into a pulp. I think there's like a thing later.
Oh yeah, they get hospitalized for
Yeah.
it. Yeah, they get seriously injured.
Murray mentions it on the show, yeah.
Right.
And so like the news of it spreads pretty quick too, because that was like earlier today it happened.
But he's finally here. He's at the Murray show. He gets greeted. And he's like, "Hey Murray, what's up?" And then you have the producers like, "It's Mr. Franklin, buddy." It's like, it's bullshit. It's all chill. Don't worry about it. And then we get a little bit more of the awkward Arthur. It's like, "I feel like I know you. I've watched you all my life." And he's like, "Yeah, thank you." And obviously he points out, it's like, "What's with the face? Like, are you part of the protest?" Like, "No, I don't believe in any of that. Like, I don't believe in anything." It's like, oh.
I'm a natural clown. I'm not a political clown.
Yeah. Didn't you hear what happened to the subway? People got killed. It's like, no, I haven't heard.
They have goals. I'm here for the chaos.
Yeah, the producer guy is like, we just fucking cut him. He's actually insane.
We're smart, but
Yeah.
unfortunately, those ratings.
Yeah,
you know,
Murray was like, dude, he's gonna be a hit, baby.
Yeah.
And then just
It's
starts some,
our guy who might have just been a totally wet blanket and done the worst comedy ever to come on might actually turn us into a controversy episode for this because of his makeup. So we should get him on.
yeah. And then he says, like, "Murray, one small thing. When you bring me out, can you announce me as Joker?"
Oh, he said the thing.
yeah,
Yeah.
he said the
That's
name
my
of the
cool.
movie.
And I like the producer's reaction, like, "What's wrong with your normal name?" It's like, "Oh, you called me," and I like the reason for him. It's like, "Oh, that's what you called me on the show. You called me a Joker, so introduce me as one." It's like, oh okay.
Which,
fine."
yeah, I mean, good.
Hey Murray, when you bring me out there, when you announce me, don't use my real name. Call me the Fellowship of the Ring.
He just says something completely
instead, it's like,
unrelated.
why
Call
would you call
me
you a Joker?
Billy Bob.
I like,
Can
really
you call
like
me
the-
Joker trademark?
It's right, TM.
Well, also, like, Joker in the colloquial sense isn't generally a compliment. Like, you don't generally call a great stand-up comedian a joker. You're just like, look at these jokers. Like, it almost means like you're a person that like is
Joker
a
in
joke
Full Metal
as opposed to.
Jacket, he's a pretty funny guy.
I mean,
He says
yeah, I
a
guess
lot
that's
of funny
fair.
things.
Well, but I mean, to be fair, he was given that nickname by a guy
Right,
who was
exactly,
denigrating
yeah.
everybody in the room too, right?
Yeah.
Like, so it's like,
That's
oh, you're
true,
the Joker here. We
But-
got a
but-
funny
Dude,
one. Or a guy who thinks he's
I
funny.
love the bit where he's getting reprimanded for having the Born to Kill and then the peace sign, and it's
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
I like
glad you
thinking
explained
it's
it to me.
best about
Oh, I think
duality
I
of man.
think I was going for something like the duality of men. The what? The duality of men. The other
Yeah.
2 seconds and pause. Whose side are you on, son?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, it's good
oh,
stuff.
Full Metal Jacket.
That's
Oh,
iconic scene in that movie. Yeah,
Love
it's
Full
great.
Metal Jacket. Good shit.
FMJ
There's a lot-
Forge 1.
oh god, that movie. That movie is so good.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Oh,
2 distinct good movies, too.
Also,
It's
I like there's another detail
Yeah.
here that I like because it's like, "Oh, that's what you called me here," and Murray's like, "Did I?" And the producer's like, "I don't know." It's like they have so many episodes they do
Yeah.
they don't even remember. It's like, yeah, I
yeah,
don't know.
because from Arthur's perspective, it was very consequential, but
Yeah.
from Murray's perspective, it's just like, yeah, man, it was just another day in the office.
Exactly. And it's like, well,
Which
if you
I
say so,
suppose
Joker it is.
Kind of emphasizes a thing that Rags had mentioned before, right? Of like, yeah, maybe it's worthwhile to be nice to people because you actually have no idea what's going on for them,
Hmm.
like
Mhm.
how they're feeling and how hard things might be for them at the moment.
Exactly. And at this point, he's still considering offing himself because we see a shot where he just points the gun at himself before he goes out.
Well, yeah, it's very much a thing that starts to manifest in real time while they're
Mhm.
having the conversation, for sure.
Mhm. Well, I mean, I think there's every possibility that this would have ended with him shooting himself. But I think it's the interaction that he has on the show that convinces him. He's like, no, that's not the thing I should do here.
Well, what it seems to me is the pivotal moment is when he looks at his joke book, and he sees what he wrote earlier about he wishes his death made more sense than his life, and I think that would make him think like, does me dying on this stage make sense? I mean, maybe I've got a whole life to live now that I have this new state of mind. Maybe this is just the beginning.
Yeah.
You know, I think that's a possible interpretation.
Well,
It could
and
be
then
just
I think add on to it as well would be like, why the fuck should I be the one who dies, right? Like, it's these people who suck, not me, or something, right?
yeah. The film does make a point of like showing you what's in his joke book, and he's like reading that particular thing that he wrote. It's like
Will
a
I
dedicated insert.
Will I inspire the people who I want to inspire by dying because of how terribly people treated me, or by killing the people who treated me terribly?
Well, the thing is I'm not. I guess I'd be curious, like how much the broader sort of social unrest is playing into things at this particular moment compared to
I'd say quite a lot.
at the end of the film. Yeah. I think I'd agree with that. Yeah.
I think that him entering this building, seeing a whole bunch of people like, throughout the city, like him getting to the building at all, seeing all those people who are dressed like his makeup, like they're wearing masks of it, is got to be affecting the way he's considering all of this.
Yeah.
It's to the point that he was able to use a mask of the makeup that he generally just paints on himself at his job to blend in with a crowd of other people in those masks.
Yeah, something. If you don't mind me touching back on something that happened a little previously, when he's on the
We'll allow
train, evading the two pursuing cops. There's a beat that I really like at the end of that scene where he puts on one of the clown masks and sort of blends into the crowd. And even though he's already got clown makeup on, there's this idea of him just defaulting to one of the artificial clowns with just one of the masks on that makes him look like everybody else. And it's one of those beats that's like so simple, but I'm like, God, there's a sophisticated idea there, but I can't quite put my finger on it. You know what I mean? Like,
I think it's that realization that like these people all kind of want to be me.
yeah,
Like, they're dressing up as me. I can just grab a mask of myself off a random person. Like I think that probably is on his mind here, at least.
Yeah, there's layers to the mask discussion, because it's like, you know, if you don't wear a mask, it's you, but is it really you? Like, you know, like in the opening shot where it's his face, and he's sort of like doing these fake smiles with his fingers in his mouth, but he's like, his face is not a true representation of who he is, which I think is what's making him cry there. But like in his case, he doesn't wear a mask, but he puts on clown makeup. So it's sort of a mask of sorts, but not really, because it's like he's putting on makeup, but then that allows him to become the person he really is in the inside.
Yeah.
But then you have the people who actually put on masks, like real
Masks that made to look
And that-
like his makeup.
Right, yeah. It's just there's something really cool there that I just can't.
Yeah,
It's hard to sort of
there is-
grasp
it is
it
cool.
and
It
articulate
is
it.
cool. It's almost like it's kind of like paradoxical yet coherent.
Yeah. And it's so simple. There's nothing like pretentious about it, or like, and it's totally practical too, because it's like it's a really smart tactic to put on a mask and blend in, and then the cops don't know where you are,
Yeah.
and then he just throws the mask away and goes off to the Marie show, right?
Absolutely.
And what one of you were saying earlier, I can't remember who brought it up, but like, in the process of traveling to the Murray show, he is seeing like the rioting and the fact that everybody's got these masks on. He's seeing all this up close, and he's seeing what he's started.
Yeah, I
Like,
matter. I make a difference.
He's like, fuck, I've really started a thing here. Like, and he's learning that as he's going to the show, which could be another thing that's factoring into his decision to not kill himself.
Yeah. Yeah, loads of factors that lead to what is gonna happen next, because he's finally going into the show. He's getting introduced as Joker, and he dances into the thing we talked about earlier. Instead of doing the thing he watched on the television and on his tapes, he does his dance very confidently. He does a little twist and spin. He even gives the old Dr. Sally gives a little kiss, and she's like, "Woo,
Ooh,
I
Another BTS thing is that they did a lot of takes of that, and Joaquin would do like a different thing every time. And there's a lot of shots to go through. So they had to decide, like, fuck, which way do we go here?
right."
Like, there's one where he just like doesn't come out at all, and it's like deliberately awkward, and then he sort of peeks his head after a little while,
Mm.
like from behind the curtain. There's one where he comes out from the wrong end. There's one where he like holds out his hand to shake somebody's hand, and then he pulls it away, like psych,
Yeah.
too slow kind of thing.
Oh, you.
And it's another example of like Joaquin Phoenix, the way he works as an actor. He's one of those sort of improvisational, like figuring stuff out on the fly kind of guys, which makes him such a good fit for this movie and to work with Todd Phillips in particular, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Good stuff. Yeah, sitting down. Actually, Arthur is just taking in that he's actually here, and he's like, "It's exactly how I imagined it to be." He's like reveling in this, that he's here, basically. And then Murray obviously does his talk show. It's like, "Oh, well, that makes one of us." It's like, because they didn't expect anything for this to happen with the smooch and what. It's like, "Hey, if you've been working on some new materials, you want to hear a joke." And this is the thing. It's like, "Oh, let me check my book." And then I think he sees the one line we saw earlier. It's like, hopefully, I just hope my death makes more sense than my life. And there's like a little awkward silence. He looks for jokes. And he's like, "Oh, here is one." It's like, "Knock, knock." And it's like, "Oh,
You had to look that up?
You looked that up. And Arthur did not like that. He's like, "Oh," like everyone is chuckling, and he's like, "Huh."
He's like, "You're a professional comedian. You couldn't have just fucking said who's there."
Yeah. It's like, "I want to get it right." It's like, "Knock, knock. Who's there?" "It's the police, ma'am. Your son been hit by a drunk driver. He's dead." And then he starts laughing, and the audience like, "What?" And then the lady's like, you think that's funny, Arthur? That's not the kind of humor we do on the show." It's like, "Okay, I'm sorry.
I like how Murray is actually a really skilled veteran late night host who knows how to like actually deliver a comedic punchline and improvise with whatever's happening on stage because it's like a live show.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And like, and he's you know, the movie doesn't paint him as an outright jerk or anything where it's like the audience wants him to die or anything like that.
But yeah, he says it's been a rough few months, you know, since I killed the Wall Street 3. And I was like, "What?" Then Murray says, "Oh, okay, I'm waiting for the punchline." It's like, there's no punchline. It's not a joke. It's like,
Yeah, I mean, that's a way to let them know you're serious.
there's no punchline, yeah.
I thought Mark Maron was pretty well cast here as sort of Murray's
Producer.
that's like overly serious assistant.
Yeah, you see him in the background doing like the sign with the hands,
you're
like
like,
at
yeah,
the
like,
throats,
yeah.
like
Cut
cut
him.
it, cut it, cut it.
Yeah, we should immediately stop this broadcast. This is not good.
It's like his job in the Murray Franklin production is to worry about everything.
Yeah.
Between this and Late Night with the Devil, I'm just getting. I just 70s late night talk shows are just making me uneasy in general now.
Yeah. It's like, "Oh, so you're serious, so why would we believe you?" It's like, "Well, I got nothing left to lose. Nothing can hurt me anymore." And then he just
There you
starts
go.
laughing because he, "My life is nothing but a comedy." And this time he says it like with a smile, not like when he was killing his mother. It's like, I realize it's a comedy. It's like, "My life is just a comedy, he," because he's gone. He's like crazy. And then it's like, oh, let me get this right. You think killing these guys is funny? I do, and I'm tired of pretending it's not.
Yeah,
So
there's
many
another big
memes.
meme.
So
That
many
memes, yeah.
memes.
I do, and I'm tired of pretending it's not.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like, what's great is in this movie, it's not really an accurate statement because the triple murder is not very funny. However, it is a line that you can so easily apply to any just break from public conventional opinion.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, is Force Awakens a bad movie? Yes, it is, and I'm tired of pretending that it's not, kind of deal.
Yeah.
And then he goes on his little tires. Isn't comedy subjective? Isn't that what they say? All of you, the system that knows so much, you decide what's right or wrong. The same way that you decide what's funny or not. It's like,
That's
Well,
a really
I
interesting
suppose
line
the-
of dialogue. I love that.
Especially
Go ahead.
considering that they were, you know, that joke that he told, that's like an anti-joke.
Yeah.
Which I like it's because of course the observation of like, oh, we don't do that kind of comedy here. It's like, yeah, but you know what? It's a joke, all right? It is a joke. Just because you don't like it doesn't mean it's not a joke.
It
That
reminds
one
me of the
offended you.
Family Guy Simpsons crossover when Bart and Stewie are making prank phone calls and Bart calls Mo and Stewie's like,
I
let me
haven't
do
seen
one. And he does it and he's just like, your sister's being graped. The R word. And then he hangs up the phone and he's like, was that one?
Just misunderstanding, dude. The Simpsons one. Oh god, they're so. It always it's Mo's reactions. One of these days, I'm gonna catch you and I'm gonna come my name on your back with a nice kick. One of these days, I'm gonna use your head for a bucket and paint my house with your brains.
That's the two parts to that joke, like the knock knock and the who's there. It's the first part of the joke is Bart's name being an innuendo. And the second part is Mo's reaction. And you always get unique ones every time.
Yeah, that's right. And then I'm a stupid moron with an ugly face and a big butt, and my butt smells, and I like to kiss my own butt.
The over the top one where it's like, there's no way Mo would be tricked into this.
Oh, wait a minute.
Like, name's Jas, first name Hugh.
I think
Hugh
that a lot.
Jass. Hello, this is Hugh Jass.
You jazz.
I think a lot of people don't like that Simpsons Family Guy crossover, but I thought that one joke in particular was pretty good at nailing the comedic differences between
Stewie
Family
and
Guy and The
Bart.
Simpsons. Whatever you think of Family Guy, like whether you
What
like
I
it or
find
not.
funny about the crossover is how it highlights that The Simpsons has better animation than Family Guy, because like all of the Simpsons characters just have like better animation than the Family Guy characters. The Family Guy characters can only filter through a collection of poses, whereas like Homer will be, and that's, you know, considering that newer Simpsons is like not as dynamic in terms of its animation as the older episodes of The Simpsons, where they would actually sometimes go off model and get like really almost Looney Tunes-esque.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, as for the thing, it's like, yeah, it is an interesting observation, him saying like, oh, deciding what's funny and what's not. It's like, yeah. That's
Yeah,
it's just an interesting observation.
right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, especially for a city like Gotham, where it's just like, yeah, I guess this is the kind of city where people can just arbitrarily decide what's good and what's evil, you know?
Okay. So yeah, the tensions are rising. It's like, oh, I think I might understand. You did this to start a movement. You want to become a symbol. It's like, do I really look like a clown that wants to start a movement or a revolution? I killed those guys because they were awful. Everybody is awful these days. It's enough to make anyone crazy. And then very obviously, like, oh, so that's your defense. You're crazy. That's it. That's why you killed 3 young men. I was like, nope. They couldn't
He's
carry
correct
it.
about them being awful.
Yeah,
They were not great.
Oh yeah,
could've-
sorry, you're gonna
yeah,
do that.
not great.
They couldn't carry a tune to save their lives. That's what he says. Audience is booing, and he goes like, "Oh, why is
But I
everybody
get
so upset about these guys?" If it was me dying on the sidewalk, you'd walk right over me. I pass you every day and you don't notice me. But these guys, what? Because Thomas Wayne went and cried about them on TV. And then Mary's like, oh, you got a problem with Thomas Wayne too? It's like, yes, I do. Everything comes easy to him. And then they ask him, have you seen what it's like out there? Do you ever actually leave the studio?
Leave the studio is an interesting way of putting it too.
Yeah.
It's not like, do you ever leave your bubble or anything like that? It's like almost like, to me, I only ever see you when you're in this room through the TV. So for all I know, this is your entire world.
Yeah, the you that exists on this TV show, which is, is that really you? We'll just assume that it is. This is just all you are, kind of.
Yeah.
I find the joke that Arthur makes on stage is interesting because he says they couldn't carry a tune to save their lives, which is obviously a very dark, and very awful taste joke to make. But it actually works in a way.
Yeah, like as a joke, it works.
They were singing.
Yeah.
But the audience doesn't have that context. They don't know that those guys were singing on the train. Murray doesn't know that, but he does. And
I think, though, it would end up being corroborating evidence because of the witness, the girl. She would have heard them singing, right? And then, that would be a way that oh, he's not kidding. This was actually the guy.
Right.
There it goes on. Everybody just yells and screams at each other. Nobody's civil anymore. Nobody thinks what it's like to be the other guy. It's like, you know what? That's actually, in the context of Gotham, that's actually some very good points. In isolation, because everyone's just
nobody
mean to
knows
each other.
what it's like to be the Batman.
The Batman. Nobody knows what it is to be an idea.
I'm an idea.
Yeah, it's like, you think men like Thomas Wayne ever think about us, what it's like to be me, someone like me, to be somebody but themselves? They don't. Yeah, they just expect us to sit here and take it like good little boys.
That's an important wording that alludes to his likely sexual abuse by his girlfriend's or his mother's boyfriend.
Yeah. And then he says that we won't werewolf and go wild, which is interesting phrasing.
Yeah.
And then Murray's like, oh, you finished? That sounds like a whole lot of self-pity, Arthur. That he's making excuses
going werewolf
for killing
feels
those
like
men.
a very juvenile way to put it.
Yeah.
Because he is a stunted, infantilized person, I think.
Yeah, and then Murray tells him not everybody is awful. You don't know anything about it. And he's like, you're awful, Murray. It's like, oh, how am I awful? It's playing my video, inviting me on the show. You just wanted to make fun of me. It's easy to laugh at. Wait, Frank. Wait, what is this transcript here? I think the transcript is different from what is here. I just realized. Oh, yeah, that's interesting. Oh, I just have a transcript open because I wanted to read it from there, so I have it in one go. But there's actually more here.
Oh, it's the script?
Yeah. I think it's the actual script. Because in here it says, you just wanted to make fun of me. Well, it's easy to laugh at Frankenstein on a crowded beach, isn't it? You're just like the rest of them, Murray. Everything comes too easy for you. Interesting.
Yeah, I don't know that line works particularly well. That might have been a good cut.
Yeah.
I'd be like, why would Frankenstein be on the beach? And also, is it Frankenstein's monster we're referring to? Presumably, but...
Yeah. But yeah, it's see what this led to. 2 policemen are in critical condition, and he just starts laughing. And you're laughing. 2 policemen are in critical condition, and you're laughing.
Meme.
Another meme.
This scene's got 5 memes in it alone.
Because now
it's dense, man. It's good stuff.
He's like, I know. How about another joke, Murray? Because now we get the big one.
Get the big one.
It's like, no, I think we quite know. It's like, what do you get when you cross a mentally ill loner with a system that abandons him and treats him like trash? And then he pulls out the gun. I'll tell you what you get.
Society?
You get.
Doesn't he say society?
Well, you ruined the whole fucking speech just now.
Oh,
Start from the beginning.
You ruined it at the
Sorry, go ahead.
climax. I was about to pull the trigger.
I thought it was
I
good.
apologize.
Wait, Risa, I was like, how about another joke, Murray? What do you get when you cross a mentally ill loner with a system that abandons him and treats him like trash? And then he pulls out the gun. I'll tell you what you get. You get what you fucking deserve. And he fucking shoots him in the head. And then you need to make sure you blur everything except the blood.
Blur the blood. Blur the blood. That'll never not be funny.
Oh, see,
Blur the
even
blood
Mauler
stain.
says you ruined the entire stream, Mark. God damn, you made Mauler come out of.
Sorry.
Damn. At least you
I-
waited till this far in before you ruined everything.
My attention was pulled by a tiny dog. It sometimes happens to me. There's precedent for it.
Okay,
But I
now I need to
apologize.
check if the. Oh yeah, so in the movie it's society, and in the script it's actually system. So that's interesting.
I love the build up to him pulling out the gun.
Yeah,
Because like when he pulls out his joke book, you think that
That's the
he's
gun.
pulling out the gun now.
yeah.
Yeah, but it's like okay, whew, it's just the joke book, and
It's
then
just-
it's the gun later.
Thank God. It's just bad
Yeah.
jokes.
Yeah, it's man, it's great. The thing is, something I noticed during the rewatch actually. He's not just getting angry. You can, if you look at him, he's like teary eyed and something. Like he's done. He's like he's fucked off with everything
You're
that's
in my
happened.
soul. Yeah.
He's like angry. It's like you get what you fucking deserve, and then he just fucking shoots him in the fucking face.
Well, yeah, because it begins with him doing the whole, like, oh, Murray, right? Like, doing the meme. So it, like, starts with him kind of trying to do it like a bit of a meme, but the longer that it goes on, the angrier
Yeah.
he's getting for real.
Yeah.
And he does a good job of really making it look like genuine anger, not pretend
Oh,
anger.
well, yeah, I mean, I guess it's something that it almost feels like none of us have felt compelled to say it because it's so obvious, but, like, Joaquin Phoenix is excellent in this film.
Oh yeah,
Oh yeah.
absolutely
Arguably critical.
incredible.
Phenomenal performance. I can't really imagine anybody else doing it. Not because there aren't other actors who are like comparably talented to him, but just because it's his role. This version,
Yeah.
he made it his. It's just excellent. It's a really excellent performance.
It's so well that you can imagine that even if there's someone else who could do it, it doesn't matter anymore because he's done it at the highest standard one can meet.
It's really interesting how it goes with like Joker as a role. It seems like basically everybody who does it ends up doing a really great job except for Jared Leto.
That poor guy.
Like,
That was
He's
good.
just an idea,
Jack
okay?
Nicholson is great. Heath Ledger is
Heath
great.
Ledger,
Mark
yeah.
Hamill is great as the voice. And then it's like, and then, yeah, you got Jared Leto.
I think there's got to be something about the character that just sort of requires you to completely embrace
I think
it.
everybody understands that it's like you have to understand that you're always going to be compared to like this really high bar. It's like the most. I think it would be safe to say that Joker, if you had to pick one, is the most like iconic supervillain in like superhero media.
Absolutely. I don't think there's
I
any
I don't know
argument
that
for anyone
anybody
else.
beats him out. I don't think anybody beats him out. So
Yeah,
there's
I don't know
that.
who would compete with him.
So the arch enemy of the most well-known superhero at this point, I'd say, I mean, it's either between him, Superman, or Spider-Man. And then you've got that you just have a legacy of great actors and great performances, except for that one.
Except for that one.
And Lex
You're cool.
Luthor's
You're cool.
been-
Not you. You're cool. You're cool.
Yeah.
Lex Luthor's been portrayed quite a few times on film and TV, and it's not always a fantastic role for everybody.
It's a lot. I'd say it's more inconsistent. Well, I mean, of
Yeah.
course it is. I mean, isn't it funny that again the worst one again, DCEU.
Someone in
there you
the chat
go.
just wrote, "What do you get when you cross a mentally ill Mootle with a society that abandons him and treats him like a floomp?"
Flume.
You get what you fucking deserve. And then just a fart sound.
Regarding comic book villains, I think the Joker is the avatar for like chaos without motive. Like you can't top Joker in that regard. Is he the best superhero? I don't know. That's up for argument. I mean, because you can measure that in a bunch of different ways. You know, like.
I guess the thing is, it's interesting saying like the best one. It's like, yeah, but the reality is at this point, it's hard to like pin down. Well, yeah, when you say he's the best, it's like, which one are you talking about? because there's so many different iterations and variations of the character that to say is the best, it's like, yeah, but which one though? You know, like even in comic book history, it's kind of hard to say exactly who you'd be speaking about if you said that Joker was the best.
I think then to get more specific, it's safe to say that Joker is the comic book villain who is most ripe to have something interesting done with him for a movie, consistent. Well, I mean, because like we don't have a whole lot of other examples aside from say Lex.
Well, yeah, but how much
Luthor,
of that how much of that is downstream of just the fact that Joker is the most recognized one? That like, what if there was a world where we got like the Doc Ock, you know, Joker movie equivalent or something, or like the Green Goblin or something? It's just it's not been done, and it's probably never even been entertained.
Well, I think still in the case of Doc Ock and Green Goblin, even the fact that the MCU are not connected to the movie those guys were in, the MCU movie which features those characters is played by those same actors, so it's not even an.
I don't know that now that Marvel is owned by Disney that they would ever do anything like this. I think it is like Joker
risky.
It's kind of remarkable that Joker even came to exist anyway, but it's way more believable that it happened under Warner Brothers than it would happen under like Disney. There would never be.
I mean, look what they did to Deadpool over time.
Yeah, exactly. So it's yeah, it's but it's this I guess in terms of like tying it back to this film, it's like now we've just got another like unique and iconic Joker performance and like narrative to sort of, you know, like add to the list, right? It's like it's kind of remarkable how like reliable it is. Yeah, just put Joker in it. Like it yields really interesting results, which is kind of unfortunate in a sense, right? Because Joker dramatically overshadows a lot of other Batman villains.
Right.
I feel like everybody could name Joker, but then if it's like, do you think that everybody would be able to name all of the other ones? It's like, oh shit.
You'd have a few.
Like one more, even one more. It's like I don't even know what people would pick as like the next one.
I'm willing to bet you could get one more out of most casual people who don't like aren't super into comics, but they know Batman.
It'd be Bane.
I know the thing I was going to say is I just don't think it'll be consistent. I think you'll get different suggestions from the next person. Some people say Riddler, some people say Mr. Freeze, some people say Bane. Like,
Calendar Man and Condiment King getting overshadowed.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, hey, Calendar Man plays.
Hey, what about Dog Welder?
Long Halloween. Long Halloween was a good book.
Like I guess yeah, that's the thing. It's hard for. Because everybody would say Joker, and it's like, yeah, but who's next? And then it's like you said, there'd be like a million different answers for who would be listed next as the Joker.
I think any of the villains who were on the 1960s TV show have some cultural what would be the word for it? Recognition, just because they're
range observation.
I don't think
I agree with that.
Well,
I do not.
The thing is, though, because you got to remember that all the people who didn't read comic books throughout like the 60s, 70s, and 80s, because it was still even on TV when I was a kid, just showing reruns, before Batman 1989, those were the villains that you were seeing. And I think it was generally just Catwoman, Riddler, Joker, Mr. Freeze. And honestly, I can't think of a whole lot of other ones that they would have as recurring villains. And those are ones which we tend to see in a lot of Batman projects, right?
Well, yeah, but I would say that the reality is that what people will identify will be based largely on movies. So the reason why I would say Bane is because The Dark Knight Rises made a lot of money, basically. And everybody remembers like Bane and Tom Hardy's performance as Bane. And hence that makes it to where people remember it more than other characters who may actually show up more often and are like more consequential on the storyline. Like Ra's al Ghul is very significant in terms of influence, right? Especially if you incorporate like Talia and then Damian Wayne. But like I feel like most people, if you asked them like, oh, who's Ra's al Ghul, I think most people wouldn't actually know. Compared to someone like Bane or Harvey Dent, and it's like, why? It's like, well, it's because they're in movies that everybody watch. I think that's how it works.
Yeah, that's true too.
Bane posting. Yeah, it's good points. It would be interesting to hear what people would say. And I totally agree. It's probably going to be, depending on who you ask, they're going to get something else. But as you said, the movie ones are probably your best bet.
Pretty much.
Probably the
Yeah.
the newer movies as well. I wonder how many people are gonna say Dr. Freeze. I think depending on how old the person is, they're gonna probably go Dr. Freeze.
Depends on how much of a meme they're doing as
Yeah.
well.
Dr.
Yeah.
Frozen,
The Ice
Dr.
Age.
Chili.
Mr. Freeze was on that old show too.
Yeah. Good old Mr. Freeze. Oh yeah, he shot him in the face. That's what we were
He
doing.
did, he shot
Oh
him,
shit,
yeah.
he did.
He's like,
Is he okay?
No, I don't think he's okay.
Oh, dang, that's a shame.
That's I like
He can't take volcano explosions like Galadriel can.
Yeah, I mean Galadriel is just so super amazing, and that's just what you do. But yeah, he's just kind of looking at what he's done, and he's just smiling, and he seems to be pretty happy with himself. He just starts laughing. And with this laugh, I'm actually not sure if that's this might be a genuine laugh, not a nervous one. Because he does like because he does like a little slap on the chair as well. It doesn't look uncomfortable. I don't know, maybe I'm reading into it too much, but I don't know. Might be a genuine one. Anyway, he shot.
I think that's a good observation actually. The slapping the armrest.
That's why I think this might be a genuine one. But yeah, he shoots him one more time just for good measure, I guess. Does a little dance and then goes up to the camera and wait, what did it say? Good night and always remember. That's live, is he about to say? And I think then the song plays again.
Cut off with the good old, technical difficulties thing.
And there's like a whole bunch of news anchors and stuff talking about the shot that tonight, telecast. They replay the clip. You get what you fucking deserve. All that good stuff. Rioting is happening. And we see him in the police car. He's getting brought to the station, I assume. He's just looking around and he's smiling. It's like, look, I did this. They doing this because of me. I made impact. I'm visible. I am real. This is what I wanted. Probably not.
Yeah, of course, that's the crazy part, right? It's like, well, this is not the way to get it, but he got it.
Exactly, that's
so
what I
he's
was going
happy.
for. He did what he got what he wanted, but probably not in the way how he expected initially, because he wanted to make people laugh. But now he's laughing, and everyone else is just in absolute chaos. But it's because of him, so he got recognition, and that's mainly what he wanted.
Yeah, I think it was a degree of chaos before he even went on the show, but now that Murray's been shot on live TV, the fireworks are really going off, and people who want there to be carnage are seeing that as a free pass to be like, all right, let's go for it. Let's fucking
I mean, it's also just
everything.
The excellent world building they did throughout the movie. It's like, hey, this is a shithole. People are struggling, and they're like, man, this Thomas Wayne, he's talking big game, but is he really gonna do anything? I think he's full of shit. We don't really like that Wayne guy. And then someone goes and kills 3 of his employees that he 3 of his employees, and they're like, oh shit, someone is doing something. He's like our hero of the Smallman, which obviously Arthur did not intend to do. But then with this, he put down his seeds basically. Of becoming a symbol, which was not his intention, because for him at this point it was probably just self-defense. But then he enjoyed it, saw things on the television, and was like, "Oh shit, I'm making a difference. I'm being seen. The people see I'm visible. It's great. That's what I want." And then obviously all the rest happens, and we get to this place, and now they act him almost like a god, like a symbol of the lower class, if you will. And they even free him out of the police car, not really in the most safe way by crashing into the police car, but they get him out, at least for now. And then we get the whole scene where he well, first we get actually hang on, I'm skipping over another thing, because now we see the quote-unquote making of Batman, because we see the whole alley scene where his parents get shot, Bruce Wayne's, that is. And here's the thing, showing that scene has become a little bit of a meme almost in every Batman movie, I feel like. It's like, oh,
kind of has been. It's like Spider-Man and Uncle Ben, you know?
We gotta have this, have the scene, we gotta do it. But the thing is,
It's
in
a
this,
canon event. His
it is yeah.
Bruce Wayne's parents being shot is a canon event. It has to happen, okay, or else the universe explodes.
And on one hand, I'm like, oh, really, we doing this again? But then again, it's like really short. They don't do like the cringe. Oh, look, we're focusing on
Slow
the
motion pearls.
The slow motion pearls. He just grabs the pearls,
enough
shoots
slow-mo.
them, and then he goes away.
You got to just imagine a guy getting ready to direct a new Batman movie. He's talking to the producer. He's like, okay, I've spent all night reading Batman comics, and I think I got this origin scene figured out. There's all these really great frames where it's a close-up of the pearls hitting the concrete. And the producer just like, get out, you're fired.
Get out.
I know what you mean about seeing enough of all the origin moments already, but like this didn't bother me. I thought this.
No, that's
I
what
like
I'm.
this
That's
one.
what.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Not only does it
I'm
bother
not
me,
bothered
but
by this
I
one
mean,
particularly.
It's thematically very meaningful and significant. Again, I
And
know I've said it
I-
a few times, but Joker and Batman were created on the same night.
Yeah.
I like it that it was just some rando clown.
Yeah, I think that is very important. I think this would have been much less effective if Arthur just wandered off after he got up from getting out of the cop car and then ended up shooting Bruce Wayne's parents. Like that, they could have probably done it, and I could see a world in which they'd be like, well, obviously we have to do that because that's like the big moment of the movie.
He's the Joker.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, it's kind of better that the big moment was him shooting Murray, and that just happened as an accessory result. He doesn't even know that he created his worst enemy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's like, how cool is that as an idea?
Well, I don't know if could you have gotten Arthur to shoot the guy in front of the kid? Like, I don't know, man.
That's
I don't
the
know.
thing.
I don't think
And that's
something Arthur would have done.
That was actually what I was going to say would make it much worse because they'd have to explain why he would also kill Martha and also do it in front of Bruce.
Because
I
that one's easy.
yeah, okay, because
I heard all the
would,
YouTube
both
commentators
take it
telling me that I can't watch this movie because of incel rage.
Yeah.
Oh, there you
He
go.
hates women.
That's why I got to develop my media literacy.
If only.
Why did you
Only
say
we
that
knew.
name? Martha.
He thought it was like so clever, the idea of like the gun firing as breaking the pearls, even though it's like how did that
How
even
long
happen?
is that necklace? What
How
the
long is
fuck?
that? And why would it be like that? Why would he have got it so that the gun would be in that position to break the necklace?
Rule of
Stupid.
cool. It looks cool, so don't.
Yeah,
think
it looked
about
very
Yeah.
cool. That's what I was thinking when I saw it. I was like,
Very
fuck,
the
this is so
epic.
cool.
Don't use the rule of cool, writers.
I think it's become an iconic element of that origin moment is like the pearls hitting the pavement.
Yeah.
I'm glad that they included it here.
But here it's just he destroys them. Like that's what it was. He wasn't trying to steal them. He was breaking them.
Mm-hmm.
Which, it's like, yeah, I mean, I suppose there's something to be made of that, right? If he's, like, raging against rich people of just breaking the jewelry itself, not because he wants it, but just so that nobody can have it.
No.
Yeah.
Yes, good stuff.
Yeah, destroying a symbol of wealth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like the fall of decadence, that sort of idea.
But now we see Arthur just enjoying him being seen. He's like surrounded by, I don't know, like hundreds of people possibly. And he's like, holy shit,
Yeah, maybe even more.
they see
Millions.
me. They love me. And then he does a little dance and then forms the Joker smile with his blood.
And he's actually happy.
Yeah, it's a real smile.
For real. For real.
His eyes
he's
are
actually
connected to
happy.
this one.
What
You know,
actually
it's
happens
connected.
in this scene is pretty important, I think. Like I mean, not only there's a bit of humor in the fact that an ambulance smashes into a cop car and everybody dies. Like
The
well,
system's
except
colliding
Joker.
with itself, man.
Oh my god.
Yeah, like the vehicle that's supposed to save people's lives ends up crashing into a law enforcement vehicle. Like there's something there that's it's that comedy and tragedy thing that we were talking about earlier. And then Joker being pulled out of the vehicle, I think, is meant to be a sort of birthing metaphor.
Mm.
You know,
Mhm.
he's being pulled out of the wreckage, and now he is really the Joker now, where everyone is actually worshiping him.
He's a hero to all these people.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, he said a lot of things that would resonate with these clowns, as Thomas Wayne put it. But yeah, it's good stuff. It's good stuff.
And the music.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
really
This
good.
track.
I wish I could play
It's
it, but I'm
excellent.
scared.
No, I know. Yeah, I know. I understand.
Movie scores are always the wild card. Sometimes you get nailed for a movie score. Sometimes
I think,
not. Video
I
game
think
scores
movie
are pretty
scores-
safe.
I was about to say, yeah, video games I think are way more consistent in terms of the soundtrack at least being okay, and a lot of them being really good. Movie scores, I think movie scores are generally consistent. It's rare that it's going to be like, wow, that's kind of like crap.
Yeah.
A lot of the time, it's just like it's fine.
Video games
Um,
is weirdly enough, it's always the credit scene that gets striken down because
A lot of the time they
it's
use
a lot of
like,
times like
correct.
like a song from someone famous or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
something they could market and list for themselves. You know.
Or
You
friggin'
gotta show that.
Infinite.
You gotta. Oh, sorry.
No, my dog started barking. It's cool.
Oh,
Go ahead.
you got to show the shot, the shot panning out of him standing there in the crowd and everybody cheering. It's such a well composed shot.
Wait,
Which
this one, or is there another one further ahead?
oh no, like the wide shot.
Okay, hang on.
It's such a cool shot, and I feel like I was reminded of it again while rewatching the film of you know the sort of misunderstanding of like good lighting. It feels that's kind of like spawned in the last like decade
one?
or so of like. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the one. Good lighting is when it's blue or red and very, very saturated.
love blue and red.
Like it's, and not and understanding that like I mean there's a time and a place definitely for, you know, like very saturated, very abnormal colors and stuff, but it feels like we need to have a little bit more appreciation for the kind of lighting that's present in this film where it's very dynamic and colorful, but like it's natural, right? It's like
Yeah.
the neon lights of the street or the
Yeah.
illumination of the street lights or it's
His
like
suit?
attempt to essentially contextualize the lighting in universe so that it's definitely like more lifelike than life. All of the lighting is deliberate, right? But that it still feels like it's like real rather
And
than someone has done like crazy lighting as sort of, you know, compensating.
the white lighting really helps the color of the suit pop too, because it doesn't seem like just everything's a bit reddish orange. It's like the red and orange that he's wearing almost seems like the only bit of it in the frame that isn't in one of the street signs in the background or the restaurant signs and stuff in the background. Like none of the
Yeah.
people are wearing anything close to that colorful.
And it's such a great shot to end on because we cut to black after this. It's not the last shot of the movie, but it's the last shot of the sequence.
Yeah,
And this building up to this shot of just, it's iconic of just Joker being, you know, leading the masses. He's sort of the king of hell in a way. And this is what it's all built up to very deliberately. So, and it's great.
I'm sure
Yeah,
in
but
his own head, this is a glorious ending to his story that
Yeah.
probably went far better than he could have possibly imagined.
Yeah. And if the movie were to end here, that would have been a big mistake. What happens in the
Yeah.
following sequence, I think, is really major.
yeah, because he goes to Arkham. He's it's not like he's free roaming the streets. He gets captured eventually after an amount of time, I guess. And we just see him laughing, and you have like I guess the case worker in Arkham, just like, oh, does she say what's so funny? Hang on, let me see the thing. Man, he laughs for a while.
He laughs for a
Yeah.
good like 40 seconds.
Just
It's a
see
really
the-
good joke.
Just
I
yeah.
wish I got it.
Oh yeah, it did. She's just asked what's so funny. It's like, oh, I was just thinking of a joke.
The joke is, and then hard cut to Bruce in the alley
Mhm.
Yeah.
with his parents.
This shot is so good. I mean, when I
Yeah.
saw this the first time in the theater, I'm like, holy shit. Like, I feel like this shot saves the movie from being just like
Glorification.
I feel like this movie overall is just like getting fed a bunch of poison, and then this shot is like the antidote to all of it, where it was all building to this, where Bruce is sort of like to evoke the yin yang thing. This is like the spot of order that manifests in absolute chaos, which is what Gotham.
Yeah, there's gonna be
right now.
there will be a pushback to it. You know,
It's
I don't get it. Where are
this
the
shot-
bats?
It's not quite the same because the sort of the iconic one is the Batman Year One. I'm pretty sure it's Batman Year One. The cover where it shows this, but it's him like kneeling on the ground. This is like similar-ish in terms of the sort of framing, but obviously in this case he's standing up, which you know, it kind of creates like a different sort of a different feeling. It's like you said, John. It's the idea that what will arise to meet the sort of chaos that is the Joker, and it's Batman.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like this is far from over. This is just the start.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Look, it's vengeance. He's standing right there.
Why do people keep calling me Batman? I keep saying my name's Vengeance.
It's like, do you want to tell the joke to me? And then he just says, you wouldn't get it.
I love that him laughing there. You can interpret that as like another stress response thing, or he is grasping an idea that is genuinely so funny to him that he can't stop laughing, which is a big difference, right?
Which, in a sense, is an interesting one to think about with the idea of Batman and the Joker, right? The eternal cycle. We're doomed to do this forever, you and I. That sort of thing.
Yeah.
And then
I feel like he really and may have tapped into a genuinely sort of brilliant idea, maybe probably involving Jungian archetypes, where he feels like not even his psychologist would be able to understand what he's thinking about right now.
That is kind of a funny observation. You wouldn't get it, a psychologist, like the idea of the archetypes.
Yeah.
And then he sings a bit of That's Life, or It's Life, the song we talked about earlier, and then he walks.
the one by Frank Sinatra.
Exactly.
Which there's some lyrics in That's Life that are particularly interesting in the context of this film.
Yeah, I pick myself up and get back in the race. It's like, I guess you did, Arthur, but
He certainly feels like he did.
Yeah, also Mahler pointing out there's something to the fact that both Arthur and Bruce experience heavy trauma that fucked with them permanently and redefined their lives, whether rich or poor. And they both have immense effects on the city that created them. Absolutely.
That's right. Yeah.
Just because you're rich doesn't mean if your parents get murdered. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, it's as though this film is really well made, and some
It's
people
fantastic. It's
Yeah.
really, really good.
They don't want to give Todd Phillips a credit. They don't want to give a superhero / comic book film that much credit.
No, he makes comedy. He
It
doesn't
can't
make
be
really
good.
real movies.
Yeah, those aren't real movies.
Yeah. But, like, it doesn't even matter. He made a film that was massively culturally significant and made a lot of money. So,
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Like,
On a smaller than average budget for a comic book.
$50 million. Yeah. $50 million.
And it
And
made
he
him a billion.
Yeah. Well, 20x return on investment. Like, all right, yeah.
If we spend $1 billion on the next movie, it'll make us $20 billion.
Oh my
$20
god,
billion.
that's right. That's how that works.
If we spend more $1 billion on the movie, then God knows what that even is. What is 20 times more billion?
I do
That's
hear
two
the
big
new one.
numbers.
The new one is quite a bit higher budget too. Like,
Yes.
Of
it's
course.
200,
It
I
was
think, 200 million.
Never not gonna be.
Oh boy.
I was
It's
kind of
like
hoping
this-
that Todd Phillips would just be like, no, don't give me a massive budget because I don't want to have to make this thing bigger scale. I want to tell a similarly scoped story and like keep things in the pocket. But I guess we'll find out. Is it next week?
It's next week. Yes.
2 weeks. Is it next week? Yeah, it's the third, right? Of October?
Oh, that would be.
Wait, no, I need to check. I thought it was next week. This whole time, to be honest.
I mean, it's Monday here, so like this week it is not, but it will be the week after this week.
Joker 2
Sorry.
release.
Yeah,
Yeah.
which means we have another forge between.
Oh, I thought.
Basically,
Oh,
it's about 2 weeks away.
Oh, if we want to keep it on Todd Phillips, we could do old school.
But we'll figure that
really
out
love that
later.
movie.
That's
It's
fine.
quite
It's
funny.
fine. I thought it was like this week, so it's now this week for me as well. It's 1 a.m. So shit, it's late.
We'll find out in 2 weeks.
Yeah, hopefully it's gonna be good. But yeah, the last shot we see is him going out. He has like blood on his shoes. But I think this is more like in his head because it's a bit more comedic what's going on, because we see him in the background running back and forth like in an animated show where they like chase each other from left to right, but then they come back from right to left. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, it's a mixture of
Like a
comedy
vaudeville.
and horror. I mean,
Mhm.
it's like it's another one of those. It's a shot, and it's a great shot to end on that sort of symbolizes this the uncomfortable relationship between comedy and tragedy, or horror in this case more so, where he's like the bloody footprints that he's leaving.
Mhm.
In order for his shoes to be soaked that thoroughly, he must have done something really horrific to the staff, perhaps just the psychologist. I don't know how much time has passed between the last scene and this shot, but like either way, it's kind of horrifying to picture what would have happened to create that much blood.
Yeah.
But then at the end of the hallway, he's like scampering around almost like a Tom and Jerry cartoon, where he's trying
Like a
to
vaudeville
evade
routine.
the orderly, and it's great. It's symbolic also, I think, of the idea that madness is always going to find a way to escape, and cause havoc. It's like it's never going to end. If it's not this Joker, it's going to be another supervillain or whatever,
Yeah.
because obviously Batman has a slew of supervillains.
Yeah.
But he doesn't slay them.
No
'Cause he's Batman,
slaying.
and Batman doesn't kill in any of his movies.
No,
and that's a
none
rule
of
that he
them.
folds to.
What happens after he breaks their necks? That's not his problem. That doesn't count. Anyway,
Joker.
we jokered. We
What a
jokered
good
hard
movie.
today.
It was really
it's
good.
Really, really
Yeah.
good.
I am really hoping that this
I
upcoming
hope.
sequel. I mean,
Yeah.
I really hope. I've heard. Seems like it could be a weird, wacky one though. So who knows?
Well, the thing is that it got mixed reviews, but that's kind of like I don't even know what I'm supposed to do with that. The first
Yeah.
I
one,
don't know,
like, as
man.
well. The first one got a very similar reaction, so
Maybe
yeah.
that's good. That if it came out and everyone said it was incredible, maybe that would make me worry more.
yeah, a little bit honestly.
This
Maybe, like,
solves all the
suspicious.
problems of the first film. It's like, oh
Yeah,
no.
oh.
Oh man. But yeah, fantastic. If you haven't seen it yet, go watch it. It's very much worth your time. I'm pretty sure it's on streaming as well. You can watch it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
HBO
everywhere.
Max, I'd imagine, has it.
But yeah,
Is Warner
also
Brothers after all.
buy a physical copy as well. It deserves it.
Yeah,
It's
it's a
good,
good movie.
good stuff.
Terrific movie, and I'm looking forward to the second one as well. I don't
Yeah.
know what to make of it quite yet, but
Yeah,
I wanna
trailer
see it.
looks good to
I'm having a
me.
bit of a people sus face still, but we'll see. We'll see. I'm very interested.
Never go in expecting too much, but I think that at the very least, this movie has at least given the graces that we should go in with an open mind and not go in being like, yeah, this is definitely gonna suck.
Yeah,
Which I
yeah.
mean, is not a good idea to go into any movie with, even though there's a lot of movies where you're probably gonna be right. But yeah, here's hoping this turns out good though.
What I do like is taking the idea of him dancing in this movie as a sort of
Yeah.
relief and escape, and then evolving that into doing a full-on musical in this is
The
I don't know, in
I-
execution that can fall on its face, but I do like that basic idea of doing that.
on this rewatch, I think it was the first time I rewatched it since knowing like the format of the second one, and it really made me take note of every time that he was either watching a musical performance on TV or trying to dance or actually dancing. I was like, all of these, I'm like, okay, I feel like all of these will have different context when the new one comes out, and hopefully that'll just make it better.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Wallace says
Hell
if we can get the
yeah.
Batman x Joker movie and correct the timeline by having this Joker discover time
my
travel and they
God.
can punch each other, we may yet make a more
Yes.
$1 billion.
And then
get-
he multiverses, and he meets Jack Nicholson Joker,
Yeah.
and he meets Heath Ledger Joker, and Jared Leto couldn't make it. And then they have
5
an
Ezra
adventure.
Millers though. We gotta have a
Ezra
lot of the
Miller
Flash.
Joker,
Yeah,
and we
one
have
of the Flashes is the Joker.
Danny DeVito Joker, and then we have Joaquin Phoenix.
I am
as
all
Penguin.
the Jokers.
I am all the Jokers.
I am all the Batmans.
I'm all the Batmans.
Oh god, multiverse thing with all the Jokers would just be the worst fucking thing.
How would Joker react to another Joker? I don't even know if I want to begin to start writing that.
No, I don't really want to do that. That sounds horrific. They all just want to give each other a reach around and sort of be a whole mess. I don't know. This all ideas and stuff.
Do you think there's any possibility that this next film will leave the Joker alive, and then they will try to tie the Robert Pattinson Batman into this Joker? Oh, I guess wait, no, that
don't
already had a
think
Joker,
so.
right? Yeah,
I don't
right.
think so, and I fucking hope not.
That would,
I-
if that happens, that's one of those executive retarded studio decisions
Yeah,
that they would
Although
like force.
I'm pretty
upon
sure
him.
Todd Phillips said they never gonna meet like this Joker and Batman. I think he said something like that.
Here's hoping that stays Todd
Yeah.
Phillips' choice. But I disregarded that there was a Batman in the Matt Reeves one. I kind of remembered it the second I finished the thought, and I was like, oh yeah, he kind of Riddler talks to him at the end there in Arkham.
He might only be in a deleted scene. He's played by an Irish actor, Barry Cogan, I think his name is.
Yeah, Mola just
Yeah,
said
I-
that in his
and,
chat too. Yeah.
Oh,
I don't think
deleted?
it
I
made it
could've
into the theatrical cut.
really? Batman, riddle me this. What drunk, but also me? Oh, it's not a riddle. I'm just been drinking.
I'm really drunk.
I really want to rewatch the Batman now because now I'm like, wait, I could have sworn I saw that scene in context, but now I might just have been watching a deleted scene on YouTube or something.
Yeah, maybe.
Does he know?
Well,
Well.
let's do super chats real quick.
All right.
And then I need a weekend after this weekend because I've been streaming for way too many hours. But that's not
Yay.
happening because the week is about to start. But let's do the schleems. 14 months membership by Phoenix, thank you very much. Says, hi
Thank you, Phoenix.
Rags.
Hello.
Also can't wait for the next in-laws stream. Mootle, why are you late? Are you gay? I am late and gay indeed, yes.
Outlaw. Okay.
Yeah, next Outlaw stream is probably gonna be like Wednesday or Thursday, depends. But next 2 days I'll be in the Rings of Power Mines, unfortunately. I have lots of editing to do, I'm afraid. I'm behind. $5 by James, thank you very much. Netflix releases are weird. Most American-based shows are completely dumped. European get blocks of 3 episodes, and anime is an episode weekly. Weird. Huh, yeah. Interesting.
I saw this posted actually between super chats. I want to say, I would totally buy one. I would want to have a copy. Just like for
a physical
historic
copy from
meme
Concord.
It's $1. Fuck it. I'm like, yeah. These won't be around much longer. And this was like a famous meme in video game circles. I
Yeah.
would be like, yeah, I'll pick up a copy of Concord for $1 just to sort of be able to say, yeah, I own a physical copy of Concord.
It's like
You
having
gotta
a
set up
copy of
some years.
ET for Atari like 30
Kinda,
years
yeah.
later.
Yeah. I think I have a PS3 game that is like MAG. Has anyone ever played MAG? Massive Action Game?
Yeah, I've
It's
heard
like
of that
a-
though.
Yeah,
I
I
haven't
have
played
that. You definitely can't play it. It's an online-only PS3 game, and I don't think the servers for that or PSN Online for PS3 exists anymore.
Hmm.
So, or does it? I don't know. Maybe it's just you can't use the store.
Yeah, I mean,
Anyways,
if I would find one
probably
of these, I'd buy one. But it
Don't
looks
spend more than $1 on a disc of Concord.
because you can't play any of it.
They are gonna have that episode of that Amazon video game animated anthology coming
Oh,
out
yeah.
in the fall. Like Concord
Oh.
has an episode of that.
Secret level?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a Concord
There
thing
is-
in there. They really thought they had something with that game.
I guess
Apparently
they really did.
Oops.
Apparently, the budget for that does factor into the $400 million that they apparently spent on Concord. That including
Not that they,
marketing and
not that they
everything, too.
apparently spent, that they allegedly spent based on an anonymous guy who talked to a guy.
Wow. It's good enough for me.
I mean,
That's
it
canon
was
now.
Colin Moriarty, and he does have a lot of like pretty stable information pipelines in Sony. Like he's very much been covering PlayStation stuff for like the last
$400 million.
decade and a half.
I don't.
I'm
But when you-
extremely,
I
extremely
think though,
skeptical
if
of
you
that.
believe
if you loop in a development cost, though, a cost of a big animated project that's going to be on Amazon and marketing, like, I don't know, it might not be that far off.
What
Especially if it took
I mean, $400 million is like Endgame's budget.
well,
for
maybe, but
Concord.
you gotta consider how much money you have to be paying developers who are working on something for 8 years.
No,
though,
I
right?
mean,
Like,
No,
all those
things- we don't know the level of
understand.
development for 8 years. It could have been lightly developed. It could have been on and off. It could have been a little here, a little there.
maybe.
Yeah,
Yeah.
wasn't
400 is an
the-
insane
wasn't
amount
what he
of money
said.
for a
It was-
video
It was
game.
$200 million before Sony acquired them, which was last year, and then $200 million. It was $200 million after that. No, 200 before they acquired, and 200. $400 million. I could accept that it costs a lot of money to make. $400 million is genuinely very difficult for me to accept as being true.
For
That's
for a
so
for a
much
little hero
money.
shooter, that is extremely difficult to believe. If Sony had unveiled some massive open world, galaxy spanning, multi-mega character
It costs
epic
more money than
adventure,
Spider-Man 2, a big open world game, a sequel to an already very successful game. Like I said, I can accept that a lot of money got poured into that stupid idea, but yeah, 400 million is very difficult for me to believe.
Yeah, I would not believe it if it was stated as just the production cost. I was told it is all inclusive, including all of the like extra media stuff and marketing cost,
I thought
which
he
I
said
think makes
it
it
didn't
make a bit more sense.
marketing cost.
Oh,
I
it
thought he
didn't? Oh,
said it
Oh,
didn't.
then
yeah, he
I
said
guess-
it cost. The article
Yeah.
said it was
I
400
might have read
million
an
to make.
inaccurate synopsis then.
Development cost. Yeah, the
Hmm.
development was 400 million, not including.
fair
was
enough.
Including the
not
Firewalk
including the
acquisition?
of the
Well,
company. Yeah.
Yeah,
Which was-
development at 400 like that.
Which
I wouldn't
was
believe,
80
actually.
million in and of itself.
Hmm.
It probably includes that then, I'd imagine.
I don't
Well, he
think
said
it
it
does.
didn't include the cost of buying the studio. Sorry, it might.
Oh.
I don't know
So
if he
that's
said
80
that
million.
marketing was part of the budget. Now I'm forgetting, but definitely that it didn't include acquiring the company.
Huh.
I just don't.
I don't believe it.
I'd be tempted. I want to wait for the inevitable Jason
That
Schreier
is-
article.
Yeah, that is what we call an extraordinary claim.
Hmm.
I lose absolutely nothing by being skeptical of that claim.
Yeah.
And the only thing I could get is egg on my face if I say, yeah, definitely, to stick it to the DEI woke game. And then it turns out that that wasn't true at all, but I believed it.
I mean, like, I'm not going to die on the hill. I guess that's just what I heard. I
Well,
could be
you're
wrong.
wrong.
I said I
Allegedly.
could be wrong.
I know. I was just piling on because I'm evil and German. Anyway, $2 by Odin. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Taimanin Asagi for the next Weep Forge one. So because Odin wrote this, I'm just skeptical already. This is probably porn.
I mean,
What's it
very
called?
positive.
I can check. What's it called?
Taimanin Asagi.
It's not something that I have seen.
Chat just says no. I guess I'm right.
I have no idea what. Yeah, I guess I didn't spell it right.
That's probably for the best.
Let's see. Second rodeo, or in brackets, Kazaya, with the new membership of Flim Flam Variety. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Flim flam.
And then 50 gifted memberships by JMac. The legend is back. Thank you very much.
Hey, J-Mac.
Appreciate
you,
it.
man.
50 gifty.
50 gifty. Damn, that's good. I remember
50 with the old 50 gifty.
50 gifty. I need to remember that. That's a good one. I'll use that. I'll probably forget because I'm stupid.
True Warrior of Eorzea, that one.
Uh,
Plays Final Fantasy 14.
Now we got $5 by Idiotosin. The only two likable people Arthur knows are a woman of color and a dwarf. Great writing. Ralph the Movie Maker.
That's a suspicious amount of midgets.
Suspicious amount of women. Oh man. And then on top, $20 by J-Mac. He just the legend just
Yo.
can't help himself.
J-Mac.
And it just says, was that supposed to be Alfred? A movie maker.
He makes movies. Guys know
Yeah.
what he's talking about. He's a wise man.
Another $5 by Idiotosin. Damn, that video where I had Hitler call him Arachnomensch is historically inaccurate. Spinnenmann.
What's the difference between Mon and Mensch?
Mensch is human.
Yep.
Oh, okay. So he would be called Spider Human in that context.
Yeah. You got
I know.
$2 by
Kind
Captain
of a cool name
Falco.
too, actually.
Don't forget the meta of the Jap guys. Like.
Oh, Jeb. Okay, not Jenny.
Oh right, yeah.
Hey, Fringy.
Thank you very much, Falco.
Fringy, you said you mentioned that the Wild Robot was worth seeing.
Yes, I like it. I like it a lot.
Okay.
The Wild Robot. Haven't heard of that.
Would that be a good one for me to go and see in the theater with my mom?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Definitely.
Okay. Because
Seems
she's
like a family-friendly thing.
It is.
Excellent
Well,
meal,
I mean, it is a
as well.
story about a robot who becomes a mother. So you know, that's got it working in favor of that. Yeah, it's really I quite enjoyed it. Really excellent animation, cool story. It's poignant. Yeah.
Ooh,
all right. I'll ask and see if she's down for it.
poignant.
Because I want to go see it.
Cool. Let's see. Got 20 buckaroos by Lord Cthulhu. Oh my god, we're gonna go mad.
Cthulhu. Oh my gosh, I can't even comprehend what this is, and it's making me go
Ah,
crazy.
Yeah, proper Lovecraft stuff. Woo.
Oh my goodness. I don't know what that is, but
You have gained knowledge and therefore madness.
Says I've been lurking for some time between here and EFAP. Oh, that's great.
I'm
just-
losing my mind.
Just wanted to send something something your way. Well, thank you very much. Love all your content. Been watching since EFAP 89. Nice.
Yo.
I'm also
That's,
Cthulhuid on Twitter. Hi, Mark.
Ah, hello.
Cthulhu.
Yeah, I see that name from time to time on the old Twitters.
The Twitters. Very well. Yeah, thank you very much. Firefox Idiotosin. For Halloween 19, I was the staircase. From Joker. Big bendy gray sandwich man board. Got a Joker
would love
Funko
to
Pop
see
for it,
that.
but all I could find was Gamer Joker. That's funny.
I'd love to see that costume out on the stairs from Joker.
We got £2
That would be a
by
good shot.
Sam GK. The Batman 2022 or Joker 2019? Which was better?
Joker.
I
I'm
think
going
Joker was
Joker.
better.
Yeah.
I like them both, but Joker is just better
Yeah.
written. The Batman has it's got problems. I like it a lot, but it's got problems.
I had so much trouble with the Batman when that bomb goes off like 6 inches away from, or like 6 feet away from Batman's face. This is like, oh man, that's gonna require a lot of suspension of disbelief for the rest of this film because he should definitely be dead.
Yes. Let's see. €5 by Capreles Hardware. Sorry. Capreles. I'm really enjoying this discussion. Breakdown of Joker. Seen the movie 3 times in the cinema when it originally came out. Nice. Yeah, I'm glad you
Dang.
enjoy it. It's been fun to talk about. And also a very
haven't seen any
good
movie
palate
in
cleanser
years.
from all the trash that comes out. It's just good to see that this movie held up incredibly well. I just like it even more now. That's always a good sign when you rewatch something, and it just keeps up and even gets better. Are you still there? Hello?
Hello, hi.
Oh,
What's
okay.
up?
Yeah.
I was just wondering because my chat thing or my YouTube window just did the thing that I think Mauler has sometimes, where it just says not enough space, not enough RAM or whatever. That's the first time I've seen that on my end. That was weird.
Oh, that's odd.
Yeah,
Do you need to download more RAM before the next stream?
probably.
You wouldn't download RAM, would you?
Oh, I would. I know some good sites. I'll hook you
Yeah.
up.
And it was a small part of the screen. Yeah, it was in chat, but I fixed it. Thank you, Cast on Fire. Let's. Where is it? I just had to reload it. That's the first time that happened for me. Interesting. I don't know. I've seen that happen with me before. Where was
Leader
it?
Mouseman is trying to stop the stream.
Yeah.
Quit talking about Joker.
Twitter. Where's Martha?
about the Joker.
Let's see. Idiot Hosen with another $5. Thank you very much. After years of having
Yo.
the I in his name replaced with an O and being called a bird, Fringy victimizes squibs the same way. Cycle of violence.
I
Society.
thought they were talking about Joker, like the O in his name replaced with an I, like Jiker, and I'm like, what's that? What's the super chat?
Cycle of violence, indeed. And another $2 by Idiot Hosen. Thank you very much. Lest we forget the hot dogler. Never forget about the hot dogler.
Don't forget about Dog Welder.
Yeah. And then we got $2 by Peepo Sus. With the Peepo Sus as the profile pic as well. I like that. That's good.
It's me.
Anyone seen the Penguin episode 1? It's quite good. I have not seen it, but I heard some people talk about it very positively. So
I have not seen it yet.
I'm curious to check it out if I get the time.
Colin Farrell is a good actor.
I saw it. I thought it was pretty good.
Nice. And one last one by James. Thank you very much. 10 buckaroonies.
James. Sweet.
A big reason many AAA games are bad these days is because they hire teams for cycles and then fire them. That's one of the reasons 343 Halos are inconsistent. Nintendo, on the other hand, they're veterans. Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
well, it's
a lot
not
of
just Nintendo.
outsourcing and
Contractors, stuff like that.
contracting work. Yeah.
Yeah, the people who work at Nintendo, I mean, you look at the guys who are in charge of the productions now, they've been at Nintendo for like 30 years.
Yeah.
People go there and they stay there. But it's kind of similar to a lot of Japanese development companies where people just stay with the company basically for their entire career. That's much less common in Western studios.
Yeah, that's it pays off to keep your veterans, keep them happy, keep them on board. They're gonna tell people all these great things.
The developers on the ground are eventually going to become the leaders, eventually, right? They're going to become like studio directors and creative directors, lead artists and stuff like that. You don't want to lose that talent.
It doesn't help when all those big studios just buy everything, then they have one game that doesn't perform as well, and it's like, well, you're all out. Goodbye, you're fired. Your studio doesn't exist anymore. It's like, oh, okay.
You definitely want to don't cycle out your creative leads, the guys with a consistent vision for all the games and their sequels.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Or Shinji Mikami is getting chased all over the world. He can't find a home. Tango Gameworks shut down.
2-month members for 2 months by Michael Fajardo, depending where he's from. That one of those is probably right. Of the Bearded Flame variety. Thank you very much. Game stream when with the lads? I need to plan one, but probably not anytime soon. Because I'm busy with editing, so I don't really get the time, and everyone else is also busy with other stuff they work on. So maybe after October. Maybe after October. Well, like I'm assuming we're talking about like a big game stream with like Gartic Phone and lots of people. But I do want to do this again. I said multiple times I want to do it more often, but the realization, the reality of it is everyone is very busy, so it's kind of hard to actually do it loads of times. But I do love these game streams for sure. Worst case, next one is going to be New Year's when I'm over at Mahler's, I guess.
Oh, wait, are they just asking about a game that we're covering on the show or like a full-blown game Gartic Phone stream? Or
I was thinking about
Space Marine a little.
I was thinking about the Gartic. I mean, we did a Space Marine play the game stream 2 weeks ago. Last week? Was it last week?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it was last week, right? Yeah.
Like a Gartic Phone session. Yeah. So yeah, I'm probably like I would assume maybe I'll try something for November when all the craziness with Rings of Power and Spooky Ween in general is always busy. So I don't unless we maybe do something on Halloween. I don't know. It will happen for sure. I love making those happen. It's really good. Also, any plans for Metalcommander plushie? I really want to do one at some point, but nowhere like right now. I need to look into it because I think it could be really cool. Because I like these plushies. I have a lot of these guys here. They're in my shelf, and yeah, I want one myself at some point because I think they're cool. and I think my avatar works pretty well.
I think so.
Especially in the lore, I guess, because for some reason I'm like a tiny person. So that's really fun. But yeah, there you go. That's the last one. Thank you very much for the super chats and memberships. Very much appreciated. But before we get out of here, let's see what the good fellas that have joined us on this Joker adventure today. Rags, you gonna do more gaming streams? You do the gaming streams now. That was crazy to see.
I think I'm gonna do part 2 tomorrow.
Hell yeah, baby.
If not then Tuesday. But yeah, hopefully I'll have another video out soonish. Kind of just
great.
working on that here and there. But yeah, I should have the next stream for Outlaws on Monday or Tuesday. And that'll be fun, and we'll have a great time, and we'll see what all the buzz is about. We'll see what all those sevens are about. I should be right on the cusp of hitting the good quality content now that I'm kind of warming up to it.
Oh my god, that's exciting stuff. Yeah, obviously links is
I'm
down
excited.
below. Go check it out. I'm sure
trembling.
It's great fun. Your last stream was when I was busy, so I couldn't watch. I found that very offensive towards myself, but that's fine. I forgive you. John, what are you doing, you little goober?
John Graham on YouTube. I'm hoping I can find time to stream this month. On top of that, I got a couple RB and the Chiefs lined up.
Ooh.
One is about a game called Pools. Sort of a pool core vaporwave thing.
Okay.
And Nintendo World Championships NES edition. And I'm working on my Cop and Alien show, Hard Justice, still. I got so much fucking work to do. It's insane. So
yeah,
I get right back to that.
Go check that shit out. All of us are in that show. Go watch. Go watch
the voice. Thank you very much for that.
Yeah,
that was a ton of fun.
Great
stuff.
talent.
Anytime.
You hear all
Fringy's
the voices.
American accent too. I wasn't ready for that.
Yeah.
If you need to sweeten the deal, I am a homeless person, like in real life in that show. It's great. Fringy, what's up? What you doing? What's up?
I'm just working right now.
No.
Just editing
classics.
The dungeon, yeah. Spooky Wings coming up, so there's a lot to do.
Yeah, go watch it to hear Metal get bullied by Fringy. Oh yeah, that's true. It's good memes. But yeah, all the links down below, of course. But Mark, what you doing?
These days, actually, I've been going through some family stuff, and it's sort of leading me to want to take a bit of a step back from, I guess, my priorities and things on YouTube. So I still want to do YouTube stuff, and I'm definitely still going to be on Forge. And if people ask me to guest on things, if I'm free, I'll be happy to join. But I don't think I'm going to be doing too much stuff on my own channel for a bit. So if you are like a member, feel free to deactivate. Oh God, Jojo, I'm trying to tell something serious here, puppy. Anyways, but yeah, feel free to cancel your memberships if you want, because I don't want you paying for content that may or may not be months away. And yeah, so I guess that's pretty much it. I'll tell you more if I can, but for now I have a puppy to settle because she's out of arm's reach.
Yeah, no worries. But yeah, still link down below, of course. And we obviously will still have you here, so we can still yell at each other, so that's good. Metal, what about you? Oh, that's me. Awesome. I can get to plug my stuff. That's awesome. That's you're on the channel already. That's my channel. It's great. That's where the Forge is. It's good stuff. But yeah, Rings of Power episode 1 through 3. Those videos are already out. Go check those out. Actual scripted videos, in case you didn't see those, because I kind of surprisingly just started making videos for, I don't know, because I'm insane and I wasn't aware they do a triple release immediately. So now I'm very behind because, day job, I have only that much time, and I had to quickly realize catching up is impossible for me. So now I'm just gonna work on it whenever I got time and try not to burn myself out, basically. But yeah, I'm going back to the mines tomorrow. I hope I can get episode 4 out on Wednesday, hopefully. Obviously, it all depends on like the copyright and whatever. But yeah, we'll see. Obviously, Odin provided a copyright commander where I seductively lie on the side. I think it's kind of fun, but that actually helped really well with the copyright stuff. I've quickly learned how insane the copyright has gotten since I made my last video. It's actually, I'm shocked. I thought I had a grasp, but holy shit, the random shit that starts claiming for like a couple of seconds, it's like, ugh. Very stinky, but yeah, it's a little bit of a baptism by fire what I'm doing to myself right now. But I'm getting into the process, so when this is done with all the Rings of Power, I don't really have a reason to stop and just go back to my other projects, and should be able to finish them pretty quickly. So yeah, tons of shit coming from that, from my way. Obviously, Outlaws Forge, yeah, it's gonna happen, and Outlaws Forge, Outlaws Stream. There's gonna be one more stream, and I think I should be done with the main quest. So next time I'm going to stream, I'm probably going to do a bit more of the side quest stuff just to check out what's going on there. If there's anything redeeming to find there, I doubt it. But, you know, just going to be fair to the game. And then finish that shit up, and then we are done with Outlaws. Anything else? No, I think that's it. I'm going to be on the Rings of Power EFAPs. Well, I was on them, so go check those out, of course. That's it. I thought we were gonna do Joker 2 the coming episode, but I just learned there's a week in between, so I'm not actually sure what we're gonna do yet. So maybe just play a game. That was fun. Maybe just play a game.
Yeah, I still haven't gotten any further in Space Marine than we got, so
I played a little bit offline, like 2 missions, but I'm happily replay those because it's fun with multiple people, of course. I don't know. Maybe we play some more Space Marines. I don't know. We'll see. We'll feel.
Space Marines.
Space Marines.
I do think you should watch Old School anyways, though. Old School is funny. If you haven't seen it, you should.
Man, yeah. No more Mutal on Rings of Power Fab, it seems. Wait, no. I said was because most of it is already done. I was on the other episodes, so I'm going to be on the next one. That's like the 2 episodes that are still left. It's late, and I should probably go to bed. So with that in mind, thanks you guys for hanging out with us. Thanks for the wonderful people in the call that joined us.
Thank you very much.
Good times. Always good to have you lads around. And yeah, we'll catch you all next time on the Adventures of Germany.
The Adventures of Germany, Part 3, coming soon.
Remember, Spinnenmann is coming for you. Okay.
Ooh, Spinnenmann.
Spinnenmann. Goodbye. Anyway, goodbye, everybody.
Adios.
Bye, everybody.